He knows right now what's going on in America. Donald Trump have people all in chats too and watching things. He knows this stuff, but for them to be upset about delineation, it's like the only thing that they got like really is the diaspora. Because you remember what the guy said? We came to America to learn how to fight ourselves because ourselves was the colonizer. They said they had to come over to us because they so-called black self was attacking their black self after the Caucasian left. So we came over to America to learn about how y'all were fighting the Caucasian over there. Now, if that's what they're saying, and that's what you had proven on here today, which we watched this today, and we watched it with our own eyes. We watched them go against each other. It's like they two or three different people. That's a scammer. That's like calling them people on the phone when they start talking to you on the phone. Hey, you know, they always got an accent and they trying to talk you into something. They trying to get our money. They're trying to separate you from your money because that's their delineation. Us from our money because look at they mad at you now. They don't want the money to come. They don't want it's about money now. When we're talking about delineation, it's like, man, this whole thing has just like disrupted the whole world because they all was on a scam. Because when I heard him talk, you know, it was so interesting to hear this guy, hear him talking in that foreign voice where he didn't want to talk about anything that was showing that actually he was talking about his own people. But they were trying to be us. That's why I said, you know, just like Malcolm X, or they'll try to they'll put themselves, they'll compare themselves to us, even though you kept saying, but you are the majority. You're the only one in charge. But then they said, well, you know, it's
right. And then wait,
neo-colonialism.
hold that thought. We got Corey here. Corey, did you watch any of the early videos I played talking about FBA with Stu Pease and the other folks? I didn't do the Haskell one just yet. But did you watch the early conversations that I played with Stu Pease and the Trinidad and Du Hassan? Hold on, bro. Oh, I ain't buy nothing. I just went live over here.
Oh, my bad, my bad. I was on mute. I just only kind of saw like the last 20 minutes or so of the show or whatever. But I saw with the part I saw, I don't know if I was like behind. Seemed like y'all way away from what y'all were talking about when I was watching. So I was probably like behind. But I was at the part where you were ex and chief ex, not chief ex, but ex architect and Unc were having a discussion about something. I can't remember, but Sheffrin was on the panel and all of that. You know what I mean? That's kind of where I was at.
Okay, and, because you was actually on the panel too.
Yeah, so I was on that panel. I didn't realize it until like later. And I saw my name highlighted, because, you know, back then you couldn't see like everybody who was on the panel. You had to be talking to see who was on the panel back then, I guess, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah, but so I'm even looking at that video. You think I've ever been a Pan-African before? Have I ever supported Pan-Africanism?
All right, so here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's the confusion that we're having. I'm talking about we, like me, ex-architect, because we were calling out Pan-Africanism, right? And we were pointing, okay, hold on. Right. But I'm saying when I'm appearing as a topic in a disfavored position, you guys panel, I'm like, wait a minute. Are they? So now I'm confused. I'm like, are they Pan-African?
Yeah, you was the topic because of the way, like, when I
came No. Like, I'm saying before that.
I was treated.
No, I'm saying before that. No, I'm saying before that. Not before that. I'm saying before that. Before I even shared your video.
I never had a discussion then. That was just a panel, like, maybe I was on the panel, but I wasn't having the discussion because I had no idea about, like, any of this. So, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, so this...
Go ahead.
So this was now even Unc, he'll say not a Pan-African, but I'm like, well, Unc, why are we going back and forth then? I'm like, I'm out here looking for conversations with Pan-Africans, but Unc keeps showing up. So to me, I'm like, okay, these guys are Pan-Africans, but they're pretending they're not, so they could throw rocks and hide their hands. So
Unc's always been a Pan-African. He's never not been a Pan-African.
Yeah, every time he came over here, he said he's not a Pan-African.
But I'm saying for me, like I'm not here for right. So for me, bro, me and you, me, unbiased, and Corey, have you ever understood that I was a Pan-African?
No, I didn't think you, Sheffrin, I didn't think none of y'all were Pan-Africans.
I've never been a Pan. As a matter of fact, all that Egyptian shit you just got through talking, I used to be the main one talking that shit, bro. Don't you actually know? Like, I got kicked out of the pseudo killers for going against Pan-African and the Egyptian bullshit.
Right. I remember it was me, X, Chef, you, and like Chief X. We were like the major people who were speaking against the narrative they were spinning with the whole ancient Egypt thing.
Right. So like, why are you saying like you confused about whether I'm a Pan-African or I'm an Egyptian or something?
Because I just said it. Because if I, like, for example, if you're going after pseudos, right? You're going after pseudos, and you cooking them, and then I make a video going after pseudos, you're gonna say, well, shit, is he a pseudo? Because I'm only going after pseudos. Why is he bringing up smoke for me?
Yeah, I didn't make the video. So when the video said FBA, like, it really was not talking about you per se. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe you came up in that conversation or whatever, but the video was more, well, the conversation that I was having, because a lot of times those conversations, they get recorded in the middle of the conversation. So we already been talking for a couple hours, but then somebody will hit record in the middle of the conversation. You see what I'm saying? So I've never got on a panel to discuss unbiased in what he's doing with his channel. Because first of all, I didn't even know about your FBA channel till the other day. Like I told you, when I first came on there, I didn't even know about the FBA channel unbiased. You already know I used to come on the other panel all the time.
Now, I know, like most people, like even the one I was sharing just now, the FBA defensive unit, most people didn't know about that. I remember Sosa came in there and he seen like 600 people live. He's like, oh shit, I'm by this, how you doing it? Now that was the one before this one, right? That one used to do way better numbers. But I had like 600 live viewers in one setting, and so it's like, wow, that's how you doing it, unbiased. So now I thought he's gonna hop on the panel again. This is what I'm doing at the time. I'm like, all right, so pull up, you know what I mean, get some shine. I'm trying to like, hey man, I got a large listening audience. Hop on, let's talk. You know, let them know who you are, like I would normally do. And he just bounced. So I'm like, that was weird. And I'm sure that he went like a little, like whatever he's doing, he went and told Unc, yo, look at him by his channel. And I'm saying, people, I'm over here trying to like get people over here. Let's have these conversations. Let's talk. Let's cook. And people take that as, look at his viewers. Oh my God, this piece of shit.
Though I come on while I'm working, be like, yo, what up? But like back when you had 3 people, like I didn't need to come on. I never came on your channel to have a discussion with you because of your audience. I came on the panel to have a discussion with you because of you and the topic that you was talking about. You know what I mean? Like,
right. I'm saying that was you and Chef.
Because he got an audience or something, or he's FBA. This is my nigga unbiased. We used to kill pseudos together, right?
Right. So now. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. Now I'm cutting it.
So as you and Unc fell out on the pseudo killers, I always maintain my coolness with you.
Yeah, but me and Unc never really fell out. Unc was mad. I was beefing with his man. Like me and Unc were cool.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so Unc chose his side and said, "You're out." He kicked me out because I was beefing with his man.
Do you realize, unbiased, that me and Unc had many discussions about that, bro? Many arguments about that, and I always maintain my friendship with you because I always thought you was a cool dude. You know what I'm saying? I never thought that the whole, you know me, my main battle cry is against the snake oil salesmen, right? Those who scamming the misfortunate community. They always bring the snake oil to the Black community, right? So I'm saying, like, those are the things that where I come from. That's where I know you from. You know what I mean? Like the FBA shit, like I never had a discussion with you about FBA. Never in my life.
Well, nobody did, and that's what I'm trying to say. Like, this is what happened. So I was playing the origins of even that being a topic on my channel. We would
But
talk
you said
about.
I came for validation to your channel. I came to have a discussion with my homeboy on your channel, bro. I never came over there for validation or to get validated on your channel or whatever, bro. What kind of
listen. Okay, I'm at some point, I'm talking shit like y'all. I mean, at some point, okay. So I'm here. I'm here. I'm a scammer, right? I'm saying no. I'm saying I'm just
me. This is me. You
I got
me,
you.
You keep putting
no. Well, you guys look. No.
All these
on the channel I was sharing just now, you guys tied my name with scammer. I'm like, whoa, okay. And I told Unc to his me and Unc was on three-way.
Me, Concrete Corey though. You
yes.
Concrete Corey.
Yes.
I don't.
Yes. Oh, I don't know. You sound like Brad. So it's one of y'all. But look. So I took it as you said. It you sound like Brad to me. But let me say this: I was on a three-way call with X and Unc just about 4 days ago, and we were talking about this. And Unc had mentioned mine. He said, "Unc, Bias, you scamming." I take that serious. I said, "Oh, Unc, is that the new shit y'all doing instead of pseudo killing?" I said, "Yeah, don't do that. I mean, not pseudo killer, pseudo. Now it's scamming." I said, "Yeah, you might not want to attach that to my name, bro." I said, "Cause I ain't never sell nothing to the community like you." And I ain't never have order problems like you. So you don't want to do that. I said, because it could get real sloppy. Because I never sold a dime, no product services to anybody. So, there's no scamming attached to my name. And so I was like, nah, there's none of that over here. But we can roll back the tape and see where the accusations were at one time. So I'm like, yo, I'm like, nah, that's not how I meant it. I meant it like you. No, don't mean it like nothing. Don't put my name next to scamming at all. I only could take that one way. You dig? So when I hear people,
so what my opinion is, so I can be honest with you, right? To me, in my opinion, I think Tariq Nasheed is a grifter. I think he uses Black people's plight, right, to basically make money off of. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just my opinion. Now, I didn't say Unbiased did that or nothing like that, but like, I mean, me personally, I don't stand for another man. Like, so if somebody's saying like Joe Schmo that's standing next to me is a grifter, that's fine. He got to defend that. I'm not finna jump out the window and, maybe if somebody asks me, is this guy a stand-up guy? I might vouch for him and say, yeah, me and dude, we do good business or whatever. But I'm not jumping out the window about some other man and what he's doing and what other people's opinion is about this other guy. You know what I'm saying? To me, it's
now for me, I look more deeper into that because I don't. Now, some people you just don't know about, right? You just don't know. But other folks, you kind of get a sense. Like, for example, I could vouch the ex-architect, Dan Scammer. Like, nothing about him gave scammer, and you either, right? Nothing about you two gives scammer vibes, right? So if somebody was to come on my panel and say, this is just me now, you say who you were. Somebody was to come and say ex-architect is a scammer or Corey's a scammer, I'd be like, nah. And then I'm gonna need them to explain.
On your platform, you would say.
Yeah. So I'm gonna need them, and I'm not saying you gotta do this. I'm just saying how I would do. Like, when somebody don't give off,
I would too.
Right, when somebody give off. So now one guy, I don't know who it was, but one guy on y'all panel was trying to vouch for me. Now he's a solid dude, and somebody kept stopping him. Kept like, so there was like a smear campaign, and
What was the guy saying? The guy.
Okay, so I got it. It's at the 30-minute mark, right? And I memorized it, 30-minute mark, and it was a smear campaign. Unbiased, a scammer. Oh, he a grifter. Nobody can prove none of that. All right, and then because nobody knows how I ended up here. My evolution is recorded. Like, you can see the videos and how I got that way, which I was going to explain in a second. But
I wasn't subscribed to like I said, I was subscribed to the other channel. So
no, this was Unbiased Ron at this point, because at this point this was Unbiased Sports that went to Unbiased Ron, right? So
this channel right here was Unbiased Sports before.
No. This is brand new. This is Unbiased Sports. Well, what people would do is the name. Well, my name is Ron. and my Facebook name is Ron Harrison. So what people do is they'll flag my video for saying it was clickbait, because they would come here for sports and I'm talking about some shit about politics, whatever. So people, so people would flag me for clickbait, and they would actually be visible, like saying, like, in the chat, like, yo, y'all ain't talking sports. So I'm looking down, like, and then I found out you can actually, when my shit got suspended for spam and, you know, that type of shit. Like, there's actually a category for that.
You can get in trouble for, like,
yes. For example, if I say earthquake Haiti, right, or whoever, or let's say a storm Jamaica, and I'm talking about LeBron James the whole time, yes, YouTube does not tolerate that. They will shut your shit down.
Crazy. That's crazy.
They call that spam deceptive practices. All right, so I said I got to take that shit off my name, because I'm never talking about sports, and I'm keep getting flagged and shit like that. So I had too many strikes. I had like 2 strikes. One more, they delete you forever. So that's why I made FBA Defensive Unit. That was the one before this one, and that one got suspended for a whole month. I got suspicions who was flagging me at that time, but that was early this year, right? So now that one was done for a whole month, and it killed all my momentum. I told you I had like 600 live viewers, 400, 600 every live. So I kept getting flagged so many times and suspended that the numbers start to go, people start to go elsewhere, because I couldn't be live. I'm always suspended, or my tools are limited. So I said, you know what, it's better, and it was monetized. I said, you know what, it's better if I just create a whole new channel and just start all over, which is hard as hell to do. So I built it up. I started all over at zero. Nobody knew about this channel. Even the people who subscribed to FBA Defense Unit did not come over here. I kept promoting it, and they never came over. So I built a whole brand new audience from scratch over here, and it's been consistent. So when people talk shit, hey, no. I literally built this the way it is, like from scratch. And people first day here will tell you, we had nobody, 3, 4, 5 people here this year. And to grow that, to get about 360 people at one time, that's called successful. That's called, you know, you found something out, you know what you're doing. But I just invested in thumbnails, better topics, be more consistent on my times. It's simple shit, and you know, business stuff, and that's what helped it grow. And I focus, right, and I just focus more on me rather than everybody and their mother. Right. All right. So now, with all that being said, so when people start to see, and then I'm talking, I took a position. I'm FBA, Foundation of Black American. I'm ADOS. I'm an American descendant of slavery, and I'm a descendant of a freedman. These are all facts, right? This ain't something that I joined or this was inherited. Like I have a lineage that goes back to 1700 sometime. So these are facts. Now I know this. I know that we were using wrong language. Like there's no disaggregated term for us. When we're called African American and Black American, we're grouped with everybody who's African descent. Now the difference is that they can peel that off and be considered the most successful immigrant group in the country. That's called Nigerians.
Now,
so you see,
Sheffrin be in that very discord, he be arguing that very point that you about to say right now. Sheffrin be in there arguing. He be the only one in there arguing the very point that you finna say, that is no delineation. Like when they fill out an application, like a guy from Nigeria can come here and he fill out an application, he gonna check African American. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like this is the argument that Sheffrin be having. So like that's what I'm saying. Like for you to be here saying like Sheffrin is Pan-African and you've been beating him up for years and whoop-de-woo, it's kind of wild to me because like
hold on.
I fight this guy every day on
wait,
that.
so before we go backwards, right? So let me just tell you how, because I was watching, and this is for everybody who holds this position. So now what I'm saying is like, so I'm saying anybody can call and debate me on this, not some random talking point or defend or the Indians. Yeah, I made that up on that channel, talking about I was siding with. First of all, y'all don't even know the reason for my channel. And speaking of channel changes, shit went from pseudo killer to this and that to Amara Squad to now it's community sketch.
Believe me, I'm biased. You know who you talking to, bro? The guy who done argued to the cows came home. Well, on all kinds of different topics, bro.
Right now, I get it, but what I'm saying is, so if Chef is arguing that, and he's actually
like,
arguing
so
it.
to bring up Unc wouldn't do any good in this conversation. Like, it's whether Unc is a wild ass nigga or not, we probably all agree on that, right? So
Okay, see,
like
but
to bring that up, that ain't gonna do any justice. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
see, that's the thing though. But when y'all bringing me up, you're bringing up Sanchez, you're bringing up this person, that person. So it's like, well, they only talk about me. They don't bring nobody else up. Same energy. But look, so if that's Chef's argument and that's his position, I'm like, well, what could the pushback be? Because either he's wrong or he's correct. So if people are pushing back on that, I want to talk to those people. I want them to come over here, and I want to hear what they got what rebuttal they got against that.
So those people are the ones that push back usually. Usually they Pan-African. Usually they have a
yeah, but some of them ain't though.
Yeah, some of them ain't, but and a lot of them something. So when I hear the conversation, most of the time I hear like kind of like divisiveness. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a little divisiveness. That's the argument that they have. Like it's divisive or whatever. That like ADOS and FBA is kind of a divisive thing. You know what I'm saying?
Right now,
Whereas, you know, they're and I don't know that. To me personally, I don't know that like some, you know, Nigerian immigrant is my biggest challenge. You know, I run into a lot of challenges in my 40 years here in America. Some Nigerian ain't never been one of them.
But, I got it. See, but again, right, because that's how you phrase it. But I do know this. Maybe I know a little more. I know this. I know that some Nigerian come here with white supremacist viewpoints. They say they got it from their parents, and then they find themselves in politics, right? They find themselves mayors of a city, and they find themselves in a school board, and they find themselves in position of power to allocate money, fundings, and resources. So to me, that's problemsome. You come to this country, look like me. That means you can misrepresent me. You can speak for me, and you can deny stuff and say, no, we don't need that. We're good. And you came over here totally different than how I got over here. And and one of us have a legacy, a lineage
how
legacy.
Would Black Americans get in a position for some, like, how wouldn't that be? So if somebody came and got in a position to speak for me and then deny me and control my circumstances, wouldn't that be a fuck up on my part?
No, because we know that this country is ran by white supremacists, and they use their systemic racism, and that's a real power. That shit got us at 0.0% of the wealth. So that's a real power. And I'm not going to act like it doesn't exist. That shit is real. No. And these people,
white supremacy definitely does exist.
Right. I get, yeah. And then, like I said, people come over here and they align themselves up with white supremacists, and they call themselves conservatives, right? And they, again, it ain't like they coming as Jamaican conservatives.
Because they diluted, because of somebody comes over here and dilutes.
But I wasn't done though. No, I wasn't.
Go ahead.
That's not my point. My point is, I know what you guys do. You guys act like they're powerless people. They just fucking third class citizens
no, they can actually get power, but I'm talking about diluting meaning mentally, because they could dilute themselves mentally. Go ahead.
Right. Well, what I'm saying is Black Americans, we're the only people who were subjected to another people for as long as we live, right? So we've been deprived, none like nobody else, neglected, benign neglect, all that. We got a whole history, a whole everything that happened to us. And matter of fact, we didn't gain riches, and we're literally taken from us, some Debo shit, right? Urban renewal. We know about all this stuff, right? So all the way until 1968, at least on paper, where it was taken off the books, right? And then we know that our efforts allowed everybody who couldn't come in, even white people who could not come in this country, who had quotas. We know that. We know that our fight, our plight, end up benefiting everybody who couldn't come here before 1965. They're here now. And these same people who Dr. King looked out for and Dr. King made sure that they were protected by civil rights. Dr. King made sure that they could move around and get to resources, and not just him, his whole organizations for making sure these immigrants come over here and we're good. These same people, their lineage, their descendants, same people had the nerve to, even white people, like I said, they also benefit from our plight, can look back at us and say, you guys are lazy, you guys are this, you guys are that. When these guys are being, like Tariq said, she said, allowed to be progressive in this country. They're being allowed to be progressive, right? They're not targeted. These guys got flags in their car. So they keep saying, if a police officer pulls us over, they can, no, they can, because you got a damn Trinidadian flag in your car. You didn't even get pulled. They already know who you are before they pull you over. And you got a Jamaican flag. And this guy got this flag. No, they know it. The Barbadian flag. No, they know exactly who the hell's in that car. And
some racist white cop in Kentucky gives a damn about a Trinidadian.
Yeah.
Like he gonna respect the Trinidad guy more than me.
Yeah.
I don't think he give a fuck about neither one of us. Both of us niggas.
See, but
He's not seeing that nuance that you seeing. All of the nuance that you see, like that white police officer that jump out that car. He's not seeing none of that shit.
Yeah,
now, I'm not saying what
I disagree.
You're not saying is not valid. What I'm saying is when the police officer get out the car, all he see is nigga. That's it.
But I don't believe that. And let me, because again, like, I don't know if, I don't know if you even know what they were doing. Okay, do you know what they were doing when they came to Ellis Island to separate themselves from me? So we're talking about Afro-Caribbeans and West Africans. Do you know how they were differentiating themselves from us so the white folks could give them a pass and allow them in there?
They were deluded, but yeah, go ahead. I hear you. They tried to do something that was deluded. This delusion.
They were showing their paperwork. Certain organizations they were down that only they was part of and we weren't, and they were using their accents when a police officer talked to them, they would speak with an accent, and guess what? And they were left alone. So white Americans, they know that Black Americans, we deleted backspace their ancestors, their relatives in the Civil War. We have that history, and that's something that they never gonna forgive us for. We fought and we ended their money. Not the people coming over today. All right. So they have just like many people say when they take their ass to South Africa, they say those people in South Africa do not look at Black Americans with the same hatred they have for the South Africans over there, because they understand that we're not tied to anything over there. So they don't have the same strong feelings, and that's everywhere.
Right. They would have the same strong. Yeah. Once you do figure out the delineation, right? I guess they will. But I'm saying, like, at face value, I don't think they really, like, some cop is really trying to make that difference.
Okay. So let me give a case in point then. Okay, let me not say nobody random. Let me point to an actual individual who African descent, Caribbean descent, that he's not Black American, and who set us back some hundreds of years. You ready for this one?
Oh, I'm definitely sure you can give some examples of some wild guy or whatever. Go ahead though.
No, he ain't wild. It's Marcus Garvey. It's like he's one of the first leaders of Pan-Africanism. He came over here.
Pretty wild guy in my opinion. Scam artist, snake oil. If you ask me, but go ahead.
He definitely was. Yeah, but he okay. But he came over here from another country. He disrespected everything we were fighting for, everything we always fought for, our wins, our L's. He didn't give a fuck about none of that. He said, I got the answer, follow me. Forget about which answers you already accomplished here and what you're building on, adding to. This is the answer, and the answer is leaving the country. And that was never the answer for nobody. That was never an answer for no Black American in this country, leaving the country. We fought for rights. We fought equality. We fought for all type of shit. That was not on our mind.
That's part of the uniqueness. Yeah, we built this, so we went. Why would we leave it? You know what I'm saying?
Right. So what I'm saying is that energy is constant. So when they come over here, they like to feel entitled, like they have the answer, but they fled from a country that they didn't have answers for, and they're the majority. It's like, hold on. So you're gonna come over here as a minority amongst the strongest white people on human known history, and you're gonna have this the answer for us? And you just fled your country and you're the majority?
Why that's kind of the case. Like, you know what I'm saying? No, just Jamaicans or Islanders or whatever. Like worldwide, folks want to come to America for financial gain or whatever.
Yeah, but people don't come to give us. Yeah, but people don't come to give us answers though. Like people just mind their business normally.
When they say when Marcus Garvey came and said he had the answers, well, like black people should have shot him. But go ahead.
Yeah, well they tried to, but he was speaking. See, but here's the snake oil. He was speaking to the poor, and the Red Summer just happened where the KKK had the So we know that he studied us. Like we know that he was over in Jamaica studying our plight, and he knew exactly where to come. He didn't take his bum ass to the south. He came to the safe.
He knew how to run his scam, right?
Yeah, he came to the north, but north.
They wouldn't have had that kind of money to fund his scam in Jamaica. But go ahead.
Got it. So well, we couldn't fund it either. And then you're selling stocks. Like, yo, what the fuck? Stocks? We looking like what the? So our leaders are like, what? What's he selling? Stocks? I'll get this guy the fuck out of here, man. So like they already like was on him from day one. Like, yo, okay, look, watch this guy. And then he just proved them right over and over and over where we had to do the Garvey Must Go campaign. But what I'm saying is that they had, now this is one, remember you said
the government did that for us. I think the government put out for us in that case.
No,
go ahead.
No, that ain't. Do you know that's actually false? Yeah, that's actually.
Did they ship his ass out of here?
Yeah, but why? Why?
Because of mail fraud.
No. We put them on them. It was our leaders who contacted that's known as FBI now. We contacted the FBI and said, get this guy there. He's scamming us. Right. No.
The how they prosecuted him was through mail fraud.
Yeah, of course. Because he's scamming us. They don't care about that. He's scamming us. Okay. But the minute he started to commit mail fraud, that's when he said, okay, we got him. Now we got something legit. Because
you thought I was being serious about the white folks looked out for us. That was hyperbole.
I don't know.
Hyperbole here.
Okay, yeah, I'm just speaking factual. But what I'm saying is, you said there's one guy. You said the one immigrant can't do much, and I'm showing you one immigrant did a lot.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm saying like I'm sure what I was saying is I'm sure is a guy that you could point to that was doing some wild shit. Yeah, absolutely. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So we deserve to have
what I'm saying in general.
But we don't know. We don't know. We're trying to stop the next Garvey. So what I'm saying is, brother, we have a right to have a never again moment. So now the Jewish community, anything that's remotely smells like anti-Semitism, they're on it. They're knocking it out. And it might not even be that, but because they really stand by that never again chant. Okay, right. So we got one, sir. We got one too. And we saying anything that smells like it. So when these folks come over here and say that they've been trained by their mothers to stay away from us, we're lazy, all that shit, that smells like a Garvey shit. So we are on them immediately. We ain't giving no legs to that shit.
Right, okay. Yeah, I mean, if your mama told you to stay away from niggas, you probably should listen to your mama. I don't know what to tell them.
Yeah, but we know that there's a lot of people who give these guys excuses. Oh, just ignore them. No, sir.
White folks told their kids, their daughters to stay away from them.
Right. So that's why we don't see them that's why we don't see them as no different. Like when people say the enemy, I always ask them, who's the enemy? Because I recall the largest human trafficking event in history was the transatlantic slave trade. I'm asking people, who's the enemy, the buyer or the seller?
The seller.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You know what I mean? Who's the enemy, the buyer or seller? Yeah. So we don't look at people because they're skin folk, they're automatically kin folk. We look at actions, right? We see consistency and we see what they do when they actually come here. What effort they're giving. They're here. They are our minority. They're here in the small millions. We're 43 million deep. You would think that you come to another country with other melanated people. You know what? Let's rock with them. Like they're the larger body politic. That's like common sense. That's not what's happening. Like let's join their fights and their plights and let's see how we can get some shit snuck in there.
They didn't come over here for that. They came over here for financial gain.
Right.
They didn't come to be a part of
I know, but that's what we thought okay. What I'm saying is that's why I say we and them got two different worldviews. We looked at it as is us against white supremacy. Like when I say us, all melanated people. That's how we looked at this. And when they came over here, we see that's not how they seen it. And we were kind of confused because we're trying to join them in our organization. Some join and whatever, but we thinking that they have the same worldview as us. Like we got to stop white supremacy, global white supremacy. And like you're saying, when they came over here and we see that's not on their brain, we're like, what the fuck happened here? You know, that caused some confusion. And then we watched them, and here comes some undermining, here comes some sabotaging, and then the reparations thing pop up, and we see a lot of these guys running it and purposely losing. Well, that's my opinion, but they gotta be, because you cannot claim no race-based reparations, and they all did. As a matter of fact, there's a reparation case right now in New Jersey, and is led by a goddamn tether who's arguing for race-based. So now look, we already exposed you cannot do race-based. That's like clearly known now. So they probably didn't know at that time, and maybe they did, but we know now you can't do it. There's a guy right now in New Jersey arguing for race-based reparations. So it's like, at some point,
he's doing something within.
But you can't do a race-based nothing. Like that's at this point, it's common sense, because Adolf said FBA already exposed that back in 2016, and we're like 9 years later, and these are big movements with big noise. You know, we the ones that Adolf is the reason why California had changed the reparations stance from race. From race to lineage, and matter of fact, they did a vote, and we won 4-5. They voted for lineage-based reparations, because it's common sense, and legally you can't do nothing race-based. That's an L right away. So what I'm saying is, like, we have a loud roar. So for this guy, for this tether to come over here and argue for reparations, I don't know how he even doing that as an immigrant, but then he making it race-based in 2025. That's the problem. We're like, okay, dude, you can't say ignorance today now. You got ChatGPT, you got Grok, AI, and come on, dude. Like, what are we doing? So at some point, it becomes intentional, and we call that undermining, sabotaging, and that's a huge issue for us.
Well, I definitely hear you. I mean, I ain't really mad at much you said there. You know what I mean? Ain't really
So
got
now,
objections to much you said there, but you know, I
so
just came on just to let you know that I was never.
Okay, so now let me explain why I said what I said about you. All right. Well, why I called you a coon and whatever I did. What's going on, bro? Yeah. So let me explain that. All right, Stu Pease in Haskell. They got a long history. Like X had a full debate that I played like 20 times through all my 3 channels. You can find it right now. Just any channel, FBA Defense Unit, Unbiased Ron, or FBA News and Updates. Just go to search and type in Stu Pease or X Architect. You're gonna see them debate for like 40 minutes. X cooked this
good debate. I could see that being a good discussion.
But it wasn't. It was one-sided, and then Stu Pease, I mean, it was not even close at all. And all Stu Pease did was disrespect Black Americans to try to win a debate versus like what they were talking about. So we're lazy. Being bad faith arguments like this. Well, the Nigerians are doing better than you guys. Okay, so X articulate. He says, Stu Pease, are you dumb? Nigerians are an immigrant group. They are only compared to other immigrant groups. You can't compare a small group to a whole populace of people. You compare population with population, and you compare groups with groups. He made that very clear to this guy. But because he'd be stuck in his emotions, he still argued that point. And he said other hateful things that was towards Black Americans. And Haskell did the same thing. And they always have done that on my channels.
So you call me a coon because of stupid.
Yeah. Right. Because you got a guy on it. Matter of fact, Chief X called him out. This guy was the title's FBA, but he's lying about ADOS. He's lying about. I mean, like to me, I'm gonna be real. if somebody can't see that Stu Pease is a fucking hater of the Black Americans, I'm good with them. Like, I'm gonna just be real. If somebody can't see that this dude has straight hatred,
conversations with Stu Pease though.
say that again. I didn't hear you.
I don't think we don't really have like that discussion. But when we do have that discussion, like he ain't never said nothing like kind of off the wall. Like it's I've heard, you know what I'm saying?
Well, ask him some questions. You'll see, because he can't hold it in. Like, I didn't even know he's like that. And then I said the origins before you guys can ever say I'm grifting. You out your goddamn mind. It was Stu Pease and Haskell kept bringing up ADOS and FBA on my panels when we were not talking about. I was ignoring them. I kept saying get back to topic. Get back to topic. So you guys got to know. You don't know that, but all the stuff is live recorded. I know where they all are at. And I should tell them, hey, man, get back on topic, because I knew where it was going to go. So, okay. So then finally, I'm like, all right, let's talk about it.
I've had some discussion, but I never heard like that discussion on your panel before, like the AD.
Oh, yeah.
The ADOS. Usually you about something else when I was.
Yeah, exactly. And they kept bringing, like we're talking about rappers, who the best rapper. We're talking about boxing. We're talking about everything. And maybe some Dwight York. And then Stu Pease and Haskell, because they be having these conversations amongst themselves. On my panel, they would bring up Tariq Nasheed, Yvette Carnell. Oh, they divisive. And then I'll say, I'm like, ho, bro, we're not doing that. We're talking about this. And then when they kept doing it, I finally was like, all right, look, what y'all want to talk about? Now, you even said it. You said divisive. Okay, then y'all want to jump the gun and like be disingenuous. The division came when they would come into, I recall them calling Tariq Nasheed spaces and trolling and debating and arguing, roasting, and he's roasting back. He's a funny guy. He's a comedian. And so people would clip the roasting part, not the serious. He also had serious conversations with them. When they call and say, hey, what is it about? Blah, blah, blah. He would be straight up real with them, no jokes. But they would come with the jokes or the disingenuous or the bad faith arguments undermining us, and then it goes there. But when they initially call, it'd be a legit conversation about our talking points, reparations, delineation, self-identification. These be serious conversations with some of them. And then some come with the trolling shit. Then he gave them nicknames. Okay, so what people do is they clip that. They clip the roasting session, not how it started, and say, hey, look, they're being divisive. So if anybody fall for that, they're an idiot. Because I know me. I need context. Yo, you give me 3 seconds. You give me a 30-second clip. Yo, let me click. Where's the rest of it? And anybody serious won't even do a video. We'll clip it. See, when you clip something and play it, there's the option to listen to the whole thing. Like, all my shit are clips. I don't make videos. I don't make short videos for Movie Maker. All of my stuff are clips where if I send it, you guys can click it and see the whole context. These guys are making videos. So you can't even click to see where this original conversation stemmed from. So like, that's just bad research, bad faith, everything right there. You made a video. You didn't even clip it. And the clip feature is free. It's there.
I don't know that everybody all savvy with that. I mean, I know how to do it.
Then stay off the internet. Then, if people are lacking, and they trying to come in these spaces where people like me know this shit, and then that's why they get cooked. You know, you come over here lacking. You know what happens when you lacking. It'll end up good for you. When anybody got beef and they're lacking, it never ends up well for them.
But yeah, so I mean, I don't know. I think you did a little bit of an evolution yourself, though.
Go ahead, start. Let's go.
I don't know that you always seen things the way that Tariq Nasheed, see things.
Like what?
Well, it was a time where I can remember a time where you thought that like maybe Tariq Nasheed was maybe like some type of scam artist or snake.
No, never said that. So now let me tell you what I said, because I know there's nobody on earth I agree with fully. Okay. Right. Okay. So Tariq, I'm fully jabbed up. He's not. All right. Right. So I disagree there. All right. So there.
Oh, you talking about
yeah. I'm fully jabbed up. Okay. That's what we're trying to tell people, man. We can have differences and still be brotherly and sisterly. We don't have to agree with. I'm not into UFOs.
It's not.
Okay, wait. Let me say this for the chat. because we're talking to a chat, and the video would be replayed like, you know, they replay my videos even if they don't catch it live. So this is for them. I always maintain that we're 43 million. There's some Tariq might like the Lakers. I'm gonna like the Knicks. All right, and we're gonna argue and disagree. That's okay. He's gonna be into UFOs. I'm not UFO at all. Tariq is into some type of spirituality. I'm not. Okay, so but these are good disagreements. It shows that we're not yes men towards each other. All right, even me and ex-architect debate all the time. We differ on the school system. We differ on what is the problem. He says the teachers, I say outdated information. All right, so but that means that we don't get along now, and we not. No. So I'm a real guy. My name is Unbiased for a reason. I'm going to let you know when I disagree, and I'm never going to agree with certain things I don't disagree with. But when you say something that I think is brilliant, I'm gonna give you flowers. Because I know the conversation in 2001. You don't, when Obama was running for president, and they was naming him the first black president or the first African American. I know for a fact. I got clips, and I know that time because DJ Focus, Dad's Nation of Islam. All right, and as soon as he ran for candidacy, he did lectures. I got video lectures in 2003, 2002. And DJ Focus' dad said Obama's not black. He's from another country. Okay. And I know that was the argument at the time. Many people standing up saying he's not black. And then they actually said the acronym DOS. Of course, they said it. They said he's not a descendant of slaves. Not just him. You had white people say Obama is not a descendant of slaves. So they were saying DOS, and we just ain't put it together. We didn't even have a word for it. The sister Dickerson, she was saying this. Like, they was laughing at her because they were kind of confused what she was saying. She said he's not black. See, but at that time he was black, because black just means somebody to the average idiot, somebody who's just dark skinned or of African descent. But she clarified, but there was no real term for that. So she said, well, he's not a descendant of slaves. So immediately when she had to think of something real fast to show how he's not black like us, she said descendant of slaves. And everybody stopped laughing and they understood what she meant. So all Yvette Carnell did was have a light one day, a genius moment where they said, okay, I got it. I got the terminology. Since people were already using DOS way back in 2001, let's stay right there and let's just throw the A on there, because there's many descendants of slaves all across the world. Let's throw that A there. Now that A is American. American is a demonym. I got to teach people this shit. A demonym is the shortcut name of the nickname of the country. The country is called the United States of America. So you cannot lump up the Americas when we say American. So when you say American descendant of slaves, that's a demonym for the United States of America. Now, when somebody say, nah, Americans is all the Americas, I know that's an idiot that don't understand. We use it as a demonym. Okay, we don't use it as that. We're talking about all the Americas. All right, so we know that when it's said American, we don't gotta clarify that a demonym is a real word, and Americans are demonym, and Nigeria is their demonym. It's called the Congo, some other shit, the real name. And there's many demonyms for many countries. So she threw the American there because she knows it's a demonym that only leads it to us, this country and this government, in chattel slavery. So U.S. United States of America, descendant of slaves. And so all she is put the A there, so the confusion won't be like, well, there's many people from different Americas, and that's why the A was there as a demonym to specify and target. No, we're talking about U.S. chattels, U.S. United States of America. That's all. USA, basically. Right. That's also a nickname, right? Abbreviation, because that's a long ass title. So we just made it short. But yeah, so she said that. Tariq, she came behind that, and he felt like that term wasn't all exclusive, like it wasn't airtight as they think it is. He thought he sees some loopholes how somebody could come, immigrant could come and tag on to that. And he said, okay, look, because again, they kept saying we all been slaves somewhere. Because that I know the arguments that was going on at that time. I watched all those fucking podcasts, unbeknownst to Stu Pease and Haskell. They thought they was going to do an ambush on me. But let me say, he's okay. The foundational will eliminate the whole argument. We've been slaves somewhere too. Okay, where you haven't been foundational here. And matter of fact, we all say, you know what? We like that term better because we don't want to be associated all the time with something old like slavery. So we said, yeah, and because I seen that something shame. We know that people from other countries would use that to shame us. So, all right, look, we're black, we're American, and foundational is our contributions are free labor, cheap labor, all that convict leasing, sharing car, all that stuff, what we did for this country. And I want to say this lastly, because you got people like the Italians and the Chinese who expanded the railroads west. You have the Irish who was in the steel mills and they were in the coal mines, right? But the difference is they were just there. We did all of that. So we did what they did and more. We did tobacco, sugar, cotton. We did all that shit. Railroad tracks, steel mines, and the what's the last one? The coal mines and the steel mills and the coal. So we did all that. They didn't. None of those groups did all of it. They did one thing or two. We did all of it. So they say, hey, we're foundational too. Yeah, I guess you could say, you contributed, but you're not foundation in that you were involved in every aspect of making this country great.
Right.
That's all. So now, just off that, I don't think there should be pushback from there. Oh, Tariq made it up. Oh, okay, so what? And then I see Unc and Chief. Somebody got him. So now we got him because, it was Thunder. I think Thunder did a good job, actually. Thunder did what X-Architect did. See, Unc. I just can't believe that people still be following Unc, knowing that he's Mr. Confirmation bias. So X did what Thunder did. He showed him the definition of FBA. It's the first paragraph on the website. What Unc does is skip that and go to something else that's different from the definition. The definition is laid out. That's the first thing laid out, what a foundation of Black American is. Now Unc is so crazy, I was gonna say something else, that X knew he didn't read that part. He skipped somewhere where that's confirmation bias, that's cherry picking. He went where he wanted to go. So X read the definition off. He didn't tell Unc where he got it from. He said, Unc, does this definition describe you? That fool said yes. And he was reading Tariq Nasheed's definition of FBA. So be like, oh, so you got a problem with just Tariq's acronym. Right, not the definition, it's the acronym. Then you run to 3 strikes, he run to 3 stars somewhere. The 3 stars is separate. That's not the definition.
I don't, because see, well, at least even me, well, I'll speak for myself. I can't speak for all these other folks. But what I'll say is, so you can, I mean, when you define the FBA, I could identify as that myself. But when you, a lot of times there's baggage that comes along with certain names, the way, the way
Explain.
things are in a group. So
explain the baggage that comes with FBA.
Yeah, so like with the FBA, right? Fine. When you read I guess if you define it in the way that, I don't know what the definition was, but I'm sure you can find a way to where I could definitely agree with it. You know what I mean? And then, but
what's the baggage?
So it's baggage that comes with that, though, right?
Like what?
So like there's an ideology that comes with the way Tariq Nasheed. It's an ideology with his group or the FBA, I guess. You know what I'm saying? And so FBA is associated with Tariq Nasheed. He got a certain type of rhetoric, you know what I mean, that comes along with that. And sometimes, people don't identify with that part of it. You know what I'm saying?
Talk about. They got to make up something. Okay, first of all, there's no ideology. Tariq gave the definition. Now, anything outside of that, that's personal. So if he says, hey, man, some people were here before, that's personal. That's not a requirement, bro. That's not a requirement to be FBA or ADOS. The requirement is the ethnogenesis. So for people that believe they were here, people who believe they came on slave ships, that's your origin story. But that's not the requirement to be FBA. So if you only was here before the slave ships, if you only came by way of slave ships and you never underwent the U.S. child slavery, you're not FBA. So there's a specific requirement to be FBA, and coming on slave ships ain't the only requirement, and or being here all time. That's not enough. You have to go through U.S. chattel slavery before we even have a conversation.
No, so you said, say again. I misheard. You said,
okay, cool.
You only came through the slave ships. You're not FBA. Are you still there?
Yeah, my mic is just like, oh, I think my son destroyed it. Okay, so
How old?
it might be me. It might be me because he's 4, but it might be me though because I keep it in.
I got
Like, you don't take the best care of it. You dig? I throw it in the bag, so it's probably me. Just blaming his little ass. But so let me just make it more simpler. A requirement to be FBA is U.S. chattel slavery. If you didn't go through that, however you got here is meaningless. You have to go through U.S. chattel slavery. There's people who got here and got shipped right to the Caribbean. They're not FBA. And if you already,
I think a lot of the people, I think it's a lot of mixture. Like, so some people were born over here, I guess, after a while within slavery, but those people were brought over here too from the Caribbean, like
right, and they're FBA, right. See, we already covered that. See, like, there's no confusion with us. See, people like to talk about it, but they don't like to talk to us because talking to us, some answers are finally delivered. Yeah, those people were brought over here. That don't matter if they stayed here the whole way and had descendants. They're FBA. It's that simple. You have to stay here, go through the ethnogenesis, complete ethnogenesis, and be known as an American citizen your entire life. You're FBA. But chattel slavery starts the conversation.
Okay, but what does that have to do with the slave? I ain't getting the slave shit part though.
Okay. No, I just summed it up. I was talking to 2 different audiences. So I just so without adding too much confusion, because I was talking to people who because there's people who say I came on slave ships. I was not here before slave ships. So I was talking to them. And then there's people saying I never came on slave ships. I was already here. So I was talking to 2 different groups at the same time, trying to address both of them. And that's why I say, so to be more clear.
Was here?
No. I'm saying for people who, okay, listen, bro. You can't gaslight me. I'm saying for people that believe that I were talking to them. So I'm saying those stories.
I'm trying to get clarity.
Right. So, but you got to listen. I'm giving you clarity right now. I'm clarifying. I'm saying.
No, I'm asking clarification questions,
right,
bro.
Okay, cool. And I'm trying to answer it. You're cutting in.
I don't like when people be like, "Oh, you gaslighting." It's like, bro.
But you are though, because I know what you're doing. All right, but check it out. It ain't gonna work. So let me say this. People came on. Right. I got you. I know. But people came over on slave ships, right? That don't mean they went through chattel slavery, right? Like we agree, some of those people got shipped off somewhere else, right?
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. I got you.
Right.
I got you.
Right.
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
So they're not FBA. Now, for those who like to say they were already here, they're not necessarily FBA either. If they didn't go, so I'm saying bragging about that ain't good enough. You got to now prove your ass went through chattel slavery. Cause you was always here, you ain't go through that. You're not FBA.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, how would you have went through chattel slavery if you wasn't on the slave ships? It's kind of
because, but if you're already here, okay, watch this. Watch how easy that is. If you're already here, you didn't come on slave ships, and you look like us, and they throw you in the midst of us, you're doing slavery.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's all of that. That's what I'm saying. Like, all of that baggage, like, that's to me.
That's history. That's light
wild.
work.
That's just,
all right, cool. I mean, but
to me.
Yeah, but
so
that's
why.
Okay, cool. Well, you know, it's worst baggage.
Like that's was like
worst baggage is saying you're African American.
Identified. That's why you.
Yeah, but.
Like,
okay, it doesn't matter. Worst baggage is saying, are you African American?
Yeah.
That's worst baggage. So you're a race, but what is your ethnonym?
I don't know. I don't know what the ethnonym.
Yeah. See. Okay. All right. So what is your ethnic label? So outside of being part of a race and outside of being part of the descendants of African race. Okay. So let me give you an example. A Nigerian is considered African American. That's his race, but his ethnic standing on label is Nigerian or Yoruba, right? A Jamaican is considered African American as a race.
Black
So now I'm
African
asking, say that again?
Black African American.
Black. So, wait, hold on. So African American, I mean, you said the same thing. You just added black there. So African American is your race, and your ethnonym is a Black African American. You just said the same thing.
Hey, well, I don't know. Hey, I don't know what to say, bro. I'm a Black African American. That's
so,
what I
okay. I got you. And look, I don't tell people, like, what I don't do is make people, you know, I don't do like a religion where you gotta say FBA. Hey man, call it what you want to call it. That's not important to me. The only thing that's important to me is, are you of the lineage? And when I say important, I'm saying important that what we're trying to do, like we're trying to galvanize on a simple commonality. That's not ideology based. That's not religion based or political based. None of that stuff. Just simply because you were born a certain way.
FBA got an ideology. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, no. Okay, dude, nah, that's weak. You just said this. You just said to don't mention Unc when I'm speaking to you because Unc sometimes could be wild. I said, okay. Now, you just did that to me. You're saying because a couple FBAs are saying some wild stuff.
With Unc though, I don't have it.
I got you, but I'm just saying. I got you. I'm just saying back what you said to me. I'm saying, why would you have me to speak to?
You can't say the same thing to me though, like because you have Tariq's ideology. I don't have ideology.
No, I don't. Wait. Okay, prove out now. See, this is what he tiptoe and twist and tap out. Hey, bro, prove one ideology I got from Tariq. Prove one. You said it. Now you got to prove it. Source up.
We're gonna say what?
Source up. Prove. Give me the ideology I bought from Tariq. I just said that he's against jab. I'm jabbed
right,
up. Okay.
So you have Tariq. So what comes with an ideology is like language and different.
Okay.
Things.
So go ahead. So tell me.
Who's a tether and who's not a tether? That's an ideology that.
Okay. Hold on.
Rhetoric.
Okay. Hold on. All right. I see why they're crying now. Actually, are you familiar with Melvin Charles, the one that created the Black American Heritage flag?
No, I'm familiar with the Black.
See, yeah. See, here's the thing. He had wording too that we agreed with, and we even adopted the flag. So yes, so we agree right now. You have in people homes that don't consider themselves FB at all. They have the Black American Heritage flag. That's 1967. That shit been popping, and that shit was used in public phones from certain cities and states. They was using that flag to represent Black Americans, delineating. All right, and he has certain terms and phrases that he used that we borrowed. That's okay. So if Tariq says something, we got Yvette say things I borrowed from. When she say disaggregate, I like that word. I use that. See, we're Black American. When we say something fly, we borrow it. Look at cap. I say no cap, right? No cap. That's a fly word somebody came up with. And he might be a gangbanger. He might be this, it might be that. But that's a fly terminology to say somebody's lying. So yeah, that's part of AAVE, man. Like we borrow language. Look at your dig. That's like some. But and look at yo. Chef say yo, I say yo, and I'm from Jersey, from Baltimore. We're both saying yo.
Right.
Okay, so I'm saying like that's part of FBA culture. Certain words hit and some words don't. When Tariq Nasheed decided to label those people who fight against that's obviously immigrants or immigrant born, who fight against our talking points, tooth and nail like a stew peas. He had a clever name for them that he got from a movie. These little tethers. Now, some stuff he say we don't adopt. See, that's the thing. He's a human being. He's a loud voice. He has a microphone, and so does Roland Martin, and so does Umar Johnson. When he says that's bunny, but that's no bunny shit. People borrow that. Hey man, and even Seti, when he said that's Negro Pink psychosis, people actually borrowed that, even though they don't subscribe to the whole the Hotep stuff. People don't subscribe to Umar's Pan-African stuff, but they agree with the Snow Bunny stuff. So I'm saying that's normal. If somebody say some fly shit and you feel like it fits better than any other option, you borrow it. She from the streets, that's Future. Everybody been saying that ever since. She for the streets. That was some fly shit, and the way he had the swag to go with it. Nigga chilling in the back of a Maybach, whatever he's in, and he talking about some women. He like, yo, she for the streets. That went viral.
So
what about the?
So let's take so you familiar with the Nation of Islam, right?
Yeah, yes.
So when you're a part of the Nation of Islam, right? Nation of Islam has a certain ideology. They got a certain rhetoric that comes with that and all of that. You know what I'm saying? So like one would say, just because you Islam don't mean, and there's a lot of similar things in Islam that the Nation of Islam practice, right? You know, of course you wouldn't say just because you practice Islam, you down with the Nation of Islam. But once you start adopting certain certain rhetoric and certain ideology, then that kind of identifies you or kind of puts you in the realm of that Nation of Islam thing. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't.
Like you know, you can identify people through the rhetoric. You know, you're like, oh, okay, that's the Nation of Islam guy. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, but it's false though, because you got so many people.
There's a lot of shit that old boy say that like that the Nation of Islam would say that I would agree with. You know what I'm saying? But I wouldn't say that. Oh, because I agree with one or two things that now I'm the Nation of Islam. You know what I'm saying?
That's a false argument, because Dr. Malachi York used to say non-ether, right? 5% say non-cipher. People use that verbiage and don't even know where that comes from. It just sounds fly to them. And matter of fact, it ain't even non-cipher, it's now cipher. But they say non-cipher because they think that's what we're saying. It's actually now cipher. It's part of the supreme alphabet. It's now cipher, but they say non-cipher. But they get a pass because we know they're trying. But it just sounds fly to them. They have no idea where that comes from. People say non-ether. They have no idea where it comes from. It just sounds fly. Certain people that say fly shit, it just be more lit.
None of that shit before, but
but all right. I mean, but yeah, you're not from the East Coast, so yeah, okay, I got it. But you're not from the North.
Oh yeah, they see. So that's what I'm saying. So especially on the East Coast, right? You'll hear a lot of that lingo because of that ideology, because of that. You know what I mean?
It's because of the net. No, it's
that black power, like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's the lingo, it's an ideology that comes with that lingo. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a false equivalent. If I put that shit in AI right now, it's gonna cook you. Like that. I mean, like you guys be saying shit and making that shit absolute. If I put that, I know. We know because we hear the arguments. Like, yo, that shit sound crazy. We listen. This is what you guys. This is
with other human beings, bro.
Look, this is what you guys want to believe. All right, but
it's not a belief of mine. I'm just having an opinion. I'm just having.
All right, okay, then go ahead. All right, everybody got an opinion, and we got one too. It's all right.
A belief, bro.
Okay, all right. So we got it. All right, so we got it. Your race is African American. Your standalone ethnonym is Black African American. We got it. So when you fill out forms, you put Black African American on there.
And I check Black African American. Yeah, absolutely.
No, but that's a race, though. I'm saying, like, when you were able to identify yourself somewhere, like your ethnonym, what do you put down?
I just put American. What do you mean? Like, what are you saying, bro? Like,
American's your nationality.
There's a box. There's two boxes. Whether you're American citizen, I check that one, right? Are you Black or Black/African American? I check that one.
All right, that's your race. But then, like, if you were to try to separate yourself,
nationality and a race. That's all I need.
Right. No, you didn't. Wait, no, because Nigerians they have an ethnonym tied to that, right? Everybody in the world has an ethnonym.
ain't worried about
how are you? Yeah, you see. Okay, so you got it, and that's the issue, and that's why we say you're Pan-African.
I'm
That is
not
the
a Pan-African.
Now, I mean,
I
like,
don't
look,
give a damn about them.
yeah, you just said that we borrow the idea. You just said that we take a word here and there or thought from Tariq Nasheed. We're part of him, but now you're borrowing arguments and parts of the ideology of Pan-Africans, but you're not a Pan-African. See, there's the back. See, there's baggage that comes with. Wait, hold on. Let me say this.
Pan-Africans they had a whole kind of.
No, but part of their ideology.
So I don't.
I got you.
Baggage.
No, but you're saying that. But when you say that you're good with a racial
government thing, that ain't a Pan-African thing.
What's the government name?
When I talked about the boxes I checked, that was about a government thing. I wasn't talking about a Pan-African thing.
Okay, okay, I got it. I just asked you personally. I said every human being has an ethnonym, a standalone ethnonym to differentiate or show distinction from them and other people in the world. I just said, what's yours? You said, I ain't worried about that. I don't need it. I'm saying that is part of Pan-African ideology. Right. And I'm saying that's part. Got it. And I'm saying, I'm saying your answer is part of the Pan-African ideology. That's how all of them answer. And because you hang around them, you don't know you're being influenced around them. Yeah, but that's exactly their stance.
Okay. I got you.
Okay, so you're saying
I don't go by anything, but like,
so
listen,
I got it.
When I'm filling out my official government records, bro, that's the way I go, bro. Like,
got you, and I mean,
I don't have any.
Most people do too, right?
So the difference between me and you is what you saying I got baggage, but I'm not having any baggage because I don't claim Pan-Africanism. You see what I'm saying? You said you are FBA or whatever.
And what else? And what else? And what else? I said I stated a fact. I'm a Black American. The F stands for foundation. That's okay. Right. So that's not baggage.
I never would have asked you that question.
No, I'm saying that's not baggage though. That's being real. So if somebody say, "Hey man, are you a Black American?" Yes. They say, "Hey man, are you a descendant of slavery?" Yes. Are you also descendants of freedmen? Yes. These are simple historical answers. Like, there's no baggage coming with that. That's a reality. And are you did your people lay the foundation for this country? Yes. And also the foundational part, family, we kind of leave in the 1860s, but the foundational part is even in the 1950s because these folks couldn't be here without our fight. So we even laid a new foundation for those folks to come over here in the 1960s. So we laid two foundations. We physically built the country or helped build it, a significant portion of it. And then in 1950, we laid the foundation for other people to have a foundation. We like double foundational Black Americans.
You're against that. I'm biased for 1 second.
All right. So now I would just the reason why I asked you those questions about
No, I'm saying, do you think I would have argued against that for 1 second though?
I don't think you should. But the reason why I brought up African American, it wasn't a gotcha. I was showing you that you're saying that we're borrowing something from a man. Now we're tied to baggage.
No, I'm saying like that the FBA comes with baggage.
Okay,
and you borrowed
yeah, but how? Okay, so watch this. Watch this. Watch this. What I'm saying is, how do you know they accept FBA? Okay, this person, you don't know at all. They just heard the terminology, foundational, Black American, like so many people have. Like the brother on the phone, or the brother on the channel right now, he said he just subscribed to Tariq Nasheed. Matter of fact, Donnie is ADOS. So you got people, see, again, y'all don't know the person of my channel. I had one of the first channels that was inclusive to everybody of the lineage. At that point, people who were claiming ADOS. Listen. Just listen. So when y'all have your private conversations, you can say this, because you guys didn't understand the purpose of my channel. You guys were giving me grifting reasons, and I'm saying my channel was one of the first channels that was welcoming people of the lineage who called themselves FBA and ADOS. Because at that point, there was like a little rift. You were ADOS, you wouldn't really accept FBA, and FBA, you want to accept ADOS. It's like a little rift, like a little civil war, a slight small one. So what I did was I nipped that in the bud. I said, I'm gonna create a channel that's going to be all inclusive to everybody that's called themselves ADOS, FBA, Descendants of Freedmen. That's exactly what I said for my page. I think it's still there. Right. So that was my purpose. So I was one of the first people to do
like
that.
The abos and stuff, they don't be they deny slavery and stuff like that. And that's why I came on. So let's rewind. Let's rewind. This is why I came on anyway in the first place the other day, right? I was trying to get here to this part where we at now, like where you had this. Well, I guess it was a little bit earlier in the conversation where you kind of discuss how you the people who thought they were already here and how you felt about that, and then kind of where we at now, right? I wasn't coming on for like beef or nothing like that, because I was like, damn, I remember Bias used to go. We used to go at the abos and shit like that. Like me and Unbiased, me and you used to go at the abos a lot. On your channel, I think you used to
Hey,
have,
bro, I ain't
your channel was
never.
the one,
Hey,
the
hey
only
bro,
channel
I ain't
that I would
never.
ever have a discussion about.
Hey, dude, if y'all did, that's on y'all. I ain't never direct my attention to abos, bro. I have no arguments for an abo.
Okay, so I might be mistaken, but
Yeah,
anyway,
never. That was Sean and them thing.
So my point was, so yeah, okay, so I might be mistaken then. My bad. But my point was that yeah, a lot of them. That's what I was coming on to discuss. A lot of them be like, yo, slavery didn't exist. We was already here, and we didn't. You know what I'm saying? So I was just confused by that. That was all. That was my whole thing.
All right.
You know what I
So
mean?
let me straighten that out.
Like, you got the right to have your channel and say what you want to say on your channel. Who am I?
Yeah. So
you know
right.
what I mean?
So let me address that then. Let me address that, because I heard people say, "Hey, this guy's on your channel, that guy's on your channel," and they trying to like.
I don't even know that. I don't know the different the abo guys, okay. So I wouldn't know any of that. But okay. Go ahead.
So because I believe I'm pretty witty, and yes, I'm very good at chess, and chess is about planning and solving problems. I'm very good at solving problems. So I thought about what language, because I feel like people are calling themselves things, and people that might be a roadblock from people to come together of the same lineage. So in my channel, bro, I say I'm FBA ADOS, Descendant of Freedmen, but I really just use the term the lineage. So over here, the lineage supersedes these acronyms, okay? Because all those acronyms are doing, they are names attempted to describe the lineage. So even if somebody came over here as an African American, right? And that's the terminology they want to use. I wouldn't even trip. The fact that they're still galvanizing on one commonality, that they are of the same lineage, I'm cool, because that's my pitch. It's the lineage. Now, I thought about abos. That's okay. So an abo is going to believe, and when you say abo, to my people, aboriginals, right, who believe they were already here, and then no slaves. I say that's not an issue for me, because I will ask you this: do you believe that those people were already here? Do you believe that? Do you believe with their account history they were already here before the slave trade?
Do I believe the abos was? No, I don't. Like African Americans was here already? No.
Yeah. Okay. So okay, cool. And that I thought about that. Okay, so don't you believe if they do a 23andMe, it's going to bring their ass back to Africa somewhere?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so when they be, so if that's true, when they qualify for to be FBA?
Yeah.
Right. So that's how I look at it. I said your origin story doesn't matter to me. Mm-hmm. Are you FBA or you're not? Are you of the lineage or you're not?
Yeah,
and
but
it turned out no. Listen,
they wouldn't even take a DNA.
Okay, no, but listen what I'm saying though. Listen what I'm saying though. I'm saying, listen, it don't matter. What I'm saying, at some point, everybody got to prove what they're saying. At some point. So if people were really here and they could prove it, that means they got to do that. So that means that, you know, if they were right the whole time, then they sourced up. If they can't prove it, it's going to be an issue. Okay. When it comes to tangibles and allocations that are directed toward the lineage, right? So So that's all that matters to me. It's like at some point, everybody got to prove what they say they are. And right now, this ain't the time. We're still galvanizing. But there's going to come a time. Right now, we're taking everybody on face value. There's people who saying the FBA, we don't know. There's people saying the Adolfs, we don't know.
They say they not of the lineage, though. Ain't that the point, right?
Who? Wait, what happened?
Isn't that the point of the abos is like that they ain't of the lineage?
Who said they're not of the lineage?
The abos.
That's absolutely false.
No, I'm about to say, you bugging.
You're completely wrong.
Bro, this is
completely wrong.
This is how I understand it. They don't think that they were a part of our history, like this.
Yeah, that's misinformation.
Go ahead. So they are.
Professor Small doesn't even believe that. Professor Small doesn't even believe that. Even though he acknowledged that his family, just like Dewan B talked about his family background when he was having the back and forth with Unc, Professor Smalls acknowledged that his own family took him to the burial mounds and told him that his ancestors were buried in the mounds. Okay. Okay. So he acknowledged. It doesn't. See, the thing is that
Professor Smalls. But I'm saying I'm
telling you, if you listen, you will understand. The point is that if you're tied into the experience, see, the slavery aspect is the connective tissue.
Mm-hmm.
Tethers don't have that connection on this landmass here. Okay, that will be like us trying to, if let's say Britain and France decided they wanted to pay reparations to Africa for colonization. Are we going to get that based off of being African? No, we're not going to get that. We're going to get it from this particular experience because it's here. You know what I'm saying? So Professor Smalls even acknowledges that part, while at the same time trying to be connected to Africa as well in terms of the Pan-African. See, the Pan-African part is the ideology that tries to connect the melanated people of the world from a melanated perspective and trying to tie it into a cultural thing. You know what I'm saying? ADOS and FBA is more from a lineage base. You know, that's a Pan-African. Before Pan-African existed, we still existed. You know what I'm saying? We still had a lineage here. Pan-African was just a theory that was created in the Caribbean. That was just people trying to believe in or wanting to believe in some idea of us all coming together and working together, which I'm not saying was a bad idea necessarily if it was actually practiced by the people who came up with it, but that's not what happened. But whether Pan-Africanism exists or not, our lineage is still concrete here, though. And that's the whole point. There's nothing to argue about that. Like, either you have it or you don't. Just like I can't claim Igbo because I don't have that. Because I'm not that. So it's the same thing. Just like a Yoruba can't claim Igbo. You know what I'm saying? Because they're not considered that.
Ron, you there?
Yeah,
Hey Ron, we got a wrench going wild in the chat, bro.
Oh, where? Who is it?
Monochondriatic blues.
Yeah,
I said that yesterday or the day before, I think.
Okay, so this is what I mean. This is why before I made a channel, I wanted this to be a home for everybody of the lineage, right? Whether you say you already been here or you came on slave ship, that didn't matter because both people, right, experienced the same ethnogenesis. So that means they're from the same lineage. So I keep saying your origin story doesn't really matter. It's your end story. Were you part of ethnogenesis or not? So when he said that Abels don't say they got of the lineage, that was news to me. I was like, what? What? But this is what I'm trying to say. Like they be saying stuff that's false and that they just be saying it. And I almost believe them because I'm like, really? Because I was
I wasn't saying I was. This is I was stating my understanding. I don't listen. I'm biased. I'm not like some abo guy or that. I talk to abos a lot. I'm saying what I was stating was this is how I understand it, bro.
Wait, so let me just speak to Mono. Mono,
it was okay if y'all corrected.
1 second, Corey. Let me speak to Mono. No, it's not a big deal. Because I wouldn't even, when you said that, I wasn't even sure at that point. Hey, Mono, I don't got to block you. Right. Wait, hold on. Let me just talk to Mono. Mono, I don't got to block you, my guy. You just got to take your medicine, right? So, I mean, you can control your actions. He's talking about block me. I don't need to. You know, if you crashing out, then we got to block you. But you don't have to crash out, though. Like, you just need some self-control. That's why I say these guys always talk about self-resilience, self-knowledge, self-righteousness, but they would have no self-control. Like practice that shit first before all the self stuff. Yeah. So now knock it off, or I gotta get you out of here. Man, I'm gonna take your wrench. Let me take his wrench. I'm gonna take it. Let me take this guy wrench. Yeah, you know, I'm saying though, when you say stuff like that though, because you said it you had me believing you, so you ain't said it like in a question form.
I wasn't.
You said it in an absolute form. No, I'm just saying as you're communicating, like you said it like they really were denying the lineage. That's why I said really.
I was like, don't the abos? I think I said it in the question form, but if I didn't, I apologize, bro. But I was thinking, I was under the understanding that the way they say it is like, yo, y'all say that y'all came on slave ships and this and that and the other, and we wasn't involved in that. We was already here. This was my understanding of it, bro. So
yeah, now that's light though. That's light though. Like for us, we don't even engage in that because I know that's
you
what people
admitted that was your understanding of it. You just said that, didn't you? You said,
listen.
I thought that was that's what the case was.
No, I said I didn't know. I said I don't know them. Okay. Prior to you saying that, I thought they said, that's why I said the way I said it. Prior to you saying that, I understood that they believed they were of the lineage. All right, prior to you saying that. So when you said that, I'm like, really? Like, oh shit, that's what they thought the whole time? Because I was gonna say, well, then they're not FBA.
Like, no, I ain't African. I ain't got nothing to do with that. You know what I mean?
No. But hold on, dude. I'm past that. Okay, that's not what I do here. What I do here is we talk about what we have in common, not what we don't have in common. See, we're different than these other channels out there that can't get along for shit, that keep splitting and dividing and arguing amongst each other. We know how to come together on something we agree with and make that the priority, as opposed to coming together on something we disagree on that creates unlimited perpetual debates. Like we figured it out. We cracked the code. And that's why we're growing in numbers. It ain't because we're scamming or grifting. It's because we figure out how to get along.
Absolutely.
And nobody else did.
That's why I brought up Dewan. That's why I brought up Dewan B.
Yeah,
that's why I brought up Dewan B.
I have a problem with coming together and nothing like that. Absolutely. You know, it's strength in numbers, definitely. Any no goal gets accomplished alone, right? Everything that's been accomplished in history been a cooperation. So anything meaningful, rather, to the human species has been a cooperation. So absolutely, you know, you already know I'm down with that.
Yeah, that's what I said. I'm a solutionist. I said I figured it out. I figured out how to get Black Americans on one accord and address serious topics, regardless of religion.
But I don't know how
politics.
when you call
but
the brother a coon. I mean, goddamn, bro.
No. Well, Malcolm X called. No, that happens. I'm saying that. Well, like I said, like if people don't know, here's a problem. People be with people who are agents or got agent behavior, and if people can't see that, then yes, they're cool, man. They're cool. If people around people like Haskell and Stu P that have a long track record of FBA hate, black American hate.
Like 20 people though, bro. It's like 20 people.
But you don't see when he talk. But you don't see. So you don't challenge his arguments.
Discord. It's not like most of the time we not even live. Most of the discussion we don't even be live, and I don't even know when we live.
Yeah, but if we say the smallest thing, oh, that's baggage. But Stu P is on there with full of baggage, and somehow he gets a free pass.
Yeah, but why does everybody else fucking get a pass?
Wait. No. Every last one of y'all were coon. When I just played, you guys let this guy tell a fake biography about me. Oh, this guy was doing this for a living. I mean, you talk about going personal. Like, goddamn.
Listen, bro.
Hold on. Let me just get a few words in real fast. Wait. I got you. Of course, that's why I said y'all cool. Yeah, I got you. And that's what I'm trying to say. Like, there needs to be some type of sense of, like, hey, man, we're not doing that here.
I got to be cool for what another guy said.
Yeah, well, right.
Why you? I would never say, well, yo, Unbiased is a coon because some wild nigga said something. Like,
well, no, on my show, no, that ain't just that. If I got a guy on my show,
I would have been like, yeah, that was a wild ass nigga on your show, Unbiased.
No. Okay, but let me finish it. But we're different. No, but we're different. That's the thing. What I'm saying is, if there's somebody on my show, I got you. So you gotta, but I gotta say, you said we all got opinions, right? That's my opinion, and I'm going to justify it. I'm going to say how I operate. We operate different, apparently. But I gotta say how I operate, though. You give your opinion, you got it. Now let me say mine. And the way I am, the way I operate is, if I'm cool with people and got a good rapport with them, and an outsider come over here and start disrespecting you in front of me, I'm not going to allow that to happen. I'm going to say, oh, what the fuck? Yo, chill out, yo.
What did he say? What did Stu P say? Wow.
Okay, so he gave a whole fake biography about me, like my upbringing and where I worked at, and this happened and this happened. Like it was all to undermine.
I never even heard your upbringing.
Okay, so what about the scamming part when everybody said I was scamming because people, now watch this, just hear the rest of it. People say I'm scamming because I have a channel that's monetized. And it's a super chat button like there is on every fucking body channel that's monetized. And they cash at me like everybody and their mother get cashed at. So nothing I'm doing different. My channel, that don't happen in regular YouTube world. That's okay now. So that's not a scam, but that was allowed to be said. And they literally put like that. Oh, he's getting donations like everybody else. He's getting Shannon Sharp, DJ Academics, everybody that's popping.
Yeah,
oh, he's getting.
I don't be involved in the pocket watching.
Okay, yeah, but that was allowed. That was said on your watch. I'm scamming because I'm getting super chats.
It's not my channel. It's not my.
I didn't say your channel. I said your watch. Your president. That's why I said we're different. Now, for me, if somebody said, "Yo, Unc is pipping the black community because he decides to sell sneakers," I would say, "Nah, that ain't pipping the black community. That's called black economics." That's what I would say. I say, "No, you bugging." That's what I would say. That ain't pipping the culture.
So how many times did you ain't ever had a discussion with Chief X before?
Okay, Chief X also, yeah. Look, the video I was playing, he was there too. I cooked him too, but I got his ass too. But the thing is, like, we moved past that. No. But now no. Corey, hold on, Corey. You're saying things. Corey, you're saying things that he said on his own channel.
No, like,
I got you. Yeah. On his own channel, but when people come across,
like I said, it ain't none of my channels though. So
I got it. Well, I'm just saying, like more importantly, like if I have a special connection with certain YouTube content creator, right? I feel like that's I gotta be the brother's keeper. Like people just can't say anything about that person, right? Because I understand how the internet works. If you let it go and you say nothing, it becomes true. And guess what? I'm biased. He say nothing, so it must be true. That's his man. That's his internet boy. So if he ain't say nothing, that shit must be true.
So people know me as your internet boy. I don't even think
No,
nobody.
no. Okay, you're just trying to find a way out of it. It's cool. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. But that's why I called you a coon.
I'm
Okay,
saying, like,
that's why.
you said, what you said is you have your way of dealing with it, and I got
Yeah.
my way of dealing with it. I ain't mad. Like, I just wouldn't call you a coon. Like,
Yeah, because we're different.
yeah.
That's part of my language. That's part of like who I am.
Let me ask him a
You know,
question.
you actually know what
Hold
a
on.
coon is, though.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question.
Go
So if you rock, I'm gonna take Ron out of it. Let's say somebody else and you rocking with somebody and you cool with that person, and y'all cool with another person, and for some whatever reason that other person says something disparaging about the first person that you're cool with. They say something about that particular person in a disparaging way where there's no evidence. There's no evidence to say why they're doing anything like that. And you're cool with both of these people, and you don't say anything to back up the
Yeah,
other
I think
person
you
in
should.
terms
I
of.
think you should say something, right?
But if you
Like,
don't say, hold on,
I was at the point of kind of like,
hold on, bro, hold on.
go ahead.
If you don't say something, does that
Mhm.
make you a stand-up person?
It just depends. So sometimes it's everything ain't just black and white. Things is a case by come on a case by case.
No. If you're cool
You
with
know what I'm
both
saying?
of the people, and the one
Right.
person
So
says
certain
something disparaging, hold
circumstances
on,
are
listen,
is
so you can
different.
understand, so you will understand what you're
I heard you
responding to.
said it already. You said it already.
Okay, so does that make you a stand-up person if
Like
you
I
don't
said,
if you don't defend the
like
other
I
person?
started to say, bro, if you let me say it, like
You were
so
saying a bunch of nothing.
everything,
That's why I'm trying to get you to answer.
everything, everything is not black and white. Certain things are on a case by case basis. So in general, yeah, you would want to say something, right? You would say something, like, especially in person, like, you know what I mean, like especially in a real life situation, right? You would definitely, in most cases, I would say you would have to stand up and say, well, no, that guy's not that type of person, right? Uh, but you got to understand, like, we coming off a day where he unbiased basically cussed me out and already called me a coon and all of this shit already. You know what I'm saying? While I was on the panel, so I'm just in disbelief. But really, at the same time, you got to understand, like, when I'm on that panel, on that Discord, I be at work. So I will come on and come off mute and say a few things, but then I go back on mute, and then I'm gone for, I'm at where I'm on a construction site. So everything that's being said on that panel, I can't come and say something, or most of the time I don't even hear it because I'm on a construction site. And even if I do hear it, sometimes I can't even come off mute. A lot of times they say shit about me that I want to come off mute and say and rebuttal, but I can't. You know what I'm saying? Because I be at work. So that's just a panel that I go on to get through my work day. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like I'm running the show or I got control over it or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? So it's just people I don't even have control over who comes on the panel. You know what I mean? You go on, you hit the button, you have a discussion.
Okay, let me say this. Because I find a lot of the communication styles with a bunch of a lot of people, a lot of males specifically that claim to be either Pan-African or push some of these talking points
I
and stuff
don't
like that.
claim to be
Um, I said I didn't even finish my point.
Go ahead.
I said Pan-African or people who push this black unity, or whatever. Okay, at a certain point when it comes to men specifically, there's a certain protocol in how you operate. Okay, And the thing that men do, we respect when you're consistent. Okay. So the truth of the matter is that because I remember having this type of experience when I actually used to be in the pro black Pan African circles. And what happens is a lot of times when people are cool with certain people, they are willing to let certain things slide that when it comes to just principle stuff, you just can't allow to slide. And so, because once you start allowing the principle stuff to slide, then everything else turns to shit over time, pretty quickly. And so there has to be a litmus of basic things that, for example, when people start talking about people's personal stuff and start, airing stuff out like that, to me, that's some female type stuff, because that's what females do. When they get pissed off at each other, they'll just start airing their shit out, publicly. You know what I'm saying? And the truth of the matter is that that's not okay for a person to do. You know what I'm saying? I mean, at the end of the day, Ron, he has family, he has a son. If he's divulging information to somebody in confidence, you know, don't get mad because you can't beat him in an argument, and then you start, passing off personal information. Whether it was true or not, you're making up stuff. It's not the point. It's the point you just don't do it like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, we're talking about trust here, and this is a major reason why we're as a group in terms of FBA, we're so skittish, because we have this experience with people from a foreign jurisdiction, who they get close to us, and then um, they show their true colors when they feel they're in a better position. And so that's not really going to be anything that men, when you're a man, there's just certain things that you're just not going to accept. Like, I'm not going to tolerate that. Like, if somebody comes to me talking something about anything on a gossipy level, I'm gonna be like, I don't even want to hear it. Like, I'm just not going to entertain it. I don't want to hear it. You know what I'm saying? Because I just don't engage in the backbiting and all that type of stuff. Like, I can have a mature discussion, but at the end of the day, the backbiting type stuff, like, that's just some high school type shit. We're supposed to be way beyond that as grown men. And the truth of the matter is, like, if you're gonna stand on it, if you gonna say something to him about saying, to you about a coon, then you should also be offended by what this particular cat was doing as well. Be equally offended. Don't be offended when it offends you, but his behavior should be offensive too. And if you're not going to say anything about that, then eventually shots gonna come your way, because that's just how it rolls, and that's just the way it is. I mean, that's just the way it is, and I think that's what Ron is alluding to, based on what he's been saying so far.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, I was already a coon before I even had a discussion. I was on that panel with Stupides, though. That was what I was saying, though. You know what I'm saying? Before he even like played that, like I was on this panel, and he was calling me a coon the other day when I was just basically trying to have this discussion. This is the same discussion, basically. I was trying to come on and have with him, because like I said, like I done been having millions of discussions with unbiased over years. Like, I don't even know how many years. You know what I'm saying? So most of the time, I think most of the time we have a discussion, me and unbiased is probably in line with each other. If I can remember correctly. Now, he's couple things he said I misremembered today, so I don't want to say make it seem like I'm making a factual statement, but if I'm remembering correctly, right, me and unbiased used to be pretty much in line on most of the discussions we used to have. I can't really remember like somewhere where we kind of like vehemently disagree. I don't. If we did, if he might remember, but I can't really remember. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. I had a lot of good discussions with him over the years. So I wouldn't like, I'd maybe say, well, you know, I don't appreciate these guys maybe that unbiased around or whatever, but I would never like be like, yo, he's a bitch ass African booty scratching coon ass nigga. It's like, damn, for real, bro. Like, you know, that's all I want.
All right. So now, the reason why I said what I said, because Two Piece was doing that show too. Okay, he was speaking very ill about me and lying, and nobody's challenging him.
It was not me, bro. Is what I'm saying.
I got you. No, but the brother just explained that. But this is you right here, though.
I hear you. I hear you.
Right. Watch this right here.
But everybody, you see, like it's not just one or two people. It's more than one person saying the shit, bro. You know, it's got to be some at least some validity to it. That's all I'm saying. You know,
let me drop the
because I was really an unbiased fan, bro.
So I was really an unbiased fan, bro. So whoever this is actually going against the narrative that the panel is saying about me. This was beautiful because they're like, well, we got to stop capping. I get it. We're mad because he called y'all out for cooning. But what y'all saying...
Smalls right there. Yeah.
Okay. So he's saying, but right now y'all ODing. Okay, he called people coon because he felt like people were purposely letting people defame him and then they come to the defense. So he called people coons. Everybody will allow that. Now watch this. But he's saying right now y'all doing too much. Y'all coming after his character and y'all know y'all lying. So this is no longer an opinion. You guys are lying. That's why he said, hey man, I've been a fan of his. And he kept, and then watch this. Watch when he says, I've been a fan of his. Because you're right. Y'all be having on Discord, and sometimes they live and sometimes they not. And he apparently didn't know it was live, so he was being honest. He's not with the script right now. The whole lying shit. Now look what he says.
There's some validity to it. That's all I'm saying. You know,
let me drop the link.
Because I was really an unbiased fan, bro. I'm not even gonna lie.
Is we live?
Yeah, we live right now.
Okay, you see that? So clearly the script was to lie and not be real about unbiased, Ron. This is a smear campaign. Hold on. I got it.
While I was on the panel, they never said.
I got it. Okay. Well, you were definitely there at this point. But what I'm saying is, but this is bigger than you though, because I'm not trying to make you the police officer.
Lie about it or nothing like that while I was there.
Okay. Now I'm just saying I'm not trying to make you the police officer right now. I'm saying because this happened afterwards. After I said what I said, but now there's an agenda because my name's in the title. So there's an agenda right now. So he's off the agenda. He's off code. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna say some real shit about the brother. Y'all capping with all this, and that. He's a this, that, Arab Indian. Y'all kind of lying. Like, let's be real. Like, unbiased. I'm a fan of him. And then he kept saying. So right now he said, oh, I'm a fan of his. Blah blah. Oh, we live. Stay with the script, bro. We ain't doing that. We ain't being honest right now. We hating it. We capping. And then later on, he came back and doubled down and said, yo, he a solid dude. The narrative again. Yo, he ain't no solid dude. He was with the Nation of Islam, with the Israelites. That ain't solid dude. And lying. He was 6 different things. Lying. But like I said.
Everybody don't have the same.
Hold on. Bro, when you just going on just now, I understand that. I understand that. See, but this is why we didn't get along the first time you called in. Because when I go to talking, I get cut off as I let you. But you just went just now.
My bad, bro. I just be having a discussion, bro.
I got it. Yeah, but it didn't work last time. That's why I said this time you called in, and I did cut in sometimes too. But I'm like, all right, I can't catch myself. All right, let him go. All right. So I'm trying to be mindful not to cut you off. Right, let him go because it went left last time because of the cutoffs. But right now, I wanted to say the same dude doubled down and came back and said, yeah, he's a solid guy. And then the dudes, so first of all, he said he's a fan. Oh, we're live, stick to the script. Now the dude came back and said, man, yo, y'all wilding basically. Yeah, he's a solid dude as far as I ever know him. Nah, he ain't solid. He ain't solid because he was with the Nation of Islam when he was 20. And then when he was still in his 20s, he joined well, not joined, but he started to adopt some of the Hebrew Israelite doctrine. Now, I know the idiots don't know my background. Like they're trying to recall. I was never with a camp. I did my own shit. Right. I had my own little understanding, and then got out of that. All right, and then joined nothing else. So these 6 things I supposedly join. The pseudo killers. What is that? First of all, I told Unc, I don't like the word killer. I said I teach a lot of kids. I'm involved with kids. I can't be associated with the word killer. I can't even wear that fucking clothes. I told her on the phone. I said, yo, you gotta change that. But this is a cult leader that don't take no advice, nothing. Right? And he from the streets. You know what I mean? I'm an ex drug addict, drug dealer. Nah, man, we kill shit around here. I'm like, dude, I can't be a part of that terminology. But all these kids, all these elementary kids, I look in the face every day. I can't be seen on a platform representing somebody killing somebody. You dig? He didn't give a fuck one way out of it. So I already knew that won't be a long stay for me. And then, like I said, the guy take no advice. Yo, uncle, you got to calm down, bro. Private comment. Don't tell you what to do. So I'm saying, so you just going now. Don't forget, he's representing me in this group. So, you're gonna crash out whenever you want. It don't care how that look on me. Ah, man, I'm doing one. I said, okay, yep. Okay, I got you. Create my own channel. Peer. So I mean, that's an obvious exit. And that was never a group to join. That's the only thing I ever joined in my life was the Nation of Islam. That's a real organization that had my name, signature, all that type of shit on there. The Israelite thing was a belief that I adopted personally. Never even had people to talk to. And I did my own channel and said my shit, but I wasn't part of no group, no nothing. Like there's not one channel you could find with me.
Well, you want one West.
Nah, I was part of nothing because I started off by realizing that these guys don't have a centralized ideology. So I'm like, all right, this ain't okay, cool, okay. And then eventually got older. That's what happened. I got older. It ain't get nobody grift. I got older. Nigga got older, and the Nation of Islam has spawned my my ability to like want to research things and challenge things. So I got that habit from Nation of Islam. So when I start to go into different ideologies, I start to like challenge it and see if it stand up to research, right? And I found out, okay, well maybe this ain't all the way where I want it to be. And I always feel like a weird person to be in something I disagree with. So back to the Unc thing. We're pseudo killers, and we realize the leader is the biggest pseudo. And like ex-architects always tell them that shit, like, yo, dude, yeah, we're pseudo.
That was another thing that we used to always agree on. We used to go at him on that, like, yo, it's Sheffrin too, bro.
I know. So here's the connection I'm making. So when people say, oh, he used to be a pseudo killer, and now he's repping his lineage, I don't know how that's a contradiction.
No, I wouldn't say like, oh, he was a pseudo killer. Now, like
that's exactly how y'all phrase it. I'm like, well, I know this though. I know this though. I know Unc ain't never talked to me publicly like he did the other pseudo killers. I know he ain't never do that. Okay, I know we would have never ever talked again. And they came on my channel doing that, so they could make shit private, but my shit ain't private. I mean, it's private. I know what video it is where Unc, and I ain't gonna say his name, but Unc was disrespecting him like a mother on my channel. Now I told ex-architect, I said, yo, and they bad cool. We was like, damn. All right, so but that's his leader. That's his leader. He took it with a smile.
Decision, you know what I mean? Like I learned over these years unbiased. Like, it's not a lot you can do. Like, you know what I'm saying about what other people do on this.
Right, but all I'm saying is like that type of culture, that type of thing that they had going on was too toxic. One day this dude your man, the next day he's your enemy, you're disrespecting me from everybody. And then, I'm like, nah, this ain't what I'm about. And the so-called, I don't have no leaders, right? So that's first and foremost. This guy getting the reckless beefs, and he tried to drag everybody into it. Whoa, all right, we're gonna debate then. I remember I was on Sunday with him, and he called out Divine Prospect. And Divine Prospect was holding his own versus him. So then his very next words were, we'll debate, because he couldn't really beat him. He couldn't really get him. We'll debate, unbiased, unbiased. So Divine Prosper, like, I don't want to debate him. I want to debate you. You the one with the loud mouth. So I seen the play. I'm like, okay, this guy's trying to throw people in his shit.
Right. Right.
And I was kind of cool with it. I had like a cordial, cool relationship with Divine Prosper. I'm like, oh, hey, yeah, dude, what the fuck? I didn't come on to like create enemies, my guy. On some shit, you got to stand on 10. So those are some of the main reasons why I said, nah, this, and plus the Egyptian thing was like the nail in the coffin. Like, I'm out of here. Because I don't believe I'm Egyptian and all that shit that they think. But I do know this.
You remember that whole Egyptian discussion shit.
Yeah, so I do know this. I do know nobody was West Africa at that time. Everybody was from North Africa and they were Cometians. I do know that. I do know there was no talking points where we talked about West Africa at one time.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And then so I'm saying when we challenged that stuff, the grift came. Okay, let's leave this because it's getting beat up, it's getting smoked out, everybody's coming at us, even the Hebrew Israelites. So let's leave this stuff. And now where are we at now? Oh, we're West Africans, and now all of a sudden my name is no longer Dr. Maya, it's Dr. Oya. I'm no longer Unc, I'm Bobby West. I'm no longer this Egyptian name, sorry, Motep. Now I'm Adam Clayton Powell Jr., whatever the fuck they call himself today. But everybody dropped those Egyptian names and became
Asar
West.
Always gonna be Egyptian. Yeah, I don't think Asar never gonna he gonna never not leave that shit.
Yo, by the way, I invited him over here. He said he'll join, never came. I spoke to Dr. Maya many times in emails. She kept promising she'll come, promised she'll come, never came. Like, I even showed that email interaction eventually. I said, look, I got to show y'all this. Like, motherfucker, just don't stand on nothing, but they'll talk about you behind your back, but be afraid to talk with you while you're there to defend yourself. So I do know that. I do know every platform I join on this topic, nobody ever made me look crazy. I left looking great. I came to Sinetta platform, nobody even challenged me. Everybody's on the panel, but ain't no questions from by Ron.
Good morning,
questions
Ron.
for everybody else. So how you doing?
I'm good. I just want to ask you one question.
Yes.
So you say no one is Egyptians, right? But what if there is someone with FBA and Egyptian blood?
Then that one person. So what? Then they got it. So that what I was saying was like these guys were arguing blindly for just Black Americans and the Caribbean people, like just absolutely like, yo, all you guys pretty much got Egyptian blood, like blindly. No 23andMe, the shit they would ask for now.
Basically, that Black people built the pyramids, and you know what I mean. Yeah. They built Egypt, basically. You know what I mean.
Yes, and look, and right now they demand 23andMe.
Trying to steal Egypt away from them.
Right, and you know what? And all their arguments, they demanded no 23andMe, but today they demanded 23andMe. That's a real grift. It's like, oh, now we're 23andMe, but when you were claiming to be Egyptian, you didn't think you needed to do a 23andMe to prove it.
Okay, well, it makes some sense because not everyone can be from Egypt, obviously, because there's dark-skinned people all across the world in all the continents.
Right, and that's all we was telling those guys, like, yo, so you're just going to blindly just label everything. That's a religion. You're just going to call people something, and when they're saying they're not that, you're just going to make them that with no clear proof, nothing. You're just, so that was no different than the Israelite or whoever else, Moore, Senor Moore. It's just, all right, man. Like, at least with us, we ask you where your lineage from, and then we say, okay, then you're FBA, you're foundation Black American, you're American descendant of slavery. We would ask you first, and then once you tell, and we give you a fact, like your lineage is tied to U.S. chattel slavery, and as a result, we came up with some names that are standing on ethnonyms. They're not a racial term. You're actually somebody outside of the racial term for the first time. You're always only a racial term. Now you're something like everybody else. You have now delineated. This is the name. And just like there was no poll, there was no vote for African American, that's just who you became because Jesse Jackson proposed that. Tariq, Yvette, same way. Yo, they did nothing different than Jesse Jackson, by the way. Same thing. The difference is, the only difference you can mention is that Jesse Jackson had help, political help from the DNC, Democrat, Jewish media, all that type of shit. Like, they helped catapult the federal government. They all helped catapult his message. But Adolph's And FBA, the government said, "Nah, we're good. We're good. Just remain a generic African."
Yeah, I don't think there's enough categories to label people, and a lot of people really don't know their lineage. Some do, but a lot of people who don't know their lineage, they're kind of lost and just want to find somewhere to belong. Which I don't blame people for. Everyone wants somewhere where they can belong. But yeah, there's a lot of mental stuff that's tied to all of this.
Like what?
Well, colorism and segregation amongst colored folks. And
Like what?
well, there was a pencil test and a paperback test that separated families.
You're talking about in the South, in America?
I'm talking about in Egypt and also America.
Oh, okay.
And this is just a tactic that they use to separate families, to call them one
Okay, so
race.
who is the they? Okay, so let me tell you this. When you're speaking English, right? Or language period, not just English. I study Greek and I study Spanish. Just language period. You cannot use a pronoun without first establishing the noun.
Okay,
Okay, you're saying they.
by they I
Who is the
mean
they?
the they I mean by colonists, and it can be any color.
Okay.
Yeah. Because whenever a colonist is ready to take over another place or tribe or whatever, sometimes they need others to look like them, because if they don't, the other tribes will kind of kill them out.
Yeah, we agree with that 100%. But the problem is we're the only people that never had a colonizer. So we don't know nothing about that.
All right.
What was that?
I said, all right.
Yeah, we don't know nothing about that. But we know the rest of the world ended up with a colonizer. We know the Caribbean were enslaved too, like us, and then they ended up with a colonizer at some point afterwards,
So
after they were enslaved. Right.
if you don't you need a colonizer to be enslaved?
No, that's called a slave master.
So what is a colonizer then?
So a colonizer is somebody who uses you and your country to extract resources so they could benefit in their country, and they don't live with you. They got their own places to stay, a residence. That's a colonizer.
And what was the other term that you gave me?
Slave master. Slave master actually live with you. Yeah, they share the same homeland as yourself. So yeah, we were never
Well,
colonized.
to me, it's no difference.
Well, it's a difference, because if a person is ruling you and he's not there, that you talk about mental, you talk about hypnosis or like playing mind games. That's stronger than a person who's physically there telling you what to do. To be controlled from far, that's more psychological damage than a person sitting in front of you with a bullwhip or with a gun or a knife saying, "Do this or you die." I think that's a big difference. That's like micromanagement versus macro management with your job. It's a big difference when a boss ain't there, with just rules there, and him actually being on in your face, watch you perform. Big difference.
I mean, we have AI and stuff right now. They're trying
Yeah.
to like survey everyone. They want to watch everyone on the camera, and
Yeah, I'm sure they do.
the camera
Well,
and
whoever
the
the day is,
phone
I'm
is
sure.
already doing that. Excuse me?
No, I said whoever the day is, I'm sure they want to monitor people. I'm sure. Okay.
Yeah. Intelligence services, also those who want to
Hey, I'm
extract.
biased. I want to say peace to you, brother.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, I'm glad you called in so we could just go over it. And I said, and I ain't tell you, but I did tell my chat that I did. Well, I was kind of sipping anyway. Like, you just called
I
in the
wasn't
wrong
looking
time.
in the chat, so
Yeah. And I would say when you called in, like, you just happened to call in at the wrong. Like, I was already like going wild, I don't know how you ain't. I don't know. You just probably just called in, you just called in blindly. But I was already like tripping, like, yeah, man, anybody click that link. So when you click the link, I thought you was answering the smoke because I was really popping shit. Like, yo, if anybody click that link, I'm gonna get them. Then here you come. I'm like, okay, here's my first challenge. Yeah, so I know I went kind of wild. I'm sipping a little bit. Yeah, so that's why I went crazy.
Oh, okay. It's all
Yeah.
good, brother. It's all good.
Yeah, I was already amped up and shit like that. And like I said, I thought you was accepting that challenge I was offering anybody at that point.
Right. No, you know I ain't no challenge guy, man. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
I'm
But
just
like I said, I was sipping, so I wasn't even like thinking like that. I just said, ain't that Corey? Why the fuck he calling him? Well, fuck it. And I'm screaming at you and cussing you out. But that was definitely I was wild now.
right on, brother. But yeah, y'all continue the discussion, man. I'm gonna get into some video gaming. You know, I'm a fucking gamer. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm up so late. This is my video game time,
Okay.
bro. So
So I gotta wake up early, motherfucker. Yeah, but I'm glad you called in. So we can at least, at least if we disagree, it's more of a civil conversation, civil understanding. You dig? At least you got to hear where I'm from, my position. I got to hear where you're from, and we didn't call each other names. I ain't call you coon. You ain't call me grifter. So that was a good dialogue.
right on, right on. Appreciate it,
All right.
brother. Peace to you, man.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Peace. All right. Now, sister, we spoke before, right?
Yeah, we spoke once before.
Yeah. Okay. Because I don't want to
She been
repeat
on a
anything
lot
I
of
asked you
shows.
before. Say that
She
again.
been on a lot of she been on a lot of shows.
I don't mind that because I see the thing is, uh, I know we spoke before, and I hate to say the same thing that I said before. So if I ask you questions I asked you before, just let me know, and I won't ask those questions. I hate to sound like a robot.
Okay. So
Okay.
the
So
person who said I've been on a lot of shows, which shows did they see me on?
Which shows that you've been on?
Yeah, I want to know.
You've been on about like 3 or 4 shows on with FBA content, haven't you?
Okay.
You haven't?
Yes, my father is dark skinned, so
Whoa, whoa,
yes.
whoa, wait. What I'm saying, that's all I was saying. You've been on at least 5. That's the
Okay,
least.
and what's your
Probably
problem with
more.
it? You want me
well,
off?
Probably more.
no.
Huh?
So the thing is this. What I'm getting from that is he's saying you're in our space. There's nothing wrong with that. Like you can, if people allow you in, they want conversation, no problem with that. So but are you, so that at this point you should be understanding where we're at right now as a lineage. Like, so that's the thing. If you're in our spaces and you're talking to us, that means you're hearing our talking points over and over and over. So with you, there should be no confusion about our stance, right?
Well, yeah, and I heard you many times what you had to say, your comments about people, so yeah.
Yeah, yeah, right. Okay. So with all that being said, you heard our points articulated from different people, different minds, different witty people, educated people. What do you disagree with today? Because you pretty much heard it all. So what do you disagree with today?
Well, I just came here not too long ago, and it was just the Egyptians thing that you were talking about that I can agree that not everyone can come from Egypt, but I do think that you guys should sometimes say that except for those 1 or 2 persons who have like a DNA from Egypt, just
Yeah.
to not
So
mix things up.
okay. So then, I mean, that's then you should definitely understand our talking point. Okay, watch this. Why do you think it's important to let the world know that you have Egyptian ancestry?
Only if you have it, I think it's important
Yeah,
to
well, I'm
claim.
speaking to you. Right. I'm talking about you. Like, why do you think it's important for you to let the world know that you have Egyptian ancestry?
Well, I don't have Egyptian ancestry, not that I know of.
Okay, so why do you think it's important to let other folks be aware that some Africans have Egyptian ancestry?
Only if the person has like Egyptian ancestry and they're like certain about it, not that they're claiming it.
Right. So what is the importance to even acknowledge and let people why should anybody, 'cause that was like 10,000 years ago. What's the importance for anybody to say, hey, I got Egyptian ancestry. Like this is the place that's that's like gone. The language ain't even alive. It's a dead language. Like why should anybody acknowledge that type of ancestry today, 2025?
I would. I don't know if people are fighting for stuff, right, or whatever the case may be, but I just think people shouldn't lie about their ancestry just to fit in. That's just my opinion on the
Yeah,
matter.
but give an example because we're talking about Egyptians, and I used to saying random people. Like what people that you know of, you can give an example of that's lying about their ancestry.
I don't think people are lying about the ancestry. I just think sometimes when you're speaking, you're saying that uh people from America did not come from Egypt, and I do think that there
Yeah,
can
right. We
have,
didn't.
and I do think that it is possible for a small handful to come from Egypt because there's a lot of people in the States. So I do think there's a small possibility.
Right, and there is also large possibility that nobody came from Egypt, right?
I wouldn't say that because people always travel and people always reproduce.
Okay, so what Black American that you know of that can clearly prove they came from Egypt? Let's start with
Oh,
that. Do you know of one?
uh, no.
Right. So that's why I say we didn't come from Egypt. I don't know of one either. We agree
But
there.
I do know an Egyptian guy, and he's like brown skin with his bald head, but I know he has like different texture hair. But he speaks Egyptian, so that's different.
No, there's no Egyptian language. He speaks Arabic. That's what he speaks. The Egyptians were colonized by Arabs, so they all speak like an Arabic type of dialect.
I guess.
Yeah, I worked with a lady named Anna. She was Egyptian, but she spoke Arabic.
Well, you learn something every day.
Okay, so what state are you at? What state are you in? You north, south, west?
I'm in the eastern part of the Caribbean.
So,
Yeah.
so what the hell
You
you
said
doing
from
up this
where?
way?
Excuse?
You said you
He
from
said,
where?
"Where?"
Yeah, because I heard you say where you was from on that last one. Where you say you was from?
I said I'm from the eastern part of the Caribbean.
No,
I
I was
You
didn't
said
catch
saying,
it a
north or
second
west?
time.
yeah, but I
No.
was saying United States. Like, where are you? What state are you? Are you still in the Caribbean right now? Are you in the
Yeah,
America? You?
I'm not in the States.
He's not in the
Okay.
States.
And
He's
I
in the
never came
Caribbean.
to the States. But I have friends from the States and I'm very cool with them. But I I don't think I want to come to the States anytime soon. I wanted to come there like when I was younger and stuff, but I'm really glad that that didn't work out.
Yeah,
And yeah,
some of us share the same joy.
well, you know, sometimes it's better to just be honest with yourself. And I I just don't like how the atmosphere is over there.
And
And
Yeah,
what
but
part?
yeah,
Hold on.
What part of
Why are
the
you glad that you didn't come to the United States?
well, I see that there's a lot of racism there, and I don't want to be around that. And there's a lot of school shootings and like a lot of crazy people.
Yeah, here
Like,
we go. Hey, I wanted to ask you, what part of the Caribbean? You said you from the north. What exactly is the northern part?
the eastern side, I said, but I don't really want to specify. I don't think
That
I
you did
should.
on that other show, and that's why I was asking you now. Which one is it? You don't want to tell on this one,
No, I don't want to say where I'm from,
but you
but
remember you said that on the other show, though, right?
I don't think I should be putting out my where I'm from like that. Like,
Mhm.
if I
Yeah,
don't want to.
right. And you don't want to put out
Where are
that, but
you from?
whoa,
No,
you
you
don't want to put
asking
out.
me where I'm from. I should
You
know where you're coming from too.
you haven't told yours yet, though. But look,
I said I'm from
you-
the Caribbean
yeah,
eastern
some
part.
part.
You didn't give
Yeah,
me no like
I'm just
anything.
some part of the equator. But check this out though.
No,
You just said that the reason why you ain't coming to the United States because there's a whole lot of school shootings
and crazy people on the
and
street.
crazy people. But you've
Yes.
been calling on all these FBA sites, asking all these questions, really crashing out a lot of times.
You
I think
keep I want to know
I
which
think if
show
we were
you
to
hear
listen
me
to,
on. I want to know which show because
I know
you
for a fact
keep
that was
saying that.
you. I know
Which
for a fact
show?
that it's you.
Which
Because
show?
I
Okay, then
believe
tell
I
me which
got it.
show.
See what I'm saying? See, I believe I got your voice, on a few
You
tapes.
believe, but you're not
Yeah,
telling me.
yeah. You already said you've been on about 5 or more.
I never said that. You said that
You didn't
about
say
me.
that. You didn't say you've been on 5.
I did not.
You didn't agree that you was on 5.
Look, if I'm lying, this dude could you could actually pause this and go back and see if
No,
I
you
said
could
it
just
or
tell
not.
us.
But I did not say that.
You could just tell us.
I don't know how many shows I've been on.
You've been on at least 5.
I don't think so.
You don't think you've been on 5?
No, I don't think so. I'm not
Name
that
one you've been on.
I'm not that like how to say. I don't think it shouldn't be me on
You've been on one
going
this
on
week.
it 5 times.
You've been on one this week.
Excuse?
You've been on one this week.
Yes, but
The, the,
No.
I
hold on,
didn't
hold on.
really talk.
Hold
Right.
on. Hold on. The real question is, if you have no interest in moving to the United States, living in the United States, because it's so violent and it's racist, what is the reason for you involving yourself in these type of conversations?
Okay, I'm good that you asked me that. I actually know like a lot of American people and they come around, they live like where I live, and a lot of them like treated me certain ways. I've been nice to them, I've been cool to them, and I just think that if people are coming on my island or wherever I live, I should know like how they think as well. Because we're friendly people, we're cool with people, and people are coming with all this division and stuff. And you know,
I'm
I
glad you
just
said
think,
that. I'm glad you said that.
yeah,
And and in your opinion, do you think this is indicative of how Black Americans are? Because I'm pretty sure there are white people who come to wherever you are, and I'm pretty sure there have been plenty of white people that have come there who have been rude and obnoxious and things like that. So is your issue with Americans overall or just Black Americans?
I would say
Black
the dark
Americans.
skin stuff really like has me. I'm I'm in it because of skin color. That's my honest truth. My
What do
father
you
is
mean?
dark.
What do you mean dark skin? What are you
I'm
talking
trying to
about?
explain. My father is dark skin,
Okay.
and I learned from a young age that colorism is a global thing. Um,
Yes.
it matters with race and texturism, and a lot of elites use that as a separation tactics whenever they need to conquer another place or create problems, and it works. And I'm just here to give my little 1 or 2 cents in my opinion. Also, my experience growing up with a dark skinned dad, because like people don't really care about these conversations, but across the 7 continents, there is colorism between light skin and dark skin, and it does travel to the United States. So
What do
I
you mean
don't
it
think,
travels to the United States?
excuse,
What do you mean it travels to the United States?
like the colorism, it's everywhere. I mean, I guess it's because I'm in the Western world and the US is kind of like the power of the West, but it's kind of going down right now because of how Trump operates. And I know a lot of people are in favor for Trump. Something he does is cool, and something he does is horrible. And you know,
And
that's
where did you get that from? You got that from American News?
yeah.
And you don't know that the American media is one of the most potent weapons in the American arsenal, in the way that it can formulate minds and opinions, not just of people in the United States in terms of propaganda, but other
Yeah, I
people in
know
the
that.
world.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so to counteract that, you would have to actually do some research on your own to understand that. So let me ask you a question. Have you ever read a book called The Mulatto in the United States, including a study of the role of mixed blood races throughout the world? You ever read that book?
No.
Okay. Well, this is a book that is talking about specifically uh who is considered the ideal leadership class in the United States as it relates to black people. Okay. Now, when you use the word mulatto, most people assume that you're talking about black and white people mixing. So, if a black man impregnates a white woman, they have a child, it's considered mulatto, vice versa. But mulatto is not just for Americans. A mulatto could be a Chinese person mixing with a native Philippine person. Okay. So, as the book denotes in the title, this is a concept that has been promulgated throughout the entire world as a strategy in creating buffer classes. Okay. So, in this book, the author makes the point, or he's trying to make the point. His most salient point is that the only capable leader for black people, as it relates to black men specifically, is a person who is mixed with a white person and a black person. Okay. That was his argument in the book. Okay. This was a common mindset used and promulgated. So it doesn't matter if it was America, it didn't matter if it was colonizing India, you know what I'm saying? China, it doesn't matter. Jamaica, Haiti, this strategy was a global strategy. It wasn't just a United States strategy. It wasn't just a Caribbean strategy. It was a global phenomenon, and it worked. Okay, because of some of the same stuff you're talking about. Okay, the Caribbean has a whole deep history connected to this. Okay, now it was different in terms of how it manifested compared to the United States, but it still existed. Okay, so before y'all get to jump into the conclusions that black Americans are colorists, okay, I would actually argue that much of the colorism that we have in the United States didn't necessarily come through black Americans in terms of pushing it. What actually happened, from what I'm reading and from my research, in terms of what I this is just my own deduction, is the fact that colorism actually really accelerated when you had this notion of the talented 10th ideology that came from Du Bois, which is based off of this notion of the mixed race person being the most capable leader in Black America. Okay. Booker T. Washington didn't have this kind of philosophy. Okay. He was not of that ilk. Okay. So he didn't believe that. He had all types of black people around him. Light ones, brown ones, really dark ones. It didn't matter. You know what I'm saying? So this strategy in terms of talented 10, what you saw was it promulgated through organizations like fraternities and sororities who introduced things like the brown paper bag test. Okay. This is who actually really pushed it in Black American culture. Okay, you didn't see this brown paper bag test get introduced until it came through these elite circles, which many of these people operate on their family lineage. Okay, so in the public they project themselves as being Black, but their whole mode of operating is really to satisfy their family's interests, because most of the time they're trying to satisfy their allegiance to their white side of their family. Okay, so now obviously Black people got caught up in this as a collective because we just didn't, really understand what some of the stuff that was taking place when certain people we see. It's really coming from the one drop rule, and I don't think y'all have that in the Caribbean. That was something that was particular to the United
Can I
States.
say something?
Go ahead.
Okay, so I was gonna ask you to define what's the one drop rule.
Wait,
Okay.
before you do that, wait, bro, before you do that right there, because I know you gotta deal with this. I just wanted to ask her a few questions. Like, you you went to school, right? You went to college?
I didn't go to college.
You didn't go to college?
No.
You ever traveled abroad other than the Caribbean?
Yes.
So you went to school in the Caribbean, right?
Yes.
And nowhere else, right?
No, I do my own studies and research.
Okay, that's pretty good. All right, so how'd you learn how to speak English?
It's my language.
That's your language?
Yes, it's my language.
That's your language where you live?
Yes, man.
Everybody speak English?
Everybody speak English and different languages.
So basically what we're saying here is that you've been speaking English all your life. Hmm? You got any
Yes, I know a little bit of different languages, but yes, majority English. If I had some more peace in my life, I think I would have learned more. But unfortunately, I spent my time learning different things, and I just know a little bit of different languages and mainly English.
so you don't speak Spanish?
No, but I understand a little bit.
So okay, so but you're very, very interested in American politics though, right? And American culture. You think that probably be like your major?
It's not my major.
Your
Honestly,
major?
I appreciate the fact that they're talking about problems, and the more I learn about history and the term Black, I know that it's a term that was widely used, like he said, and I just wanted to hear his definition, what he had to say about it,
Right.
because a lot of people don't know about it. They like to deny certain things, and that's why. And I think a lot of people wasn't educated on it, so they don't know what to put themselves as, and other use that as their advantage, and get people separated. But I don't really like to talk about that. Really, I just wanted to hear what he had to say
Right.
on
Yeah, I
a
was gonna let him finish.
definition.
Yeah, I was gonna let him finish because he's really like an expert in that point. I just want to just ask you those few questions, and one of the reasons why is because I heard you on other channels, and you know when you ask that question about violence and stuff, it seems like we get a lot of that from people that come from violent places, and it's sort of it's just sort of different for us when we hear people from the Caribbean and other places come because I mean where you from is violent, ain't that right?
Yeah, but it's not that bad.
Wait, give me an opportunity. Give me an opportunity. Yeah, it is that violent. And so it's way more violent there than it is here.
We
Way
don't
more
have
violent.
school shootings.
Y'all don't have school shootings, but y'all have a whole lot of shootings.
For where I live, I think there's a lot. Yeah, I'm not gonna
Like a
lie.
lot. a hell of a lot, and gangs too.
Not as much as other places. Like I live in a significantly safe place. But
But I'm talking about your island, which you said you own, right?
yes, but
The island
it's
is violent.
not that bad.
The island not that bad?
It's bad, but it's not that bad.
No, no, wait a minute. So the island where you come from is not worse or more violent than any city in the United States. Any one of them.
I could be wrong, but I don't think so.
Well, this is
I
the thing.
I could
But
be wrong though. I
no,
could be
no,
wrong.
I'm not getting you to be wrong or right because I'm gonna let bro go at that talk. But what I'm saying is like where you're from, you've been there your entire life. You've learned there. You have not traveled abroad. You have not studied
I
abroad. And
said I traveled abroad though.
oh, you did?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay.
Nah, you
So
putting words
Just
in
not
my
in
mouth.
America. Just not in America, she said.
just not in America. So you've been to Europe.
Yes.
So you've been to England.
No,
You've
I
been
don't
to the
like
UK.
England.
How about the UK?
Isn't the UK the England?
Well, all of that over there, cause it's like one big, Germany. You been to Germany?
No, I just been to Europe, like in certain place in Europe. I haven't been to Germany though.
Right.
I don't
So
think I
and
want to go to Germany.
right, and the reason why I was saying that because a lot of times where these stereotypes come from, they're not really stereotypes. They're really like projections, right? Because where your island is extremely violent, and the news over there and the corruption over there, you don't even have any. You don't even you're not even discussing it because y'all actually need help with your violence, right?
Well, that's because of geopolitics.
Well, no, wait. We're gonna get into the geopolitics later. That's more for my boy Ron here into that and the other brother. I'm gonna let you go. But the reason why I'm saying this, and we're not trying to push you out, I'm glad you're here. And thank you for calling, by the way, because it gives us, you know, it just validates a lot of times you and it validates us based on these geopolitics and where people are coming from. Because a lot of times, we know about these islands, we know about these countries, and a lot of people that come over here have projected a lot of violence on us, right? And then they say they're scared to come over here. Now, where they come from is 10 and 20, 30 times higher than the United States, any city, our worst cities. And people will
Honestly,
say
my place is not that bad.
you in a
Continue.
now where you at, which you don't want to tell us, right? Where you at is probably in an affluent area, right? A very affluent area, probably a gated community. If not, then you in violence. And that violence can be attributed to you like you just did us. You said you don't want to come there because there's school shootings. You act like every city and state and country in America has school shooting. We haven't had one in a few weeks, few months now.
I just told you my opinion though. That was just my opinion. It's not like I was trying to
You said that's why
bring
you haven't
down
come.
America or whatever.
You said you never coming, and you glad you never came.
Yeah, because I don't know, like I feel like there's so much of racism in certain places that you go, like it on your skin tone, like
And that's in the Caribbean. Because bro was just giving you a good understanding of that. He was just giving look, you told us about the brown paper bag. Everybody don't know about that brown paper bag. In order for you to even know that a lot of times, you would have to be somewhat studied in colorism. You've been saying words like colorism, brown paper bag. So you steep into color.
yeah, because my father
And
is dark skinned.
right. And you know that because you understand colorism and the problems and mostly a violence that can come towards colorism, especially toward the darker ones. The darker ones are always the worst because they're being treated the worst where you come from, correct? The darkest ones on your
It
island.
happens in the east too, in the eastern
Nope,
part
I'm
of the
just talking about
world.
your island. They're treated the worst.
Dubai and those places are have slaves as well.
Well, Dubai is over there. We're talking about I ain't
but
where you.
but um
The darker ones are treated the worst.
and honestly, like in the southern part of this of the Caribbean, kind of like Venezuela and those places, not not places where there's like a lot of dark skinned
White
people,
people.
but places where it's like minority dark skin, there will be colorism.
Colorism is the dominant thing in the Caribbean.
Well,
It's
where
number
I live,
one.
I get along with everybody. I have all type of friends.
I mean, that may be because you want to, but you can walk outside and you know where the worst people are being treated. You know exactly where they are. You gonna tell me right now you don't know where the dark people being treated that bad on that island?
I'm trying to figure out, like, you kept making it a point to talk about how your dad is dark skinned. So I'm assuming that your mother is light skinned.
Yes.
Okay. So because of this, was it easy for your father to marry your light skinned mother?
No, his mom and his sisters give my mom a very hard time.
What about her family to him?
Um, my her parents were cool to my dad.
So I was just reading something earlier about Amy Garvey and how she came from a light skinned family in Jamaica, and how when she decided to marry Marcus Garvey, they couldn't believe that she wanted to marry him. Matter of fact, when she was with one of her sons, when she went back to Jamaica and she saw one of her old friends, one of her friends said to her, "What are you doing with that black little boy?" Because she didn't know she had married Garvey and had, son with him that obviously came out dark skinned. And so the irony of this is that it's like, and this is just one of those things where I just, you just have to really do your research, but y'all really don't, y'all get educated, but y'all don't become intelligent as it relates to where y'all come from. Okay. See, y'all don't understand that, like, at a certain point, especially a lot of us who was groomed on the Pan-African stuff, like, we were 18, 19, 20, man, we were reading some of the deepest types of books at this time. That's why we could just grab information so quickly. Y'all don't really put that kind of study in. Y'all just enter in at the age you are, the level of knowledge you have, and you're completely unaware really of the world you really live in. See, we're not unaware as black people in general. You know what I'm saying? Like, the most hood black person got some understanding of how the world works. And I think that because y'all don't really put really in-depth time into really truly studying and researching, even when y'all move to um, places like the United States, for example, y'all are really ill-equipped to actually really be involved in certain types of conversations, because it's like trying to teach a kindergartner like world affairs. You know
Is
what I'm
that
saying?
every single is that okay? I know a lot of Caribbean people are very ignorant in these topics,
Very.
and they don't and I'm very mad at a lot of them who don't actually want to find out history and try to see what went wrong or whatever, because I know it affects a lot of people. And I troll people when they leave the island and come back and feel that they're better than others, because I I know that they move a certain way when they go to the States. So from what I've been hearing, so yeah.
Well, what I'm saying is that we're in an age of information and innovation, and there is so much wealth of knowledge that's out here to really learn about other people. Okay, so it really doesn't make any sense for people who like to talk about how educated they are, like many Caribbeans and Africans do. Because most of the reasons why y'all travel to the West is for education purposes. But the problem is that y'all don't really get an education in the true full experience of the diaspora like many of us do. Many of us, like, we take it upon ourselves to go outside of classrooms and gain knowledge. You know, Carter G. Woodson said a long time ago, may peace be upon him. He said the best education is self-education. Okay, so the best education you're going to get is when when you develop your own curriculum, when you start really becoming thirsty for knowledge and you start seeking it on your own, not having somebody or professor in a class tell you what to read. When you start looking for the information yourself, my own personal library is very extensive. Okay, in the past week or so, I probably put my hands on about 30 books. Okay,
Oh wait,
so
I
so
forgot to ask you, what do you define one drop rule as? Like, I just wanted to hear your perspective on it, not because I want you to educate me, but I wasn't like, sometimes I'm just asking these questions because I want to hear other people's perspective on what they read or what they research on a specific topic, just to see if it's the same thing that I kind of research. Like, I want to know, like, what do you think about the one drop rule, and what makes someone black, like, with the one drop rule in your definition?
Racist Americans created the one drop rule. Um, they basically said that if you had one drop of black blood in you, you were considered black. So it didn't matter how light you were considered black. Okay.
Okay.
But the
Uh-huh.
no, go ahead.
And does it matter, like if it's 10 generations or 50 generations or 100 or whatever?
Well, that's not something we created. Black people never sat down and actually decided this.
I
We just
understand, but was that in part of the rule, or you don't know?
no, it said, okay, so during this time, okay, so during this time, I mean, you're dealing with a very racist society, obviously. So uh, they were very much against admixture of having any quote unquote black blood in their bloodline. So they wanted to introduce this particular policy in terms of keeping their bloodlines pure, according to them. So it was meant to keep what they considered black blood, black genetics out of their bloodline. So this is why they instituted this particular policy. However, there were people who were so light, but because they considered themselves black, they were able to blend in and get certain jobs and stuff like that and help their families because they blended in and was able to
Yeah,
work
because
working from
first they
that
had
particular
like
perspective.
colorism, and then they turned it into the black versus white thing, right?
No,
Oh,
mm-mm.
my bad.
No,
Black
this was
movement. could I answer this before you go on?
Colored.
Yeah, and I want to know. Okay, so you were on a live a few days ago, right? So when you were on that live, did y'all get into this conversation?
I don't think so. I
So
honestly can't remember.
you can't remember?
No, I can't remember the last conversation I had.
So you don't remember what you talked about days ago? I'm not trying to be funny, but you were on a live like a couple days ago. You didn't
Yes.
ask me.
And I
You
was
didn't ask,
quiet majority of the time. I think I just asked a few questions
right. You remember
and
that
then
question?
no, I don't.
Okay. Right. So and another thing, I would just hope that you are getting something out of these because I do believe that I've been hearing you on lives and I just wanna, hope if you're serious about this, and not just calling in, because it doesn't matter a lot of times whether we're talking loud, whether we talk soft, whether we got a sweet voice, whether we're anything, because anybody can be anything behind a computer, behind a phone, behind a door. But if it's that serious, like you say, because you're very, very interested in race, and I would imagine that you're at least 30 at the least.
I don't think she's that old.
I believe she is.
Mm-hmm.
So,
You're so correct.
yeah, I'm correct. So, and having that and coming up in the Caribbean, it's all about race. See? And we know it's like that in the Caribbean because most of the people in the Caribbean are calling themselves Caribbean more than likely, other than the people that you would probably call your colonizer or those people that's coming from another country that are doing all this investing over there. And they have a lot of property and they're buying up a lot of things and they're influencing your government. So you got a pretty good idea, who's running things on that particular island that you're on. Because everything that you're asking right now, and you say you have an issue with the United States president. So, and you also said something that was real revealing, that you said that the reason you know so much about America because you got American friends, right?
Oh no, that's not why.
You didn't say that?
No, it's mainly because USA like has always been on the main news, like always like on the main TV, there's always
Okay, right.
US news. Like
Yeah,
it's like
TV.
the
Right.
power of the West.
This is
Yeah,
the
but
problem
look,
with y'all.
look,
Hold on,
look,
hold on,
look.
hold on, hold on. This is the problem with y'all. Everything that y'all think you know about Black Americans comes from TV. Every time we're having these discussions with y'all or Africans, y'all always reference something from TV. Do y'all understand how many scientists,
I'm just
inventors
explaining you
that
what
we
I
have?
saw. That's it, dude.
I'm telling you, y'all cannot I'm telling you for real. Y'all cannot enter conversations about black people starting that entertainment though. You it shows how it doesn't just show how ignorant y'all are. It shows how lazy y'all are, okay? Because we don't do that to y'all. We don't start the conversation off at y'all Caribbean, at your reggae artists, at Vibes Cartel,
Well,
Patra.
Trump was in the Caribbean,
It
and
doesn't. We're not talking about Trump. We're talking about us. When y'all start the conversation, y'all begin it at media. Okay, that's like us starting the conversation about Africans based off of us seeing starving kids that they used to put on TV from Africa with flies on their face. When there's so much other aspects of the culture of Africa and the history beyond that, we take our time to learn that part. Y'all don't go that far. Y'all are lazy. Yeah, I referenced the book based on what you were talking about, based on the colorism aspect that you were talking about. I gave you one of the best sources that you could possibly have to even understand colorism. I went straight to a source that I have in my own library. It's that fast for us, okay? And that's what I'm talking about. Y'all really operate at a deficit of knowledge when it comes to learning us and our contributions to the world. Okay, y'all are going to have to get out of that laziness, that judgmental aspect that y'all have about Black Americans, that pompous attitude a lot of y'all carry with you. Y'all are going to have to forego that and really dig deep, because that's what our scholars did. Our scholars didn't make judgments about the Caribbean or Africa. You know what they did? They studied. I had people in my college that went and traveled to Africa to meet um griots over there, asking them questions like, how can we best educate our children in the United States? What things can we implement in terms of education? They went over there seeking knowledge, okay? They didn't go over there judging them off of, you know what I'm saying, like, you know, them playing soccer and shit like that. Like
First of all, I'm
they
not
really
really
wanted to
judging you
learn them.
guys. I'm just
But you made your judgments about America based off of what you see in the media. That's a common thing that y'all do, though. That's my
I
point.
just told you why I wasn't coming there. Like I was just explaining to you why I personally wasn't coming there. You know, different people have different opinions. You can meet a different islander and it could give you a whole different explanation. Like
It's still the same thing, though. You're basing, see, for example, you're talking about Trump. Most of y'all don't know anything about what he's doing. You haven't researched anything politically. You don't even, most of y'all,
how do you know that?
most, because if you understood, you would, if you really did understand the fact that Trump has isolated the 14th Amendment publicly and vocally, specifically for FBAs, then you would know that's a good thing for us. That's not a negative for us. That's a positive. Okay? That's a positive for us. We're not against, many of us are not against Trump. Like there are a lot of Black people who have drank a lot of the Democrat Kool-Aid and they really don't know. Some of them are coming out of that, but many of us understand what's at stake. And having the 14th Amendment be specifically just for us works very well to our advantage, because it should be for us, because it's all about us anyway. So we're not against that. But y'all looked at Obama and y'all thought, oh, Obama was so great. No, he wasn't. He was not great for us. First of all, he wasn't Black, number one. You know what I'm saying? I mean, let's just get that out the way. But a lot of the stuff that he did, like, we didn't support him. Why you think I didn't vote for him for the second time? Because I woke up.
Malcolm wasn't
Why?
Black. Malcolm X?
Malcolm X was FBA because his dad was. Okay?
You said someone wasn't Black. Who?
I said Obama.
Oh.
I said Obama. So my point is that, again, even when you're speaking on the politics, again, y'all get everything you know about America from TV. That's a problem.
But technically, like on paper, wouldn't he be Black though?
No, he wouldn't be. He said his dad is from Kenya. He's not tied into FBA history and lineage.
But Black meant, like, the one drop rule was linked to Black, and there was no minimum percentage.
For what people? People who was a part of the FBA lineage. His mama was white, and he said his dad was African. Africa and America are two different places. How can he be from the lineage? His mama wasn't Black. She wasn't no slave.
It says that defined a person as Black if they had even one ancestor of African descent, no matter how distant.
What are we saying? Okay, what are we saying?
Yeah, but this is the definition, and you're trying to change it up.
Okay. Now you finally reveal what your angle is.
Exactly.
Finally, you came out with it.
Exactly.
I'm just
finally you
telling
came out
you
with
what
it.
the definition
You got a
means.
problem. No. You gotta see, you've been sitting here being very quiet about what your true intentions are. And see, this is the problem. This is the problem, because we smoked your ass out now. Now we can talk. Again, the 14th Amendment, let me educate you. since you want to know, I'm going to let you know. The 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments was specifically the Reconstruction Amendments, okay? This was because once Black people were free from chattel slavery, their status was in limbo, okay? So they came with the 13th and 14th and 15th Amendments to bring Black people into
She
citizenship
knows that, bro.
status.
She
Okay,
knows
hold on,
that.
hold on. So now, based on that, because if you're from Caribbean, that's not applied to you because you're in the Caribbean at that time. Okay, that's not for any African at that time because they were in Africa. Okay, so that is for a specific group of people. For example, if you look at the Japanese, when they got put in those internment camps during World War II, when they came to their reparations, did that reparations go to Black people? No, because that was for a specific experience in the United States. So that was for them and what because they had a lot of property confiscated and all that type of stuff. So they got reparations from the United States based on being interred and basically locked up just because they were Japanese and because America was at war with Japan, they didn't trust them like that. So they locked them up. Okay? That was for a specific group of people. Why do y'all have a problem? Because I didn't see y'all saying nothing when these Asians got a crime bill for them. We didn't hear none of y'all saying, why didn't Black people get a crime bill specifically for them? Yeah, I didn't say that. But all of a sudden now, when Black people say, okay, it's FBA, it's strictly for us and us only, all of a sudden now, y'all want to come and try to nitpick at words and all this other type of stuff. Like, and you don't even live here. Why is it even your concern that what we define ourselves as and what we say who gets what? Because at the end of the day, many of us are in support of Trump saying the 14th Amendment is for us. Because you want to know why? Because many people that come from where you come from and that come from Africa, they have been taking advantage of the 14th Amendment, dropping anchor babies over here, taking scholarships that's supposed to be for Black people. They cosplay Black. They say they Black over here one day, and then when the World Cup comes around, they got a Haitian flag, they got a Jamaican flag, they got a St. Lucia flag, and they're showing that they have dual allegiances. We don't have a dual allegiance. Our allegiance is to our lineage here, foundational. It shouldn't be that complicated for y'all to accept. I think the issue is that y'all think that y'all come with a "I'm better than you" attitude, and y'all don't like the fact that, man, we backing y'all ass up and saying, no, you don't belong, and ain't nothing y'all can do about it. That's really what it is. That's really what it is.
All right. Well, I appreciate you telling me what you think the one drop rule is. And I don't think I will come back on one of these platforms because I am not welcomed here, I think
Well, I
so.
I want to know, does the United States policies affect your island?
Yeah, it all affects whether directly or indirectly. And there's a lot of
Well,
Americans over here, so
right.
yeah.
No, that's what I was saying. Because I believe that this is about the United States policies as opposed and in conjunction with what I said, because obviously you are very, very steeped in American politics and issues. And it's okay that you just say that, because like I told you, if you had gone to school, whether you go or not, and whether you would say you really are, you would have gone to school basically majoring in US history and pretty much everything about a US. Because when you say that your father is a dark man, dark skin, he had all of these issues, you know about the one drop rule because you just explained it to us, so you know about that. So you're very, very interested in that. You're on FBA channels. You're not gonna. It's not your
But
last
I
one.
can make dark-skinned children if I want to.
Yeah,
So like yeah,
I
if
didn't
I
say.
have I choose to get with a dark-skinned person, like I know definitely that I can make dark-skinned children. So I have to look out if I have dark-skinned children,
But
you
you were
know.
hold on, but you were asking about the one drop rule specifically as it relates to FBA delineating from Caribbean and African people, specifically as it relates to this lineage
I
Question.
just want to hear what y'all had to say because
No,
I know.
I'm asking you directly. Is that
Uh-huh.
the reason why you are concerned?
I'm concerned because I noticed that every colored person across the globe is being put down.
Oh,
And
so
So,
yo,
hold
wait,
on.
bro.
So
No, no, because
you
I
think
didn't finish, bro,
FBA?
before you jumped in.
Hold on,
On
let
your
me just get this one question out. Let me just get this one question out. So you think that FBA is putting colored people
did you
down?
hear me say that?
I'm
I
asking you.
said,
I'm
nah, I
asking you
said
for clarification. I didn't say you said it. I asked you, are you saying?
not. I said, I see that people internationally across the world are being put down for being colored.
Where?
Well, a lot of people died for being colored or being brown skin, light brown, dark skin, and different hair textures throughout history.
How does that relate to the FBA situation though? Right now. How does that relate?
Because it not really FBA,
I mean,
just
he say
basically
you
on
being on other
skin color.
on the
I'm
panels. He said
just
you've been
wanted
on
to.
other panels wanting to know about this stuff. So how does that relate? Because you're interested in that. So how does it relate to answering what your issue is?
So black means the like if you fell under the one drop rule. And honestly, I don't really care about reparations like that. Like you guys can have it because you know what, I feel like even if other people was entitled to it, you guys wouldn't want anyone else to like even like talk about it or so
That's
I don't.
bullshit. That's bullshit. You want to know
okay, bro.
why? Hold on. That's you want to know why? And I'm gonna let you go, bro. That you don't want to know why your statement is bullshit
That's how
because
I feel though.
it's been. I don't care how you feel. I'm gonna let you know what the facts are. This discussion has nothing to do with your feelings. Okay, the facts on the ground is it was Black Americans that supported the American government to stop doing business with the South African government under apartheid. It was the Black people here that was against Haiti having to pay reparations to to France for beating them in the war where they got their independence. So you're completely wrong when it comes to that. You're completely wrong. And that's why I say y'all don't know the
I
history
feel like
of what
no.
Black people have done for y'all.
I just feel like no, that's I'm not talking about the past. I'm talking about today.
Right. So today, and like you were saying, on your island, and you said you very concerned with black people being treated bad all over the world. We talking about your island, right?
Yeah, things are fairly good over here because I actually advocate.
Wait, see what I'm saying? And see, you don't want to say that it's terrible over there for darker skinned people, but you
Yes,
earlier you
all
just
over
said,
the world. I said
well,
it,
well, well,
including
well,
the Caribbean. Yes.
right. Wait, I'm talking about you, where you at. So the whole thing about this is when you come on to 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 our platform, so my brother Unbiased Ron platform or any other one that you go on, please continue to go. Because we need the content. We want to get it, because some people, everybody don't hear this stuff.
Okay,
But
before
yeah,
I be quiet a little bit.
yeah,
I just
yeah,
want
yeah.
to know the truth and I want to know so I need to continue talking or just really stay back like am I
No, no,
cons
no. Continue to talk. Continue to
am
talk. Continue to
am
talk.
I considered tether material?
No, listen. This the thing. You coming on? You've been on several sites, so don't be disingenuous, right?
I mean, for
You,
real. Come
you
on, man.
wait, bro. Let me finish, bro. You've
So
been on
that's a
several
yes?
sites. No, no. Listen. You've been on several sites. You've gone through this extensively. You are very concerned with race, colorism, and everything. You've got into little debates back and forth with FBA on a site because I've heard you on them. So I'm saying you're still not satisfied. So at some point you need to just come on and just tell people because if you
But
really
you're
want
not
to get
telling me which
right, right,
which places you
right,
saw me at.
right, right. Yeah, and you're not telling us a lot. See, that's what I'm saying. When you come on disingenuous, you still haven't told us what island you're on.
Dude, you didn't tell me where you at either.
See what I'm saying? But you're coming on. You don't want to tell anything. You act like you're interrogating us. We trying to help you. You want to be helped with race. We trying to find out, okay, well, what about your island? You don't want to tell us specifically. So if you don't want to tell us specifically, you don't really want help. because you already have your mind pretty much made up. But if you really want to know
Mm-hmm.
about race, then you start from where you at. And
I do.
that's what's happening on your island. We'd love to know, what are you doing about all that colorism on your island? Are you marching? Are you forming any groups to go there and go to the government and tell them to stop treating darker people like that because you're very concerned?
I spoke to a lawyer.
Okay, one lawyer. Okay, but you're over 30. So that means that
I'm not
you
over
haven't,
30, dude. I'm not a freaking hardback. Stop it.
you 30.
No, I'm not.
Okay,
How
what
you're
is,
30, you're 30 plus. You're
I'm over
40.
30. I'm over 30. And
Okay.
that's not a bad thing. That's not old to us in America.
So
So
sorry if I may be a little dumb.
I apologize. I'm 30 years old is not old. Not in America. That wasn't a diss to you. I'm way over 30. And I've told my age on here plenty of times.
Yeah,
But
I'm
what I'm
47.
right, and basically what we're trying to do, if you really want help, if you really want it, you probably need to go back and listen to some of your some of the platforms that you're going on. Because if you have not gotten your answer, I know FBA is thorough in their answers. I know they're thorough in their answers. You understand what FBA is. You understand what the brown paper bag rule is. You understand what the one drop rule is. You don't like American policies. So if you want to discuss American policies, we could have gotten way further than getting into that, because you already steeped into colorism. But if America's policies is really affecting you and you wanted to come on here and ask about that, you should have just done it. You should have said, I don't like America's policies. This is what America's policies are doing
In
to
what
us.
sense?
This is what,
What America policies exactly?
no, we want, I'm saying, if that's what you wanted, because you coming on here, I mean, you can't be serious about no one drop rule. You can't be serious that you want us to explain to you about the one drop rule in 2025. So,
Oh,
and you've been on all of these platforms. You have not been satisfied. So I'm saying you have not gotten a satisfied answer now that could have helped you to move forward to helping who? Because you obviously you passionate about colorism. You sound compassionate about helping
only
darker
because I
people.
can create. It's not because like I'm trying to like put my nose in people butts and stuff and sniff it. Like I can actually create these colors. So it's for me and my family as well. If I choose to procreate,
Is
like I
your
care
family
of how my children would be affected.
is your family in trouble over there?
No, they're not.
Okay. Well,
But
I suggest this. Continue to, go, but be a little bit more transparent. Be a little bit more transparent about what exactly that you want. Because you're on an island. And America does have policies dealing with those islands. Matter of fact, America got policies dealing all over the world right now. You see it. You said you see it. So you're watching TV, which is okay if that's what you want to do. But you're talking directly to black people in America. This is strange. And you live over there and you saying you talk to Americans all the time. And
because
you
I
on
have
American
some
time.
American friends, like I have one begging me for like a few days to hang out, but I've been doing my own stuff, and I haven't made time for him. Like I actually saved him once when he was like drunk, and somebody wanted to leave him alone in a party, and I told him no, we gotta drive him back home safe. So I do look out for other people, and he was actually in the army. So it's not like I hate people and I'm trying to study them. I have international friends. It's just that you guys are talking about these topics, and I noticed that there's a lot of separation. And I have a dark skinned dad, and I experienced some type of segregation even from my dad. Like, felt like he kind of had some dislike for me. So I'm
So are
just,
you the dark one or your dad is?
excuse?
You said your dad is dark, not you.
Yeah,
You got other family members?
yes, I do.
You got sisters and brothers, right?
I have siblings.
Right. You got siblings.
Hmm.
Um, Any of them travel outside of the United States to go to school? I mean, outside of the Caribbean to go to school? Any of them go to school in America?
They
Honestly,
tr- they
honestly.
travel, but I don't want to
So,
talk about my family
I
business.
know,
That's not for you.
but see, that will
No,
tell us who you are because you're talking about FBA business. See, everything that we
but I'm
do,
not asking you about your family, though.
if you're talking about FBA, that's what you're gonna
You are
get.
the one who brought up your father, though. We never asked you about your father until you brought him up.
Okay, and he has dark skin and FBA. What does the B in FBA
Don't even
means? Black.
try.
And I just talked to you guys for the one drop rule. So yeah, that's about it. And I'm not going to be bothering you guys because I already talk amongst my people over here.
Doubt. Okay, man. Good luck.
I ain't
Thanks.
gonna
Good
lie,
luck to
man.
you too.
Y'all are confusing, man. I ain't gonna lie, man.
Whoa.
Y'all are some confusing people, man. I'm gonna tell you straight up, man. Y'all confusing. Y'all are confusing. It is very difficult to have conversations with people who are being disingenuous in their conversation.
Yeah.
We can't have a meeting of the minds because y'all are being disingenuous when y'all talk. Okay. Double speak. See, what a lot of people have a problem with when it comes to FBA is that we make it plain, like Elijah
Mhm.
Muhammad said. We make it
Yep.
plain. We get straight to it. You know what I'm saying? We're direct. We're blunt. You know what I'm saying? And
Mhm.
a lot of y'all are very passive in your conversation. Y'all very passive aggressive. Y'all say slick little shit. We know how to pick up on the passive aggression. You know what I'm saying?
I
Because
keep
we go
telling
we
them
gonna
that,
be
bro.
we're gonna be more confrontational. You know what I'm
I
saying? Like
keep
that's just who
telling
we
them
are.
that, bro. I keep telling them we keep picking up on this stuff. I
I
tell
mean,
you,
we
should
ain't
have seen
dumb.
the chat. The chat was going. Look, they were picking her apart. Man, I happened to glance over there. I was like, oh my god,
Man, the chat was going in, bro. Like,
man, what?
the chat was going in, bro.
Look, look. I had to go on mute a couple of times because I was laughing. I was like, man, look. If she read the chat, she probably be like, I think I need it. That's probably why she left. She probably started looking at the chat and said, let me get up
I'm
out of
still
here.
here. I want to speak to Ron before I go. I want to know.
I thought you were gone, man.
No, no, no. I just wanna see Ron there for a second.
Oh, you picked the
Cause
wrong?
like I shouldn't be in these spaces at all, right?
Nobody said that.
Nobody said that. See, that's what we're saying. Y'all don't.
I
No,
thought
but
you
the
was
way how
wrong.
y'all speak about people, like I was just telling you about what I saw on the news and stuff, and y'all
Yeah.
just decided to like speak about me like that and continue and say this
Hold
terrible
on.
shit.
When you brought up your father being black, being dark skinned, and you went in that direction, what was the first thing that I did? The first thing I did, I didn't attack you. I didn't have no smoke for you. I gave you some information that could help you. That's the first thing that I did to you. Okay? Because I wanted to help you understand something that you were having an issue with. Okay? So I was trying to give you a resource that could actually help you understand the colorism aspect that you were talking about. Okay? So now, if this is a problem within your family, and I'm not asking you to divulge this information, but if it is a problem in your family, well, maybe it's your job to become more knowledgeable about the subject matter so you can actually maybe have a certain type of conversation with people in your family about it so you can resolve the issue. Because the issue is something that is not something that we are trying to implement like that. It was something that foisted upon us like that. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I gave you the resource. I gave you a great resource to use to understand because this type of strategy by racist white folks was implemented in the Caribbean. Okay. That's why I gave it to you. Because once I heard your accent, I was like, okay, this is a global phenomenon. It just plays out differently in different places, but it's still the same ideology, you know? And that's why in these places, that's why those who were lighter skinned got treated better Because they were deemed to be closer to whiteness. That's why. So that dynamic plays out in certain types of people's families that still want to play the colorism game. And that means somebody in your bloodline, maybe you, is going to have to be the one to defeat that shit. That's your task. That's on you. But you can't come out here and project against us when we're having a different type of conversation that is not about that. Because we're not saying, oh, if you're light skinned, you're not a part of the lineage. Because we're not saying that as black people. Brother up here, he didn't say that. I didn't say that. We didn't say that at all. That's not our argument.
Laughing,
No.
like as soon as you thought I left, y'all like we're
Right,
just
but let me tell you, I look.
I didn't know if you
look,
left or not. I just said what I wanted to say because I'm a grown man. I'm gonna speak how I want to speak.
I know,
exactly.
but
And
like
plus,
damn.
well, listen. Once somebody gets off, and you've been on a lot of lives. Once that person gets off, we normally have a few conversations about the person and what we think about what they did or did not do. We basically said the same things to you earlier. We wanted you to be transparent. You weren't. You asked questions that we thought that you knew, and you did. And then when we try to give you answers, you sort of, didn't come off as genuine to us. So of
Okay.
course at that time, well, I'm not all the way, but I told you that. And just like you're gonna see something from us, but see, if you want something from us, then if you don't tell us, we're gonna start picking this thing apart. That's up to you. If you want straight answers and you want something for us, like I said, whether you were talking about politics, but it seemed like you were going into colorism. And of course, we understand colorism. You too. See, the issue is you do know. If you know about like when I heard you say the brown paper bag, I said, okay. And then you talking about the one drop rule, then you read it. I mean, you steeped in this stuff. And if you steeped in colorism like that, I mean, that's heavy to be thinking like that all the time. See, in America, you can be the lightest guy. If we believe you black, you black. That's all it is to it. See, that colorism that y'all got over there and all over. If you're albino in our family, you black. See, we don't have that same type of issue with it. You have to tell us that you're not black. And that's one of the big things that's going on right now. See, a lot of people are saying they're not black. And we saying, okay. So since they said they're not black, we're fine. You know what they're saying now? But we're black. See, in your island, y'all have a problem with being black. They have a problem with being black all over the world. So when you say that you're seeing that all over the world, that's why I asked you, what's happening on your island? See, because you shouldn't even look, you got enough problems on your island about colorism. You don't have to even worry about America. Because where you're from, if that's where you're from, and check, I couch this with if what you're saying is true. We have to go off based off what you're saying. We don't have to believe you. We take you at your word. That's it. That means that once your word is down, we look at it and say, is it plausible? Who don't do that? Your mind is going to do that naturally. Nobody just believes anything someone tell them. So if you tell us something and it doesn't sound genuine in any class, you go to a bank and tell them that you want 50,000 out, you think they're just going to be like, yeah, you're right, I'm going to give it to you, or they're going to check it. We have to have some sort of understanding of why you here, why you came in here. It's like you walk into a bank. Like I said, dealing with us is like walking in a bank. You come in, we're going to be looking at you like, okay, what do you want? And if you say, oh, I just came to just hang out. Well, nobody just comes to hang out in the bank. If you want something from us now, you got to understand that we basically like this, like here. Okay, what do you want? And if you say, well, I'm just here, we're going to be like, okay, but you need to, okay, well then drop down, get in the chat, and then, we'll find out what you want. Because trust me, down in the chat, you can get answers there too. I guarantee you, that stuff you're asking, it probably would have been answered in the chat. They probably would have answered that stuff 4, 5, 10 times over because there's way more of them in the chat. And I guarantee you, these are some very excellent people. They very, very sharp, man. I guarantee you. Way sharper than me. But we're never going to just push people away. That's why people are in this country. See, we never pushed you away. We never pushed not one island away. Not nobody from South Korea, nowhere. That's why they got little, basically, y'all got your own islands in America everywhere. And the only thing we did was patronize your businesses. We were very, very good to people. But what happened is we figured it out. We're saying, y'all are not treating us fair. Y'all really don't understand about us. Some of you people say that we lazy. Y'all say a lot of things about us. And we've never said that stuff about you. And now we're digging into it like you walked into a bank. Walk into a bank and start acting strange, see what happens. So now when y'all dealing with us, it's like walking into a bank. If you come in here and we get the slightest move or something, somebody's hitting a button. And they saying we got an issue. Now, when you screamed tether earlier, that's a button.
Mm-hmm.
You go in the bank, they pushing a button. They got blue, black, all under there. They got them all kinds of places. Meaning that some of our people already done pushed it on you. Do it mean somebody coming to get you? No, but we got you on camera because you came in the door. If you want to know anything from us, we have been the most transparent people in the world. Everybody's here. And they don't want to leave. You one of the few said you don't even want to come. Well, you got some people that you said Americans already saved one from being drunk. Hey, man, if you did, I'm glad you saved it, brother. But bottom line, if you want anything from America, when did black people not give it to you? When? There's nothing we're doing to anybody in this world, on this earth, that they can say that black people held them down, pushed them back, said all this stuff. They try to get little, oh, somebody called you African booty snatcher or something. Like, look, man, we're done with that kind of talk. But if you really want answers from us, just ask. Just ask. You say you read the newspaper and you saying you watch TV, then you know how great we are. Let's just keep it real. We are, you said we the number one. Now, you might want to just give that to Caucasians. You might well just give it to us too. But we're number one in loving and caring about these people in the world. That's what we number one in. And that's why the whole world is shaking now, because they're wondering, are we still like that? Well, we're saying, yeah, but you just gotta come in the bank. If you come in the bank, you better be coming in there with the right, you better have something on you that makes some sense. You just can't come in here acting for strange things when you walk in on a bank. We got people in here that's looking at you really, really strange. They're already saying things, but who wouldn't do that? Suppose we was in the Caribbean right now acting crazy. Could we really get away with just telling people, oh, I'm not from here, I'm from somewhere else? People gonna be like, stay away from it. But we entertain it. We want to know. We got, well, brother got this open. He's not even on here. He had this thing this open this long for you to speak. And you could have, look, we're gonna be on here for who knows how long. Nobody's running you off. But if you really, really want to get someone to give you some help, you came to the right place. Because look, we giving it out free. You can replay this thing 1,000,000 times. We're not caring about this stuff. Some people think they worried about what we say. Man, look here, man. We putting it on YouTube, yo. We got our people on YouTube, Facebook, you name it. They're on there. We're not worried. We're not concerned about this stuff. See, that's the problem with the world. They were so worried about somebody's going to stop us from doing something. They thought we was going to get deported too. I know that was very, very disappointing for people, which is crazy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine people wanting us to get deported? They want somebody to come get us. What, send them to what, your island maybe? Or maybe Africa. How about that place? They were so sure about Africa. Now imagine you. Imagine this your whole life. Somebody telling you from Africa, and the people start coming and start sending you somewhere, but they not coming to send us from Africa. Ain't that something? Nobody's trying to send us to Africa. But guess where they are sending people? Every corner of this world, from out of one country. They're going back. We're not. And we never was concerned about it. But guess who wanted us to go? Every dark person on this earth. If you want answers from somebody that love you, you came to the right place. Because we love every dark, light, brown, even white. Ain't that something? We've given up everything. We've given up our full measure for this whole world, and they'll take it. They'll say it's theirs. They don't have no respect for our grandparents, for our children. Talking about they created hip hop, they did this in movies and all this stuff. It's like you got to be kidding. If you were doing it, you would be doing. Look, you're right now talking about colorism in your own land. What are you gonna create? Being talking about that, and you scared to come to America, or you just don't want to come?
Hey man, I really love like people from all around the world. I think Americans are great people as well, besides the crazy stuff. I know that America is not the only place that has all this traumatic stuff, and I know that there's a lot of world events right now, and I guess this is why I am interested in these topics. I have been for the past 5 years since the pandemic. And I'm looking for unity for just good people around the globe. I'm not really this white versus black thing because I know all families have different mixes if they look deep down. And I know that a lot of people are just trying to separate people across the world with this colorism thing. And I know that FBA and others who've been degraded in history deserves reparations. Like, I know everyone has to get their reparations according to where they are, like where they live and who they are, like as a group. And I'm not taking you that away from you guys. I'm just into the psychology of what you guys thought the one drop rule was, because I kind of wasn't considered a black person, but on my paper for school, I checked black
Well, you know
because
it's reverse in the Caribbean, right? Over here, it's one drop blue rule. You're black. Over there, it's different. Y'all's like the opposite, isn't it?
we had like different options, but I don't think I really had a proper option. And but I chose that because like I'm not like I'm light skinned. And I chose that. My dad is dark skinned, and I felt close to like dark skinned people because I have a lot of dark skins in my family and light skins too.
Well, you know what? You know, in America, we don't really consider black as like a color like that.
Yeah.
See, we when we say black in America, we mean exactly who we are. We're not talking about how dark you are. See,
Yeah.
and I'm so glad that we having that now with the world. So when you keep on talking about that one drop stuff, that's that colonizer stuff. Listen, that's the colonizer. See,
Exactly. That's what I was
that's,
trying to tell her in the book
that's,
I referenced.
that's
Yeah.
y'all colonizer thing, and read that book the brother talking about. But when we're talking about black, we're not talking about color. So if you can start telling your friends and your family that black people, that's why we say we don't need black people. You see how you're talking?
Mm-hmm.
You're really trying to get to the very fine points. That's what the colonizer tried to do to us over here too. It didn't work. But over
Is
there
that
with
a
y'all,
bad thing what I'm trying to do?
no, it's not bad.
No,
But
he's
what
just
I'm
saying
saying,
you misguided though,
yeah,
because for
what I
us,
want you
black
to
is a
do,
consciousness. It's a
yeah, what I
consciousness.
want you to tell people is that that's not what makes us. That's not what makes us because somebody said we were black. We're black as a consciousness. We black as a our understanding is black. That's why somebody like you, it wouldn't matter how light you are. See, we don't
It's a
take it seriously
vibration for
because
us. It's a
yeah.
vibratory frequency for us.
So can a white person be black?
No, no,
See, you
no,
gotta be funny.
no, no. Because they don't have that experience like we do.
And you know what we call white people that try to be black over here? We got a few names for them. But you know what they normally call themselves? White boy or white girl. Look, when they get around us and around our families, everybody be saying, come here, white girl, come on, white boy. Matter of fact, it's white people here that call themselves white boy that hang around black people. So they know who they are because they made it like this. They put themselves over there. So when you say delineating, they the first delineators. Y'all come over here behind them, not you, but the rest of them come over and practice that same thing. That's why we were so confused so many years when the other cousins were coming over here. We didn't know they was practicing that. Maybe they don't. But you have an opportunity to tell them, black people do not look at your color the way you do. We don't look at color like that. Now, of course, white people being black, no. But if they had a black mindset and do whatever the freak they want, we're not telling nobody what to do. That's why you can't figure this out. Listen, it's a lineage, man. It's a lineage. That's all it is. It's a lineage. And
you really have to be in it to really understand it.
Yeah.
And that's how we know people aren't of it, because they don't
Well, you
understand it.
guys said it's like DNA, well, of
Yeah.
tribes and like your families who've been there before, I think slavery or
It's
after.
the whole package, man. It's everything. You know what I'm saying? It's everything. Food, dance, rhythm. It's just we just have a certain rhythm that other people don't have. That's why people are constantly gravitating to it, because it's different. You know what I'm
They think
saying?
they can put it on and put it off. See, when you
It's
think you can actually
right.
come to America and be like black, we be like, okay, that's more commercial, right? We look at you as commercial. We're not trying to treat you as commercial, but we know when people start acting like that, we like, that's fine, you know. That's why they're able to cosplay, because we're not trying to gatekeep being black. We found out now that maybe we might just have to get an explanation to it because people are confused about what black is. And evidently it was the darker skinned people that were confused, which confused us. Like, yeah, these dark people are confused about who black. They saying they not. They saying they this. They saying they that. Oh, okay, okay. No wonder. No wonder. Okay. So since y'all don't want to be black, and we don't judge it as the shade of your skin like that, then we're the only black people. And you notice in America that no light-skinned people, we're not having our arguments amongst each other trying to find out something about some one drop rule. Because to have a consciousness of being black, it's just so fine. You're gonna find the spectrum arguing about FBA when you come on here. They might be light like you or just as light as you. Some of them are what bro called mulattoes. They're saying they're black. That's just the way it goes. If you're black, you're gonna know it. Trust me. You get around us, you doing what we do. Look here. It just cannot be explained. That's why we're having so much problems, because everybody's trying to find out who's black. We're like, what?
Yeah, they're trying to define it by their own understandings of where they come from, and you're not going to be able to do it that way. You just literally, it's like let's say it's a person that they have family down south, but they lived up north their whole life. You know what I'm saying? Like, what makes them have that connection is, man, we go down south for the summer and I spend time with my grandparents and my uncles and stuff like that. Like, they mostly live in the north, but they still have that connection. They still tied into, and it's just that type of camaraderie. Y'all don't really have. Well, one of the main reasons why y'all don't really have that with us is because y'all have been very, as a group of people, y'all have been very standoffish when it comes to us. So y'all will deal with us on certain levels, but y'all don't really fully ingratiate yourselves into us. Like, I mean, that's obvious. You know what I'm saying? And for me, man, my ex-wife was, Caribbean. She was Haitian. So, like, we don't have anything against y'all like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not even like that with us. It's more so y'all and, Africans, but a lot of times it's really driven by a lot of Caribbeans, because it's y'all can come across with a very pompous type of approach. And you're talking about a people, we created the dozens, okay? And if you don't know what the dozens are, it's where basically we roast you for fun.
Almost
But
like
that
she got
that
when she
but
got
that was
upset, bro, coming back on. When she got upset coming back on, when she came, she thought we was going in on her, and that wasn't
right,
really. That
right.
was
So
really the dozens.
right. So but for us, the dozens was like a rite of passage for us. Like, cause like if you couldn't handle it, like man, we look at you soft. Like man, why you tripping? Like we just cracking, man. Like people talk about your mom, they talk about your aunt, or whatever the case may be. Like they'll crack on you. They'll crack on your shoes and your shirt and all type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? But in a certain way, it's all love too at the same time. Y'all experience that with us, and y'all get cracked on in the fifth grade, and y'all still holding on to it. Like y'all be like 35, 40 years old, and y'all talking about a name somebody called you in the fifth grade. Man, this FBA called me a name in the fifth grade. He called me this. It's like, yo, man, you 40 years old. Like, man, let that shit go. Like, are you serious? So it's just like y'all really don't really understand truly our culture like that. You know what I'm saying? Like the inner workings of it. You know what I'm saying? Like y'all use it to your advantage, in terms of making money when y'all come here. But that is about as far as y'all go most of the time. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of that is directed by y'all family members too, especially y'all parents. Y'all parents tell y'all to stay away. So y'all don't really ingratiate yourself, you know what I'm saying, in this. But it's funny, like when it's a person of y'all ilk, they get caught up with the police or shot or stuff like that. Who would be the first ones on the front line fighting for y'all? It'd be us. It'd be us fighting for y'all. You know what I'm saying? So y'all need to do a better job, man, of really trying to really truly learn instead of taking. Y'all get really offended and really feel insulted at the smallest slight. Y'all uber freaking sensitive at what y'all perceive are slights. Black people, we generationally, we dealt with so much slight from white people. Like, man, that shit don't even bother us. Like, we don't be tripping off of that type of stuff. Like, we be like, they're just white folk, and like just doing what they normally do. You know what I'm saying? But y'all feel, you know, we say certain things to y'all, and y'all just feel so slighted at the smallest thing, like how you reacted earlier, and it was just like, man, it wasn't even like that. Like we if anything, we gonna say it in your face, so you'll
And
know where we coming from. We ain't gonna run from you.
and you see, we were laughing when you
Right.
came in. We were all laughing because we ready to start laughing. See, you gotta understand. If we talking about somebody, even if they show up, we gonna be laughing. They say, "What y'all talking about?" We be like, "I didn't know you was there." But by the way, let's get you again. So, but that wasn't like that. You sort of came in. You felt a certain kind of way. We just gotta let you know, like, hey, you are on a live where you're talking and you're gonna get debate. You've been on one before. You have to have some understanding because I know I heard your voice before. I'm almost sure I'd be willing to bet anything. I know this is who you are. But and that right there gave me a little bit of pause because I'm thinking like at some point, you have to be able to get a particular answer that you need because why do you want answers if you're not gonna do anything about it? But it seems like that's what you want to do. Maybe you need a group of people. You say you in groups and things like that, but charity and the rest of that stuff always starts at home. So if your home and where you at is having all of those issues, all this one drop rule stuff is in America, and we not even considering it. But if you having that problem over there, we love to hear how y'all handling it because you're dealing with people that mostly look like you. Y'all all dealing with the dominant populations are your own people. If you people are having that many problems with color, that means that we right about what we're thinking here. And we
Exactly.
got a bigger problem than what we ever
Than what
thought.
we thought.
Because if y'all over there talk about the one drop rule, that mean them dark people over there done. And I feel sorry for them. Because if y'all have not figured out the one drop rule in America and you trying to figure out how it works over there, well, it's supposed to work in reverse over there with you guys. So obviously what's happening over there is that I guess about 70% of all y'all over there think y'all white.
Mm,
Am I right?
that's ooh.
Am I right, ma'am? Did she leave again?
I don't know. Is she there?
But I'm thinking maybe that is what it is, bro. Maybe about 70% of these
Yeah,
people
she
in the
left.
island, no matter how dark or light they are, they must think they white. Because
Yeah,
she's over here talking about a brown bag and one drop rule. Lady, you know when the one drop rule, you got to be deep into the freaking into our history, into our constitution, and into the development of America. And it's
right.
talking about some one drop rule, brown paper bag. I'm like, okay, then what's going on the island?
Yeah,
I
because
mean,
we
that's like a scientific. What they doing to them folks, bro?
yeah, because we had
We
like
got a problem.
yeah, because we had the Black is Beautiful. Like we made being melanated something to be proud of, like in the 70s, and we had our issues, man. We had our, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, we had, you know, the colorism aspect, which I think has been really driven more by elite, quote unquote, blacks. But you know, we had all that, all, that type of history and
You
stuff
sure
like
she
that.
not back, bro? You sure she not back? I just
No,
got a
she back.
little.
I heard she came back, but I'm just, let me finish this.
Okay. No, I want
She
you to go ahead.
what I'm saying is that we had that issue. Like for example, the black man who started the Miss Black America the Miss Black America pageant. Okay, it was a black dude, and I forget his name, but he started the pageant in the 1960s because when they were having the Miss America pageant, he didn't he didn't feel like black women were getting their just due in terms of being considered beautiful. So what he wanted to do was start a beauty pageant for black women, so they wouldn't feel the need to have to feel like they got to look like white women to be considered beautiful. Now, something like that in the 1960s, man, that's phenomenal. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Mind you, next decade, Black is Beautiful, Panthers, you seeing black, dark skinned women, light skinned women, natural hair, afros, all this type of stuff being celebrated. You know what I'm saying? Like, do y'all have that type of stuff in y'all culture like that? I doubt it. You know what I'm saying? I don't see that. Like, we are the ones that made wearing the from just a global perspective. We're the ones that made wearing your natural hair, your locks, your twists, your braids, all of this type of stuff. Like Iverson was out there in the NBA, man, with cornrows, man. You know what I'm saying? So we made being your real self and being your authentic self, we made that okay. Y'all got to give us some credit, man, for what we do. Because when we do a lot of stuff, man, like we do it in the face of some of the most adverse conditions possible. Y'all are in places, man, where y'all are dominating the population. Y'all supposed to be in the government. You know what I'm saying? Y'all presidents look like y'all. Why y'all got problems with colorism and all this type of stuff when you're majority of the population, the government is filled with people that look like you for most of the time. Like why are y'all still talking about like something like colorism? If anything, y'all should be past that, man, because y'all are actually more dominant in terms of the population size in the countries that y'all come from.
For real, that mean it's dangerous. Like, look, so if she's that concerned, I know she might be listening, but I mean, she's very passionate about this. You just gotta wonder, like, that's why I was asking her, like, do about 70% of those Caribbeans believe they white? Because how else are y'all surviving over there with this? Look, how else are y'all surviving over there like this? I mean, imagine you waking up in the morning seeing your brothers and your sisters, and you wondering which one of them you about to like try to be better than because you looking at her hair and her skin. Like, I wonder which one gonna get some food, who's gonna, who gonna get some clothes, who gonna get some shoes. If they're over there like that, looking at each other coming out, that's why I'm saying them dark people over there done. No wonder when they over here, they ready to switch on. They think they can cut being black on and off like a light. You know what I'm saying? Like the Afro-Caribbean, African, all this stuff ain't nothing but like I'm gonna put it on when I want to and I'm gonna take it off. And you can only think that is that you coming from somewhere where people was just like you. That's the only way. Because how can you cut it on and off? We know we can't, but they believe they can. And that's why when they say that disingenuous thing about, well, when the police stop us, they're not gonna know which one. See, yeah, only people talk like that is people that came from people that look just like them. See, we understand about that. You making funny, you trying to be funny or something? Like if the police stop us, we know what time it is. Maybe she's trying to get in with me. Maybe I need a letter in or something, I guess, because I don't get it. Let me see. Yeah, okay.
I think Ron is gonna have to let her in.
I think I just did.
Oh, you did?
Hello?
Okay.
Are you back?
Yes, I'm back.
Okay. I didn't know, man, because normally, I don't normally let people in like that right there. I'm normally not on top of that, but obviously, bro must have gave me some sort of permission to do that. I'm glad he did. But we were just saying, just asking you, like, do most of the people over there believe they're white?
No, but some
Okay.
of them who have racist parents, like I have a friend, well, was his friend, um, who is mixed, and he was he was making fun with people, like calling, like his cousins and calling them the N-word. I know that's like common and stuff. And he was like just basically making fun of other dark-skinned folks and calling them like the N-word. Like when he was mad, but he's a hothead. Like he's a crazy dude. That's why I stopped being his friend.
So he was white?
No, he mixed.
Oh, okay. So mixed people over there, more than likely, would
No, not
consider
all of
themselves.
them. No, that was just one of like my friend. He was like a hothead, but and
But in your culture, there is a greater affection for lighter skinned people in your culture.
I wouldn't say so particularly. I
I'm
would
saying in
say
terms of how they're treated. Are they treated better than
yes,
darker skinned people?
yes, and I would say because our politicians also,
Or
um,
light skin.
no, we have different color politicians. Come on.
I'm joking. Go ahead.
But would you say most of them are of the lighter hue though?
No, no, actually, it's the opposite, and there has been corruption. So, um, yeah, this happens when they want to like be nice to other people instead of working with their own people. So yeah, I
So
try. Uh-huh.
so so are these darker skinned politicians, are they typically married to darker skinned women or lighter skinned? And I mean not just the men, I mean the women too.
I would say there would be like a mixture of like
Is it more equal or more one way or the other? So is it more they're typically married to a lighter skinned person, or are they more typically married to a darker skinned person?
honestly, it's you really don't know because we have like balance where I live and there's like a lot of mixing and there's some people who choose to date who look like them and stuff. But there's a fair balance where I live. Like I don't but the only thing is with there is colorism and that's because some folks they like they don't let locals really talk about their problems, they suppress it, and that also comes from some colored folks. And yeah, that's a problem, but I started talking about the problems that they have been ignoring in communities and stuff, and some change had started. So yeah.
So would you be considered white in your country?
No, I would consider it half and half.
So you'd be
Be-
considered mulatto.
oh no, I wouldn't be. I would be considered as a Asian in my country.
Are you a coolie?
People would call me Coolie. Yes, I've been called Coolie many times.
Is that Zohar?
Yeah.
Excuse?
Peace.
No, no, sorry. I was just wondering, Zohar. Hey, what's
Yeah.
happening, bro?
Peace, fam. Peace, peace.
Peace.
I didn't want to interrupt the flow. My bad.
No, no. I mean, because when you said that right there, that sort of, I heard that before, but I didn't know that's what that was.
Now, what is a cool? What is a coolie for my own edification in your culture? Because I know there's different gradients. Okay, you have the black, which would be the darker skinned people, and then you have the next level, and maybe another level, and then white.
Honestly, like I thought it was like a dark skinned Indian or Asian or whatever. That's what I thought it was. I don't really know.
So what are the gradations of color schematics in your country? Like go through the whole list. Like there's the dark skinned people, and then go to the next level all the way up to white.
Well, dark skinned people are in power, light skinned people are in power, and mixed people can be in power. Like it's really very fair. I think some some Asians could get in power, and if they do, like they get in high positions, and if not, they don't. They get in low positions.
I'm talking about in terms of the color schematics of what is considered the lowest in terms of color and the highest in terms of color, not political office, but
Okay.
culturally.
So because reparations didn't happen on a global scale, for a lot of melanated folks who have been who've been through a lot of stuff in history, it's mostly dark skinned people and dark brown people or like brown people, and there's also like internal racism within colored folks. So
So
that
when brother
happens.
called you, I mean to cut you off. So when the other person came in and said, did they call you a coolie? Could you explain that? I mean, is that a good term? Is that a bad term? Is
It's
that
a
just
bad term.
It's a bad
it's
term.
a bad one?
I used to whenever someone called me a coolie, I used to ask them, what if I call you the N-word?
Oh wow. Okay.
So it's on
Yeah.
Okay.
that level. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
'cause
why
I
I
I
seen
thought
it.
it
asked.
was negative.
Yeah, because
That's
I'm
why
looking
I
in the
asked.
chat. I'm looking in the chat and they all
Coolie
over this.
is a racial slur today,
That's what
but
they saying. They saying that in the chat. Somebody said how rude. What? That's a slur. Okay.
But see,
So
this the thing.
go
Oh, go
ahead,
ahead,
bro.
brother. My bad. My
No,
bad.
no, no. Go ahead. No, because I want you to. Because I mean, you
Yeah,
did
you
answer
said
about
it. Look, so you
African
put me on to
something
something because
about it.
Yeah,
So
I didn't know.
yeah,
the reason
go
why
ahead
I
and
know that.
elaborate.
Yeah, the reason why I know that because I study a lot of this history. You feel me? Then I got Jamaican and Latina women and whatnot that I mess with from the Caribbean, so I know kind of how the history is with
Okay.
the coolie thing, bro. You know, it was a lot of Chinese and Indian, East Asian immigrants going into Jamaica in that early period, and they would use them as the banker class and the mercantile class, and the blacks would be at the bottom, which is kind of what Rael is getting at. And so I think, we might need to shape these questions so that she understands what we're asking her. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
but in Tamil, coolie means wages slash day labor, and some of them were also treated as slaves because um apparently slavery was supposed to be abolished and indentured servitude was supposed to replace it. And some people were kind of beat to death and couldn't leave their job until their masters told them to. And
Yeah, I get you.
yeah, some of them just weren't treated properly, and that's why there's like a lot of imbalance in the Caribbean today, and it persists within some dark skins. And when folks are using um, colonization in a grand scale, especially with lighter skinned folks, they usually group like try to humiliate dark skinned people across the globe different ways. And yeah, this is part of it when there's internal racism, like brown versus black and all those stuff. I know that there has been a lot of bad, like weird stuff between you guys, and I know different tribes turned on each other, and that was also like a mental construct to segregate folks and have like different hierarchies. And some folks might be angry at another person, but they just did that to assimilate into tribes and to look a certain way when they were moving to the West, I believe.
Let me ask you this question. So, um, you said your dad is dark, and you said when he said coolie, you understood what that meant. So, um,
No offense, by the way, but go ahead.
yeah, you wasn't been trying to be offensive. Would
Educate
you
me.
say would you say that as it relates to, because I'm assuming you're not married, are you?
I prefer not to see.
Okay, so if you were to get married, would your preference be a darker skinned man? And if so, why?
It would really depend on the person. I don't have a preference while dating. The person has to be nice because my mom dated, a lot of light skinned women date dark skins because also they've been teased in communities where it's just dark skins. And sometimes when you get with a dark skinned person, like that dark skinned person doesn't like you. And I think my mom also loved my dad, and sometimes there's like some imbalance. But I think it would just have to depend on the person overall because it could be where from whatever background and crazy, and I wouldn't want to put up with something like that. I just don't care.
Well, I'm asking you because I'm trying to get to, okay, so in your culture, there is a possibility where you could be a dark skinned man, and based on your class, you could basically treat a lighter skinned female harshly in a way that like in America, for example, you, darker skinned men from a color schematic perspective have never had that kind of power like that. But in your culture, you're saying that if he's of a certain class, because you sound like your dad is of a certain higher class, he was in a position to where he could actually treat your mother harshly as if like in America it would be more of a lighter skin phenomenon as it relates to that. Is that what you're saying? That from a class perspective, he could actually treat her harshly, and it's not like frowned upon, like how dare he because he's dark skinned. Like he has that kind of privilege is what I'm trying to get at.
A little bit, like it has that type of vibe in the Caribbeans, and within Brown and even like especially like in the Caribbeans, like the islands like Trinidad and Jamaica and also Guyana, there's like segregation between the Indians and the we Africans, or we call them Afro-Caribbeans and Indo-Caribbeans. And not all people, the intelligent ones, they talk to each other, but the not so intelligent ones, they fight each other, in my opinion. And instead of fighting the system that tries to oppress. So yeah, there's that in the Caribbean.
We never had that in America. Just to let you know.
Yeah,
That privilege from a dark skinned man's perspective has not existed in America. Never.
Yeah, hey,
yeah.
Zohar, I just want to
Yo,
know, hey, bro, could you give us a little, because bro, like I said, you probably been on this show before on Ron's
Yeah, he
Unbiased
been on
Radio.
here. Yeah, he been
yeah.
on here a couple times.
Okay, bro, could you just give us a little background on you and go into what you were discussing earlier about that class system, basically what you were saying about the bankers being this, and that's how you came up with that Cooley reference that you knew about. So just let us know, bro, who you are right now a little bit. I know that everybody don't know. I don't know right now, but could you just give us a little background on you, then sort of expound on that?
Yeah, for sure. She probably knows more than me because it sounds like she's Tamil or Sinhala or something to that effect, but like from the Indo-Caribbean. But me, I'm FBA, born and raised, Aboriginal proud. You know what I'm saying? My people's from Chicago by way of down south, Mississippi, Arkansas, all over, man. So I'm FBA, Black American. And young man, single, thank God. No kids yet. But I brought that up because I do a lot of deep dive research, and my brother Rob, me and him kind of chop it up about these things too. That's how I found out about Ron and this channel. And yeah, with the Indian piece, I wasn't trying to be derogatory to the young lady. I'm just saying, like, I would read how they would phrase these people and some of the sources, and they would use that word, and I do recognize it is a derogatory word, but the reason why I said it, because she immediately knew what I was talking about, without beating around the bush type thing. So yeah, to the shorty on here, I ain't trying to be derogatory, you feel me? But yeah, with the class system, I think she can expound upon that more than me. I was just saying that in the literature that I was reading and from the people that I talked to, the British installed the Indo-Aryan peoples and the Tamil, which are Dravidian, they installed them because they could trust them more with leadership or pseudo leadership, like a managerial system in their colonies, right? Because they had a
Was that
stronger
like
hold on
Jamaica? So would that is that all the Caribbean?
from where they at, yeah. Because the British didn't own all of the Caribbean, just some of it. So where they did go, they brought their people with them. Chinese, mainly from Hong Kong, places like that. They bring them with them. So they know how to do the business. They know how to talk the trade language and whatnot. And they don't like niggas. So they just say, everybody don't like the black man. So everybody just dogpile against the niggers. So they just say, hey, we gonna put y'all in place. And that's how it happened. Now, like I said, she probably knows more than me since she's in it, but in the culture. But I ain't trying
So
to take over the show.
oh no, you fine. Yeah, but she's still yeah, Caribbean Jim. Did you wanna yeah, okay, I thought you did.
Yeah,
Okay, so all right,
I
so
heard him.
okay, so what we trying to do here is thank you first. It's like real early in the morning here. We've been on here for a while. I just want to thank you for staying on here. Um,
Same here.
okay, so the children, the young people over there, right? How is the school system over there? How's the school system in the Caribbean? Do y'all teach Caribbean history? Are y'all teaching American history? Are y'all teaching British history? How is the school system over there? Is that also a class system in school? Do y'all call that primary school? From like here's like elementary school, and then there's middle school, there's high school, and things like that of that nature. So, what are they teaching y'all?
okay, so we have primary school, and before primary school we have preschool. After primary we have high school. After high school we have something called what do you call it? I forgot what it's called, but it's something above what we call CXC, and CXC is like a general Caribbean test
So,
when you're when you're going to like finish high school and you can take your SATs after if you're gonna go to the States or different um different college applications. Like when we finish high school, we can use our scores and apply to different colleges, whether we're going to Europe or the UK, wherever. And there are some, like one college here. There is one college here, and I think it teaches some history and stuff, but I never really went to it, like some accounting and stuff like that.
Okay, so do you guys teach from the I heard you say primary. The one below that is what?
Preschool.
Okay, so in preschool, are y'all being taught your own history or are y'all being taught American history?
In preschool is basically ages 1 to 4, around that.
What about primary?
Primary is like 4 to 12.
So are y'all being taught Caribbean history or y'all being taught American history?
We've been taught some Caribbean history, some American history, but I haven't been the brightest student, I must admit, because my household wasn't like the the best place to study, and I couldn't focus properly. That's why I'm interested in my history right now, to be honest.
So Zohar, bruh, could you come off mute?
Yo, what's the word?
So so what do you know about what they being taught in school over there, bro? Do you know about as far as the primary school and the high school? Because she just said they obviously are being taught some American history. Okay. So I want to know from your Camarian background, what are they being taught about us as far as American history?
But yeah, like I said, I'm FBA, so I don't know everything, but
Yeah.
with the people that I've been around, the Caribbeans that I've been around, mainly Jamaicans and a few other people, they don't get taught much about what we got going on over here when it comes to like some of the alternative history. They know about the Revolutionary War, some of the colony stuff because they're still under the crown. You know what I'm saying? So they get taught that side of the thing, the mainstream thing, and they don't get taught any of the stuff that we talk about, which is why they kind of look at it odd when we talk this FBA thing and delineation. They're like, oh, we supposed to all be black people because they kind of have like this, especially in the modern system, they got like this Pan-African type thing going on through the thing, like
Yeah.
kind of how we did back in the day. It's
Yeah.
almost like they ain't catch up yet. You know what I'm saying? So they're a little bit late to the party when it comes to that, from what I heard. I could be wrong though, but that's what I heard from the people that I know. So
Yeah, and yeah, bro, Rael, you can jump in anytime you want to. The reason why I was asking that is because because she sound very sincere, right? And
yeah,
and I'm just and I'm just a little bit like I guess I can feel like she may be struggling with this over there. And see, I think that's another reason some of that effect is because we are delineating, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people like it seems like a lot of people have been waiting on this, like whether they want it or not. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like more people now are speaking out and they're trying to tell their truth and they're trying to reach for things because of course, the United States president has policies against the Caribbean right now that I know they're not liking, you know, and with the tariffs and everything. I just wonder, you know, I would love for them to just come tell us sometimes what we've been wanting to know from everybody around this world that are dark. It's just like what exactly do y'all want from us, right? Because when you
mm,
hear her talk, it's like she's struggling with that class system. We've been talking about that for a while. And not to hear like most of the time they talking, because most of us talk so professionally with it and so matter of fact with it, even the ones that come on here because they're ready for combat a lot of times when they start talking to us. But with her, it's almost like, like she's feeling like she wants to fix this. She want to be, and it's like, wow, like it concerns me what's going on them islands.
Okay,
I
well,
mean,
I
really.
think somebody was
Go
gonna
ahead.
talk.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, so we learned a little bit like about the Maya and Aztecs, and also Malcolm X, Martin Luther King. Um, we learned about Rosa Parks. I think Marcus Garvey, Emmett Till. Um, what else? We learned a few things, but I just can't remember it all.
Okay, so when you learn about them, those are a lot of civil rights, a lot of the struggle with them, the people that you're talking about, they basically were almost like revolutionaries. Seem like everyone that you named is basically against me. Not trying to be funny, but basically what y'all learning over there is how to be against the oppressed that you're going against. But it seems like everybody's trying to get away from that. But like for us, it's like y'all like running from yourselves to a large degree. You
We
know,
also
you
learned
good.
like
Rap.
the guy who freed Haiti,
Oh,
Mr. Toussaint,
okay. Yeah.
for the revolution, and we learned about the the different conquests in the Caribbean, like the Dutch, the Spanish, and the French. So we learned some stuff.
Did y'all learn about Stalin or Lenin or people like that?
Stalin or Lenin?
Like Stalin or Lenin or Trotsky, people like that?
No,
Okay.
haven't heard of that.
That's interesting.
What is it?
They
Um,
Yeah, go ahead, bro. Whoever's about to say that, go ahead.
yeah, so um and y'all okay, so you said y'all learned about Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. Um
Emmett Till, Rosa Parks.
okay, stuff. So um from a family perspective, um how do y'all families view Black Americans?
Well, I would just say that there's a lot of segregation in the Caribbean with the people who are controlled by weird thinking. Like, let's say some, like, there's a lot of backwards people who are racist towards each other, like the Hindu and Afro-Caribbeans. In the high pay, like in the countries where there is money and with um prosperous families where there's mixed couples, they do pretty well, and some of their families they accept it and some don't, and some ostracize you if you choose to go a different route because like once you like both brown people, they were prosecuted for being dark skinned, especially like the Indians. They had look kind of similar to those in America, so they were also prone to prosecution throughout the Caribbean as well. So for colonization and after, like, for the indentured stuff, like they just weren't liked. Even in America, I kind of see it. And um, what else? Yeah,
But what I'm saying in particular, how do they view Black Americans?
some of them they just don't like them because they're segregated and they just have
Who is segregated? What do you mean?
well well, some islanders are segregated due to local problems that has accumulated and haven't been fixed within communities, like, some
When I say
Indo.
Black Americans, I'm talking about Black Americans that's actually living in America. Are
Oh,
you
okay,
talking about
okay.
Black Americans that are expats over there? Because that's
Oh,
different.
okay, so I was talking actually like about Afro-Caribbean, but since you mentioned that and I cleared it up in my brains, um, they're generally cool with them. Like most of the Caribbean islands are cool with um Americans. So yeah.
You know what? That's
And
interesting.
what class of people are you talking about?
Once you like, okay, since you say class, it really doesn't matter your class. It's about mindset. Like you gotta move a certain way, just don't be acting weird, you dress elegant and you'll be respected.
Okay, well let me make it more clear. Are the people who are coming from the Caribbean, are they considered typically of the higher class of Caribbeans? And if so, is that the reason why many of them come over here with such a standoffish attitude? Because they would be considered more of the upper echelon of Caribbean society, and that's why they have that type of mentality towards Black Americans when they come here?
Yeah, tell me how exactly they treat you. I know that they have been. I want to know exactly like how you feel they have been treating you.
Typically, their mindset is to be standoffish and not really want to really kind of socially intercourse with Black Americans.
And they
If they
believe they get
deal
a
with
lot of
them, yeah, if they deal with them, it's more based on them trying to get ahead and really kind of separate themselves from Black Americans, not coming here with this Pan-African mentality of, oh, let me go to America and link up with my brothers and sisters in the diaspora and let's stick together on some racial color line type stuff. Like they're not moving with the mentality of let's stick together on a racial color line, right?
Yeah, well, yes, some people are like that, but not a lot. And I've heard some Caribbean people on these shows trying to, try to get along and talk about problems, try to evolve together. And yeah, I guess not a lot of people are really into that because some of them have been traumatized. And when they go abroad to study, they're just focused on their goal. And it can be a little bit selfish because, when you come from abroad, you come to do one thing, but different people from different backgrounds do it as well. I'm not excusing them. I think it's just a general thing. And maybe some of them do come from wealthy backgrounds. And I'm sorry that they act like that. My bad.
So
Um,
are there a lot of Asians in your on your island? Asian and Indians from like India.
well, there's a good bit of Indians from India here. Um, but it
Do they
doesn't.
mix with y'all? Do y'all mix? Are they in their own communities?
Some
Do they
people mix. There's a good bit of mixture here in the Caribbean. I have a lot of
with the
mixed
Chinese people?
cousins.
With the
Yes,
Chinese?
I
Okay.
have Chinese cousin. I have Haitian. I have local that is mixed with Indian and black, and yeah, and white. So I have different mixtures of family, and I love them all.
No doubt.
Yeah, I got a question real quick. What would happen if you brought home a Black American man, assuming that you're single?
Well, it all depends on that person's character and
Okay.
how they move with me. First of all, I have to be very comfortable with them. And if I'm not comfortable, they're not coming home to where I live at all.
Yeah,
And
no,
that's and it can be anyone because I dated a Italian dude for like 4 years and I didn't bring him home to meet my dad. So yeah.
oh, dad would have put the beats on him, huh?
4 years.
I have no idea.
Okay. Now, I'm just asking because I want to piggyback off what my brother Rael said, because we get a lot of stank attitudes from people from the Caribbean. I'm gonna just cut it down a minute. I'm a very point blank person, so I hope I don't offend. But yeah, we get a lot of very nasty attitudes, and it's from the men and the women, which is interesting, and it's in respect to the men and the women over here. So it kind of messes up the gender dynamic. So that's why I asked that question, because over here, there's been numerous stories where certain Indian individuals will do an honor killing on their daughter's boyfriend because he's black. So that's why I say it must be different in the Caribbean, I
You
guess.
lying, bro.
Okay, so in the Caribbean, we kind of been like some families, especially like in a cultish vibe, they can be that extreme and they will disown you. And I think people like that is just mentally ill. I'm sorry. They're just
We
mentally ill,
agree
in
there.
my opinion,
No, I got you. We agree there.
because there's I know that somebody was talking about a caste system, and the caste system actually started in India and it continued, like they brought it from India and they spread it out throughout the world, in my opinion, to do their division. So it happened in Africa as well, because most of these different tribes, they're mixed, and especially in the southern hemisphere, there's a lot of dark skinned people throughout the world. Like if you look at the globe map, there's a lot of melanated folks, and they have traveled throughout the southern hemisphere very often, even down to Australia. And yeah, I know that there has been colored people and mixtures throughout different years. There's albinos in every race can make albinos. So I'm just into these things because I really don't like division, like unnecessary. I like to travel. I think it's nice if everyone can travel and just be at peace, explore nature, be happy with your family, friends, and just have a peaceful life. So that's what I'm all about right now. Because a lot of people are trying to make the world in chaos unnecessary. Like there's a lot of stuff going on in Sudan. Anyways, the caste system that separate like dark skins from the light skins. And it's just a tool colonists use, especially the ones on top, to take control of the power dynamics and where it flows in who this like they decide who gets to look like what in that nation. And that's kind of like using eugenics to breed a certain type of person that you want. And when the Mongols invaded India, um, India have been invaded a lot of times, and India had a lot of dark skinned folks, and the light skins were always fighting sometimes. And the dark skins were trading in different parts of the globe. And yeah, conflict happened, but the caste system came about to separate light skins from dark skins. and then they took the same thing and applied it to the States. Yeah.
So you say India was invaded a lot of times.
Yeah.
So who invaded them? Because I know a few, but just go ahead and just sort of give us an idea who invaded them. India, how
Well,
many people?
uh-huh.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know like how many times in particular, but I know one of some of the most biggest invasions were the Mongols and the British invasions. And the Mongols also reproduced with the northern Indians and like Muslims and stuff like that because they were light skinned. And some, like when people are moving and migrating all the time, if they breed someone, it can be different colors because like Muslims back in those times can have like different wives, like up to 4 wives, and that's a good way of spreading their genetics. So they use that tactic to conquer lands, and it was like mostly like how to say, in Mecca, in those places where the Muslim Islam thing started, and then spread to conquer different empires. And when it conquered different empires, I think certain people just get together, and the family on top decided to make certain people light skinned because other tribes were using their color to fit in, I guess, whenever there was attack. And when there's attack, I guess the people on top don't know how to classify folks, so they just classify them with skin tone. But I don't know, this whole thing is just a experiment, I guess, for DNA and genetics. And a lot of people are still trying to find out a lot of history and gatekeep knowledge to make one group or the other catch up and just have this war cycle all the time.
Mm. Real quick, so excuse me, in Jamaica, I don't. Let me ask this first. Which ethnic group are you a part of from India? Is it Telugu? Is it Tamil? Which one is it? The majority.
I don't really know what I am exactly. I just know that I'm West Indian Caribbean.
Okay.
No,
No, I got you. I got you. Never mind. That kind of defeats my other question. Never mind. I withdraw my comment.
yeah.
Okay, so with all the friends that you have, so you have friends over there. You're pretty social. Seem like you're traveling a lot. So the people that are around you, your friends, do they talk about coming to America? Because it seems like you say you have no interest. But are they talking? Is the thing coming to America over there? In other words, like, do a lot of people you know where you're from want to come to America?
Well, I already a lot of people here already have family from that lives in America, and
Mm,
that is from America.
yeah,
So they just go there to travel their family that has been there for the longest of while.
gotcha. Okay, but not you. Huh.
Well, I'm sure if I do a DNA test, I can trace my family.
No, I was saying not you want to come.
Well, maybe if things get a little bit better and crazy people stop acting crazy, I might want to come. But I think this is for me an international thing right now.
Okay.
I'm just don't want to travel like that right now.
Yeah. Okay.
I just think a lot of weird stuff is happening out there, dude, like spiritual stuff.
Things are
It's
changing.
always been a lot of crazy stuff going on in the world. Ain't nothing new.
That's true.
Well, we're getting a lot of things in it. Let me see, in the chat, because those chats that the FBA got, they really sharp. You got to give it up to them. Got to always give it up to them for staying up and being so on point, listening, and with that FBA spirit, man, it's like, we're very welcoming. We wanted to hear from you. When you came back in, this is how we normally act anyway. If you was to fall up into an FBA house, this is what you're probably gonna get. We would all probably be sitting around. If you start talking, everybody would listen. We would want to know what's on your mind. We know what's happening. We not what you say that's happening over here in America. Whatever you're seeing that you believe is happening in America, hey, it's not always true when it come to about us, because like you said, you got a lot of friends already over here. A lot of people that's doing some of that stuff, they're really not FBA. That's one of the reasons why we're delineating, not because we don't like them, but because it's just so many that come, and that's just one island. You can imagine that's coming from all of South America, that's coming from all of Europe, that's coming from Mexico, of course, and they're coming over here in droves, and you know, we don't want people to feel like you do, like I don't want to come to America. I want everybody to sort of get along. We were the people that was doing that. We were the people that wanted to get along. We were the people that
I'm
was
scared of
never,
sundown towns.
hey, but I'm saying y'all got sundown towns where y'all from, and y'all doing it to each other. If you come here and you say you looking for a sundown town, we know exactly what you mean. But y'all having some tough stuff going on over there, and I wouldn't too much worry about a sundown town, because it looks like, you already, when you come here, you're probably gonna find some safe place. I don't know. Because a lot of times when people call, danger, they normally trying to associate that with us. Now, with you saying a sundown town, everybody that's black know what a sundown town is. So now we know you talking about the other side. But earlier when you first gave your opinion, it was more about similar towards us. And we've been trying to dispel that, because that is not true. Because y'all
No, it's a
also,
general statement,
right, it's a
honestly.
general statement, right.
But hold on, before you even go there, where did she even hear about a sundown town? We don't even talk about sundown
I'm a
towns.
researcher.
But I'm asking you, where specifically? Because we don't even, in our common vernacular with each other, we're not talking about sundown towns in America.
Well, some of the stuff I follow, like I listen to like people from all around the world who talks about different topics. And
Yeah, but you need to listen to people from here about something as specific as a sundown town. We're not having conversations about sundown towns in Black America. If we bring it up, it's because we're bringing it up for a historical reference. Because we're not. I mean, I don't think anybody up here is really scared to travel throughout the country.
well, I'm
As
not
far
saying that
the
to
men
like
up, as far as the men up here.
I'm not trying to scare anybody, but
No, I'm not saying you are. I'm saying when you talk about sundown towns, there's a certain history that goes with sundown towns as it relates to Black American men specifically, black women too, but specifically Black American men. So that is something. If anybody would be really talking about sundown towns, it would actually be us. We're not making content out here talking about sundown towns. Nobody is talking about that. So why is that on your brain for somebody who
cause
said
I'm
it,
not white.
who's not even from the country?
Because I'm not white, and if I go there by mistake, I don't know if something can happen to me because I'm not.
Let's ask this question. Did you hear that from what content creator did you hear that from? Or did you read it in a book or what?
It was like it was a bunch of videos, a thread where people were talking about when the floods were happening in America in certain towns. And yeah, I saw it on YouTube. I can't remember which creator, but I think it was American lady.
Okay. She's black or white or what?
It was a thread, so it was different. It was mostly Pakistan people who was talking about it. But yeah, I have family that's different colored, so I'm interested in these topics. Sometimes you don't know these things, and it's good to learn about it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the one thing to learn about them, but it's another thing to use them as something to to factor into you not traveling to a place. You know what I'm saying? Like that's different. Okay, because what I've learned through having conversations internationally with women from different countries, specifically from uh, Africa, is they will bring up similar type of things, and it has nothing to do with any experience they have, any relatives that I mean, y'all do realize there are people from all over the world that literally matriculate and move to the United States, and they're not talking about sundown town. And so, like, that's my whole thing. It's like for America to be considered as racist as a lot of people from outside believe it to be, and I'm not saying it don't have racism because it does. There's an awful lot of foreign people that's trying to come here though to live at the same time. So it doesn't really match up with the fear and the trepidation that you've been talking about in terms of the racism and all these different types of things. It's not saying that stuff doesn't happen, but um, you know, talking about something as unique as sundown towns, for example, that is something that is not even on the radar, of most Black Americans, and that's specifically something related to our own history and our own negative experiences as a collective in America, and we don't even focus on it like that. So for you to be from a foreign place and never been here, never been in this environment, something that specific is weird to us because it's so not even on the radar of most of us.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
no.
don't really know what
Go,
somebody's
go
gonna
ahead.
say.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. You can answer.
No, I'm gonna let you talk.
Okay, so um, some of that stuff is with our politics here now because we have a leadership, uh, and our president is definitely not nothing anybody has ever seen his first or his second term. Some of these things we're having these conversations over the world because we have a couple of different political parties. People are more and more getting more and more influenced and getting involved in our politics. That's good and bad. Now for you, you're somewhere else. Even though you're having conversations with us, that's fine. I'm sure call in because, like I said, continue to call in people to continue to hit the like button and do things like that. Um, but with the leadership in America right now, and dealing with FBA specifically, you have to understand that we have been here since the beginning of this country, right? So what's happening right now, even though this president is there, the very money that everybody put in their pockets got one of them presidents on it, right? So each one of those presidents we had issues with. And I'm talking about every one of them. And to study us is to actually study one of those bills, study one of those coins, because this Constitution and our politics and dealing with those foreign affairs is what's happening to people now. Our foreign policies are really putting people in a bad situation. People like you that want to bring people together, that want some kumbaya. The only way kumbaya was happening is that FBA wanted it to happen, and now it's a problem. And I get it. It's scary. The world is scary. The world is very much worse, very scary now because we're not really pushing back against some of this thing. And the world needs to understand that. This is the first time in history of America that we have not pushed back against things that may be happening to the most vulnerable. We've always stood up for the most vulnerable in the world. We have pushed our people, our soldiers, our families, our children to travel, to vote, to cry, to basically get unalived for other people and come back here and still have to fight at home. So when people have feelings, feelings are one thing, but our feelings have never been taken into account by the diaspora. They don't know who we are because they choose not to know. And the reason they choose not to know is because to come somewhere and act like you don't know is the worst thing you can do now. People have to understand right now, if you have an anxiety over the world because you're caught up in our politics, you caught up in the politics of America closing its doors, shutting down, and we're not doing anything. We have been attacked by the diaspora, saying that we're not coming out there, we're not standing up, we're not fighting, and it's just it's a terrible thing to say and a message to send to our children because our children know we've never ever sat down, we've never stopped fighting, we've never ever. But if people would constantly just look and see how we handling this situation, you probably will come out better. See, those very people that you said, like Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Solving the Truth, those people are here. This is not a book. This is not, this is not a movie. This is not a class. Those people are here. And that's why people thought we was like getting deported. That is a slur. That is a threat. That is hatred towards our family. See, when you say you don't want to come here about a sundown town, see, that was a town when people said that person that black would have done something, and it's going to bring a lot of trouble for us. So people understand who we are. But when they get here, the first thing they want to do is get around people that they think are in charge. Now they mad at the people that are in charge because they mad at us at the same time. Look, if you would just care about where you were from first, there's a lot of problems there. The problems is this caste system. And it's trying to be so close to Caucasians that you don't know what to do with yourself. See, we're not doing that, and they're confused now because we never was doing it. We've been bumping heads. We've been habitually bumping heads for hundreds, for centuries. And the way that we bump heads is not with a picture. It's not with a Martin Luther King. It's not a Malcolm X. These people are here. This is the problem. People getting caught up on TV. They're getting caught up on 50 Cent and what's this guy named Tyler Perry and the rest of these athletes and rappers. These people are actors. Okay? They're entertainers. We are not entertainers. We not
Okay,
acting over here.
I lied about the TV part. I don't
No,
watch
no, I
TV.
know you did. You were making an example, but a lot of people use that example. That's why I know that they don't believe it. What they want to do is they want to come over here and get something and hope that they can get just as much as they can, and they don't want no problems. Well, you know what they're doing? They're getting into our politics. They're voting against reparations. They're telling us that we're lazy. They're telling us, they're calling us katas. This has been going on for a long time. Nobody fights them back. You don't see people coming on there. We don't see Africa getting upset with a kata. Not one country, but they want a part of the reparations. You don't see not one Jamaican country saying, you don't see the prime minister, you don't see a politician over there. Only thing they're doing is worried about somebody getting deported. You never see them say, well, man, look here, we're gonna stop this. disrespecting Black Americans. We're gonna stop it. You don't see no public service announcements, even from the Democrats. You only see it from one man, Donald Trump. The world should be ashamed of themselves. They're not trying to push their politicians out there. They're pushing their politicians over here to literally open up our borders. They don't care about our children. They're not thinking about that. They're running around here right now trying to pass laws so that people can be here legally. You can't do that. No, you can't do that on the islands. You can't do that in any other country. They act like we're not even here. They keep running to people. Huh?
Actually, some of our islands pushing back on the stuff that's going on.
Is it your politicians?
Huh?
Is it your politicians?
Yeah, the people
They
that
need to
I
make a
voted
statement.
for.
We need to know it. We need to see it. We needed them put some skin in the game. We need to see your presidents. We need to see the diaspora presidents. We need to see your foreign ministers. We need to get them, go out there and tell them to tell y'all people to stop it right now. Stop saying this stuff. No, what I'm saying, I'm not trying. Look, tell them to do it. Tell them to do it because that's the way you do it. You tell your prime minister. You see our president out there saying, "Get out." Why y'all president can't say, "Why y'all doing that to Black Americans?" It's almost like all y'all want to do is go to a Caucasian to tell him something that you want, but you're not saying, "Look what you should be doing." Y'all got people gumming on. As soon as somebody look at all over the world, they're talking about, "Look how America's treating our people." They're worried about their people going back home. What about us? Not one politician across the globe is saying anything about FBA. Saying maybe we might be wrong in what we're doing. Maybe we're doing something wrong in America while all of a sudden the Black people are not speaking.
Well,
They should wonder. Wait, I'm gonna let you go. They should wonder, or you should be challenging not you. You're doing enough. You're fine. I'm just making a statement. They should be pushing their politicians to start opening their mouths and stop being so sad. We have done a lot for the world. Our families, them very people that y'all studying, they're here. I don't get it. It's almost like the diaspora is running a scam. It's like they want something that's Wakanda-like. Or something that they read some book about something, like these people are not here. They think this Malcolm X thing is like important. This stuff is not important to us anymore if it is to y'all. Because what it is to y'all is a movie. It's a book. It's just some language. So that means that you put our so-called leaders over our people. That's the problem. You're coming over here thinking that we're lazy. How can somebody call Malcolm X lazy? How can you call the descendants of Frederick Douglass lazy?
But you can't speak about everyone, though.
No, what I'm saying is, this is the
Why do
problem.
y'all do that? Why do y'all do that? That's not an argument.
You're not saying it. You're not pushing. Because when we see, this is the thing. You don't have to get a super majority in your own mind to understand that these people are the ones that's talking. We're saying this. You don't need to go. See, we understood y'all when y'all came over here. We knew that y'all needed a whole lot when you came. We didn't mind when y'all segregated and came into our communities and basically pushed us out because we kept, just invited y'all in, and then y'all numbers got up, and then here come the names calling. Here comes the running for office. Here comes the trying to get a job, trying to do all of that, and we just getting back. We keep moving back. We keep moving back to now y'all done filled up all the projects. Y'all done filled up some of our historical neighborhoods because we just keep moving back. We just keep moving back because we were taught to love everybody and to care. And turn out, soon as y'all got your numbers up, oh man, y'all act like we made it. We did America. You people over there talking about you create rap, hip hop, blues, jazz, some of all that stuff came from Africa. It's ridiculous. Because had they done it, suppose they created it, they'd probably be rich. Because you'd have it with nobody else trying to take it from you. No thank you. No thank yous. They actually saying they did it. Now they're trying to say that they created even the stuff that we say that we built, our inventions. You have people over there talking about they did. Caribbeans. Everything we do, they attach a Caribbean to it now. I don't care what it is. But instead of the people coming on making content saying these Caribbeans need to stop, you can't find anybody doing it but us. And we're not doing it to them. We're talking to each other. They're coming in our spaces trying to tell us that we're being divisive. We don't have no overwhelming cry from the diaspora telling them that those people over there are messing up. It's just FBA. That's it.
We
And
can
Donald Trump.
we can point to Caribbean politicians now. Those who are Caribbean, come from a Caribbean lineage, who have been actively running interference against things like reparations. Okay. Westmore, governor of Maryland, Jamaican heritage. Brandon Johnson, Haitian mayor of Chicago. The Congressional Legislative Black Caucus in California, when reparations was supposed to be brought up in the session, when they were pushing all this notion that they were going to bring it up, it was Caribbean caucus members who never brought the bill up to even get a vote. Okay. One female, I forgot where she's from, just got indicted from Haitian chick for stealing money. Okay. All right. We're not even going to talk about the Africans and Somalians in Minnesota and these places stealing money too. So look,
I'm sorry.
y'all need our votes. Let's be clear. In the United States, y'all need FBA votes to get in office. It's really that simple. It's a numbers game. Okay? We have verifiable evidence that people of your lineage are actively sabotaging things that we want. I'm sorry, we don't care about y'all feelings. We don't care about y'all emotions. We don't give a shit. Because we're not doing anything to actively harm y'all, okay? Black people were some of the biggest supporters of Haitians in the 90s when there were white people who were actively not wanting Haitians to come to the United States because there was a stigma against them saying that many of them had HIV and AIDS, okay? There were black people who were actively pushing for more Haitians to come here, especially when they had the coup and all that type of stuff that happened over there, okay? So we were out there on the front lines trying to help Haitians and get them over here, okay? But it's not even something that seems like we could just look at it. You know what I'm saying? When y'all as Caribbean, when y'all get here and y'all get in those positions, y'all are not helping us. Okay, we're helping y'all because we're voting for y'all. And we're believing that y'all are in solidarity with us on some black shit. But when y'all get in the office, y'all are hobnobbing with these white folks and y'all ain't doing nothing for us on that particular regard. Okay? So that is not theory. That is not feelings and emotions. That is just the facts on the ground. So instead of worrying about sundown towns, you need to be worried about what your Caribbean counterparts are doing here as it relates to the politics of what's going on, okay? Because they can't get in the office if we're not giving our support to them like that. So we're doing our part in terms of the Pan-African shit and all that, and we're supporting y'all because y'all saying y'all black, but then when y'all get in, man, y'all show y'all ass to us. You know what I'm saying? And then y'all wonder why we're on this with this smoke like this. It's going to get worse. It ain't gonna get better for y'all. You know what I'm saying? It's just not. You know what I'm saying? And because y'all got a lot of stuff that y'all need to answer for. Like we don't sit here and make up all these excuses. Well, the white man did this, and we don't even accept those excuses from each other. Like when we hear, like we understand there's certain things that's happened, but we expect each other to be down for each other when it's all said and done. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, that's just the bottom line. And when we see somebody that doesn't look like they on our side like that, I mean, we got young people and middle-aged people that's looking at a professor that has garnered a lot of respect from a lot of black people. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, when he shows that he's not for us, guess what, man? We on his ass because we don't play that. So, like, if we could give it to one of our own, who many consider an elder, if we'll give it to him at 80 years old, man, y'all don't stand a chance. Y'all ain't one of us like that. You know what I'm saying? And y'all make it known that y'all not one of us when y'all come here and you engage in the politics and you do the type of stuff that y'all Caribbean counterparts do when y'all get in office. Y'all
You
don't
mean
do
like
shit.
Kamala?
Same thing.
Yeah, she's one of them.
Yep.
She's one of them.
Yep.
And we ain't
And,
just
and,
trying to
F-
lecture.
and FBA voted for her. FBA voted for her overwhelming. And listen, FBA voted for Kamala Harris. And guess who didn't? The Caribbean voted, but they were splitting their vote. All of them split their vote. Some of them went, it's 60, 40, even 30%. Look, if you voted 30% for anybody except for yourself, and we just sacrificed our vote, and the whole country spit in their face for nothing. I mean, just imagine you're fighting for the diaspora, and the diaspora is trying to play both sides of the fence.
Mm-hmm.
And they did it. And they've been doing it. But this time it blew up in their face. See, that's all what happened. FBA is the one that tried to save the world, because really that's what everybody looks to America for, to save the world. Okay, so you had the people that have sacrificed their lives for centuries. Do it one more time for the diaspora while somebody said you got to get up out of here. If I get in, you gone. He told them they gone. They made songs about him. I will vote. Look, they were doing all kinds of things for him. They was running around hugging him and kissing him. I'm talking about all types, Somalians, you name it. All of them had something to do with him getting in office. But FBA was that, they're going to just vote against their own interests again. For people to literally come on here now and say, they're coming to get you next. What kind of friend is that? We laid everything on the line. Whether a percentage of us voted or not, the people that didn't even vote for Donald Trump still talking like this, right? Because they FBA. That did vote for Donald Trump, talking like that because they're FBA. Because when you talk about, well, it won't all of them, see, we don't care nothing about that in the country. We understand what it means for that vote. You don't do what we need you to do, we know where the problem's coming. Because see, we lost many votes in America. Many votes. A lot of bills and things have been written about us over the centuries to give us something, to take something from us. And we just gone through it every year, every year, every year. But that particular year, that did it. That pretty much did it. It's like, why are we sacrificing everything for people that's saying we want to win no matter who wins? See, they had that all the time. They want to win no matter who wins. So they can split their vote. And then some of them be like this. Oh, well, if America fails, I can go home. What kind of friend is this? Where are our friends? If you think you can go home if America fails, what kind of friend is that? We need one thing from people that's come from the Caribbean. Stay out of our politics. Stay out of them. Because if you're not going to vote our way, and it's not about Donald Trump. You voted for Donald Trump. We're not even talking about Donald Trump. We're talking about the things that we want. They need to stop voting against our interests. They're in there now and they're voting against our interests. They're blatantly doing it.
And what
They
what
do it
is
in
that?
every state. Huh?
What is that exactly?
Reparations has been the first thing on the table. Matter of fact, going back to the election of 2020, 2019, 2020, when reparations was being bandied about as something that Democrats were specifically saying that they would vote for or potentially vote for, okay, that's when a lot of shit hit the fan for a lot of y'all, because a lot of y'all openly stated that y'all didn't believe Black Americans deserve reparations. That's when the shit really hit the fan for y'all. You know what I'm saying? And see, many people don't understand too, is like in this past election, a lot of a lot of people, man, non-Black Americans, a lot of people, a lot of these folks, they voted for Trump on some type of, you know, they trying to be, you know, conservative, because I keep trying to tell people, like, this dude he's a business, he's about getting a deal done, which is good, because if Black people actually get together and actually really come with some shit and stop trying to love politicians and understand this is about power and money, and really put something on the table, we can actually get something. But when he hit with that 14th Amendment, it destroyed a lot of y'all dreams, because a lot of people thought they was going to come with this model minority crap and try to make it look like they was better than Black people, and it completely backfired on them. And now that's why a lot of them like, man, I wish I never voted for him. It's like, well, y'all didn't have y'all ducks in order. So for me, I don't have a problem with it, because at the end of the day, he made a line in the sand that said the 14th Amendment was for FBAs. That's good. That's good enough for me, because that's more than what Barack did. So at the end of the day, y'all put yourselves on the. What really happened is that the reparations conversation really showed who was really enemies to us. That's what it really showed us. It really showed us who really was not really Black, because how could you really go against Black Americans getting reparations, especially if you're coming from the Caribbean with your own history with slavery, and in Africa with your own history of colonization? Why would you be against, even if we got it first, okay, whatever, like, so why you against it though? You know what I'm saying? Especially when we've opened the doors for y'all to be in this country in the first place. So that really, you know, that really kind of the Asians with the affirmative action pretty much gutting that, which now they're complaining now that, because since it's basically been shut down, they're not even getting to Harvard anymore. All these people that was against FBA, the shit is backfiring on them. Now they're looking for the same people that was against us are the same people like, man, why y'all ain't helping us? Why y'all not here protesting? Because we remember the reparations conversation, and we remember the Asian crime bill. We remember the same Asians crying about affirmative action so they can get in school with white folks, and now they can't do it because they were doing it off of the 14th Amendment and the civil rights legislation, which was used to undermine the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. This is why I keep trying to tell people, civil rights was used to undermine those amendments for us. They started adding all these other people and LGBTQ and all this other nonsense. Okay. Even a white Republican woman said she would rather see FBA get reparations to see illegal immigrants get the money and get the housing. She was the one that was Ann Coulter. She was sticking up for FBA. You know what I'm saying? More than these so-called Black politicians who really are African or Caribbean, because that's who they're supporting. So when they get in office, they're not Black, they're Caribbean, or they're African, they're Nigerian. You know what I'm saying? They're king or whatever. And so now we see it. We've seen enough of it. Now we're awakened. So now we're adjusting to what we see y'all on. And so now y'all can't blend in with this, oh, we melanated in the white man. Y'all can't come to us with the white man is so racist. Like, we're not falling for that nonsense, because at the end of the day, like, if it's all about them being racist, okay, cool. I'll cut a deal with them, just like Booker T and them was willing to cut a deal with them, because at the end of the day, y'all presidents, they cut a deal with them, okay? When they come over there to y'all countries, they sitting up there shaking the hand. They not talking to them about how racist they are and all that. They're cutting the deal and they're getting paid. So we sitting here looking silly trying to be on some kumbaya type stuff, But y'all leaders, they're cutting deals in Africa. They're cutting deals, letting them mine all the minerals and all that type of stuff. So why are we gonna be sitting here talking about how racist the white man is, and they cutting deals with the same white man? Man, ain't nobody got time for that shit. We out of that. Now kick rocks on that.
So if I said that I agree with reparations, that wouldn't matter, right?
Yeah, you individually, it does matter. But see, you don't come to America. See, this is the thing. You can't put yourself in that part, because when we're talking because we're having a conversation and you happen to be over there. That's why I said they need to speak up even over there. They need to start telling their people, period. Because if they don't, we're not gonna stop this. We're not gonna just come out and help them just because that they're having a problem. Look, even America think right now, the Democrats even believe that they're gonna win now again themselves. See, they think this lineage thing is based on something that will happen yesterday. It's not about that anymore. It's not about that. We are FBA for real. This really don't even have nothing to do with politics or anything. We can't change our lineage. See, everybody is really confused. See, it's not really about Donald Trump. It's not about the Democrats. It's not about nobody. It's about us now. We had to look at each other in the face and say, man, look, man, what are we gonna do? The world had voted against us. They spit in our face. The entire world, because that's what they keep calling America. They keep calling this a land of immigrants. We telling them this is not a land of immigrants.
Mm-hmm.
This is our land. This is where we at. We ain't no freaking immigrants. They came over here and spit in our face. And now they still want us to look. People was talking, look, sometimes they call some of our people slaves. People from Africa calling our people slaves when they get upset. I mean, come on, what else are we supposed to be doing with people like that? What we're trying to get through to the diaspora. Look, y'all got, what's his name? The Prince of Pan-Africanism. This guy. See, we got issues, but we're not playing games. This guy said, hey, if Africa can't get it and everybody else, then the FBA is not gonna get it. See, that's y'all real sentiment. See,
Mm-hmm.
we can't get it unless you guys get it. Just imagine if we ever felt that way. This world wouldn't be the same. This world wouldn't be the same. We wouldn't be the same people either. But
I
that's the
mean,
way
they do have they do have militaries, and if they feel so froggy and they want to talk so much shit, I mean, they could go whoop their ass. They could go whoop them Europeans' ass and take it. That's what they did.
exactly.
Y'all,
And we
y'all
just
got y'all got y'all got militaries. We ain't got it. Y'all got it though. Why ain't they doing it?
so they need to stay out of our politics. We're trying, when while we're telling you this, is that way when you go on another live, when you go back on after you done had time to think about this, and you go on there and you tell these folks, and maybe you can still come to FBA, but look here, don't. I'm not telling you don't come on these things, man. Forget that. Come, because like I said, look here, look, we've been through some stuff around here. Let's don't get it twisted. We know what it means to be in America. So you can go on all the FBA sites that you want. That'll be fine. But one thing you could do is if you ever go on a site where they're against us, see how that work out for you. If you go and you try to stand up for us for 1 minute, they're gonna come after you like you've never been come after before. You know how it is if you got any type of understanding about our positions and you go into a room, they will be more vicious than you know it. I got a feeling you understand what I'm saying. See, if you stand up for us, that means that everybody else ain't getting nothing. Strange that way when it was just the opposite just last year. Now, if you stand up for us, nobody else wins. And how about everybody's on the same side? For somehow this delineation thing, we didn't start it. We just said it. They've been doing it. Everybody has been delineating from us. And now we understand this delineation thing. They're doing it for us, a variety of reasons. We're doing simply off lineage. It's never been done before. And we're doing it because we're looking at each other now. We're just saying, wow, man, the whole world. We used to make songs about the whole world against or us against the world. It's like that really is us. When you got people literally fleeing their country talking about you're not getting anything if I don't. Where else can you do that, South America? I mean, how much
I
do
mean,
you
for
need to
real.
be able to crap on somebody and to go inside their house and say, look here, if y'all not eating if I don't, but they bought no food, they bought, matter of fact, yesterday they brought something and we don't even like it. But they in here and they telling you what they don't like the way the clothes look, they don't like the way all this look, and that thing, they sitting down. That thing, you drive to the house and they didn't change your furniture around. That thing, FBA is outside. And we still okay. It's gonna be fine. They trying their best. They can't speak English. They dressing different. We think they got the same problems that we got, so we keep backing up because we know how hard it'll be if you cross the wrong people in America. We know what they'll do. So we kept treating immigrants that can't speak the language and having other type of barriers almost like, man, they need help. We always got that heart. Why y'all don't got the heart for us? We should
Well,
have reparation right now from y'all countries. See,
not
we should be getting
me.
paid. We should no, we should be getting paid by all of them countries, but they have no interest in it. None, none. But they all should be raising their hands saying, Donald Trump, look, we'll help you. We'll help you pay reparations. That right there sounds crazy. Sound fine to everybody in the chat and me. We think all y'all should get together. Take some of the pressure off our country. How about that? Maybe to lessen the blow. But nobody's saying that. Cause you know what they're saying? Oh well, we was enslaved too. We need to get it too. We need to get it too. No, 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 no. We think right now that this thing is about us. We need to get our issues out the way, and then we can talk. We can talk
Well,
after we get ours. It'd be
I
nice if
was
everybody. Go ahead, man.
I was never against reparations. Just want to throw that out there.
We know that about you. Individually, you're not, but you're the minority, and that's what you got to understand. You're the minority view. Because your country will be saying it. You know what? You know what a lot of countries are doing? They're trying to get on the reparation train too. It's getting out of control. It's a heavy, heavy boat. And matter of fact, they're getting on. They are creating plans to put us in it, like we asked. Like we don't want to get in on no reparations with you guys, but they like no, put them in there anyway. To put us in means that nobody gets nothing. That's how it always is. Every time we get something and we give everybody else something, they get it. But now all of a sudden it's like, okay, we want to get something. Now they like, no, no, no. Let's do it together. Everybody do it, then we're all boats rise. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, you get a whole lot of hands in. It's different now. It's not the same anymore. It cannot be that for the diaspora in the world. It has to be the world for us. One time, just once. Just
No, and
once
they
in your
made it.
lifetime.
Yeah, sorry, my bad.
No, just one time in the world. If they could ever do that, it wouldn't cost them too much. Every country. I know they're like, we didn't do nothing. Yeah, yeah. Actually, you did. But they could just lessen the blow off our country, send a couple billion every freaking corner of the globe. I
Let me
mean,
let me answer a question. Can you point to anything of significance that your leadership, your politicians have actually ever done, your business community, whoever, has actually done for FBA? Like not getting anything in return, but doing something for FBA. Can you point to anything that you know in your country's history? Or hell for that matter, any other Caribbean country's history? Can you just point to it? Because I can. I can actually point to something.
I believe that um you're talking about my home. You said any Caribbean.
Your home country or any other Caribbean country. And I'm talking about doing something specifically that help the masses of Black Americans.
Well, I know Haiti had a lot of people that went to America to help for the revolution and stuff like that.
What
And
revolution? What revolution?
uh, when there was like a lot of fighting in the States.
What? But you got to be specific about what revolution. And I mean helping black people, not white people.
Yeah, you know, there was a lot of segregations. A lot of dark-skinned folks came and tried to be together with Americans, and also, I don't know, like in the sense of being friendly to those who come to the island, they're like that generally. And if you're really nice, like they will treat you as a friend, like pay some stuff for
I'm
you.
talking about something policy wise. What policy? What tangible thing? I'm not talking about being hospitable. Of course, if I come to your country and if I'm respectful, you're supposed to be hospitable. You're going to be hospitable toward white people. You're going to be hospitable towards me too. I'm talking about something that's literally impactful, generations, that is concrete and tangible that we can look and say, you know what? They actually did that for us, such and such, and it's still, it's good to this very day.
To be honest, I don't really know anybody in the back of my head because I never really checked it up.
Okay, I'll name something for you. Okay. Booker T. Washington, when he formulated Tuskegee Institute, which was an agricultural and mechanical school, because we were actually going through a transition in terms of an agrarian-based economy to an industrial-based economy. You needed men to learn the skill sets that would apply in that new economic environment. Okay, Booker T opened Tuskegee's doors to people from the Caribbean, from Africa, from India, from China, and Japan. Okay, they were literally allowed to go to an HBCU, a historically black college and university, so they could take those skill sets back to their respective countries so they could build their internal infrastructure in the aftermath of being beat down through the wars of colonization, beat down through war and colonization and things like that. They needed to adapt to the new global environment in terms of where the economy was going globally. Booker T. Washington provided an environment where the training necessary to adjust to that environment could take place. Okay. He actively sought um, resources for students who couldn't pay coming from these countries. And he specifically, especially in places like Cuba, he specifically sought out those dark skinned Cubans to have an opportunity in Tuskegee. Okay. He actively sought out the darker skinned ones. Okay. Because he knew that they were the ones who were getting mistreated the most. Okay. That is a tangible thing that happened. Matter of fact, Booker T. Washington also encouraged black men to join the military to fight on the behalf of Cubans who were trying to get free from Spain because they were a Spanish colony. Okay, so even though slavery had ended in Cuba, they were still under the yoke of the Spanish. He encouraged black men to join the military to fight on behalf of Cuba. You didn't know that, did you?
No, I didn't know everything.
Right. So that is something that is tangible that we did out the goodness of our heart and our will. And it's not like at that particular moment. Matter of fact, when Booker T. Washington went to France, he wrote in a journal because he wrote a letter and he had it published. So he knew that publishing this could be a problem for him in the States. He 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 pushed the Haitian population to make sure they had a better tombstone for Toussaint Louverture in France, because he thought that the tombstone that he had was not befitting of what he represented in terms of leading them to get their independence. Him writing that and publishing that was something that could have been very bad for him in terms of his life. You know what I'm saying? Because of what he was supporting, because he was openly saying he supported what Toussaint did. And he was in the South. You know what I'm saying? He was in the racist South. That's where he lived. So for him to openly declare that showed a lot of courage for him to do that. So we got an extensive history, man, of helping y'all from Africa to the Caribbean. We ain't seen none of that from y'all.
So Caribbean influence on abolition, the Haitian Revolution from 1791 to 1804 was the single most important event that helped FBA indirectly.
It did not help us because we were already fighting slave rebellions before Haiti fought it. So it's not like we were just sitting around like not wanting to be free. So stop. Come on.
We sort of done debunked that, man. We know
Come on.
about that revolution that
Come on.
happened there in Haiti, that they did amongst themselves on an island with themselves. So that wasn't inspiring. That inspired people like Pan-Africans to big them up. But for the average FBA, for the masses of FBA, that stuff didn't mean nothing. Still don't. It's a symbolic gesture, but it's no tangibles there. It's that we give clout to people for nothing. We want to make that diaspora great. We've been trying to do that to Africa and the islands forever. Just keep trying to give them more and more credit. And it's falling apart because it's not real. These people over here scamming.
Yes,
And
sir.
look, and check this out. Not only that, ma'am, but Donald Trump is going to try to throw like hundreds of thousands of them out like in February. If they really did anything for America or us, they wouldn't be getting tossed. They wouldn't be getting tossed. See, because that whole little story about that is no more than a story. You have no idea about our country and our towns and our cities and our streets that have been under oppression. And you're talking about that one thing that happened over there. Do you know how many things was happening with us
Learning.
when they look? But do you know how many things that was happening with us when that was going on?
A whole bunch of shit.
My goodness, you don't know my family. Each one of us FBA over here has something going on that we had to take care of while they're doing that. It's not inspiring us. That's inspiring some story that some government or some elite want to write about so they can make themselves look good. That did nothing for me, and it did nothing for us. It did something for Haiti, and then they turned around and had to pay Listen, they probably shouldn't have done it now. But if you just look at what we were doing, which has been getting all our history have been getting covered up for a long time by who we've been battling with. They cover up almost everything we have. Even look, when you get a rebellion, a slave rebellion, or a revolt, or anything that happened from somebody saying we doing something, that's happening all over America. Half of it is not being covered. So when you hear something about a Black Wall Street, we got hundreds of them. When you hear something about somebody whistled at a white, well, that's just one. When they had the Red Summer, they was doing it before that. We've been fighting for everything, to get married, to have property, to have it taken down, to have it burned down. And you're talking about 1804? See, that's the problem that we have done. Y'all keep on trying to deitize and put people up there by one. It's always y'all hold places, but y'all try to pick a particular person over in America that make them great. Y'all want to make Martin Luther King great over my grandfather. You don't
I
want to
was
know about my
reading.
grandfather. No, but I know you're not. But I'm just saying, when I say you, that don't mean specifically you.
You said hold on, you said you were reading what?
Like I was when I was telling him that I was reading, but I understand what you I get that you're talking like in a general sense.
1804. I
Yeah,
get
but
it.
but see what I'm saying? You Google searched that while we were talking. I didn't Google search anything.
Well,
Right.
That's
And
yes,
it's
based
I
on
did.
that's based on my own research, dear. I did. I actually did a series a few years back about Booker T because I did a lot of research on him. Okay, I did a lot of research. Okay, I got a tremendous amount of research on Booker T. Washington. Okay, that's not a Google search. That wasn't a Google search. That was off the top of my dome. You did a Google search to try to prove me wrong.
No, I just told you I did a search.
Hold on,
I'm
hold
not
on.
proving
Do
you
you
wrong.
really believe? Do you really believe in your heart of hearts that black people in the United States of America at that particular time, before Haiti had their rebellion, do you think that there were no rebellions of black people in the United States before then?
Yes.
You think we had none?
No, I think that you guys had some.
Okay, then. So why are you trying to give Haiti credit to us about stuff that we had? Y'all just happen to be successful at yours. It's not like we didn't have men who wasn't willing to fight. Okay.
So,
You
Haiti
said
shouldn't
that
have
Haiti
help.
gave us what did they give us? What did they give us?
I don't know, man. Everybody who was black was getting it.
right.
Getting
They was
what?
getting a scam. They was getting a fantasy. They was getting a fairy tale. They was
Do,
getting a
do,
story.
hold on. Do you know that when America invaded Haiti, do you know that Booker T. Washington tried to push for the government for him to be able to go over there and set up a version of Tuskegee in Haiti for y'all?
No, I had
Exactly.
no idea.
Exactly. He tried to push for the government to help him to let him set up a Tuskegee type of institute in Haiti for y'all. So y'all men could learn the skills necessary to build your country. Okay.
And also, bro, why you saying that? And if you ever do come to America, man, if you ever decide to come, go around any town, even these sundown towns, because see, we're there too. See, a lot of times these sundown towns are like right across the street from us. So look, if you ever come to America, start looking at some of these markers in America about how long we've been here and what we've done here. Just walk around. Just walk around America. See, some of us had to even fight to get markers up about things we did. Just imagine if they just would have just really did us right and just told the truth. You're just scratching the surface if you come over here. It's overwhelming. It's overwhelming what we have done. You talking about covered up history. Y'all just scratching the surface. If you come and find out what we've done block by block, street by street, corner by corner, inch by inch in this country, you won't look, it'll devastate you. You won't be able to wake up. You won't be able to get up. Just where I'm living right now, I can show you plenty of markers. When they had that, I remember that. Do you remember the Montgomery Brawl? When they had that Montgomery Brawl, that brawl they were happening, that happened, taught a lot of people even just about that. They wasn't trying to teach anybody, but it taught even us, some of us, what happened with the Montgomery Brawl on the Harriet. So everything that happens with us, and when I say street by street, and I mean corner by corner, I mean inch by inch in America, you want to see some graveyards that's like 3, 4, 500 years old in America, and you're talking about 1804? Look, 1804 is for Haitians. We already done gave you credit for it. I suggest that they just go ahead and hold that right there and stop bringing it up. Because see, I'm not talking about the greatness of our uncles and our aunts. That's not Martin Luther King. That's not Malcolm X. See, everybody on here got great people that have sacrificed for this world. See, they keep looking at us like these movies. We're trying to separate y'all from Hollywood. This is not Hollywood. This is not these people books that they write